Welcome back to the Upside Sports Network. My name is Mike. Appreciate you guys joining us for some morning baseball. It's been crazy couple of weeks anyway, as far as all the live streams we've done. Appreciate all of you guys for joining us. Got an impressive number of y'all already messaging us in the chat and joining us here for our live. So appreciate you guys for joining us here. If you haven't hit that subscribe button already, please do so. Keep you up to date in all four major sports, every single team. But make sure you hit that subscribe button so you don't miss out on anything, any news coming from any team that you might follow. But got a comments already in the chat. Kind of start off with those and then kind of get into the game anyway. Looks like we're still a few minutes away from the start of the Angels and Orioles. The game, of course, is on Peacock, but we appreciate you guys joining us here on a Sunday morning. First, Kent messaged us again. Thank you guys for joining us, Kent and James. Seen you all join us a few times before. Jessica, welcome back. But Joey Gallo to be traded by the Yankees soon. Could he come back to Texas? Do you see the Rangers adding at the deadline this year? First question, will Joey be traded by the Yankees soon? Absolutely. He is as much of a fan of Joey Gallo as I am, coming from a Texas Ranger fan anyway. I think he would be a fantastic fit coming back to Texas or even to another team like the San Diego Padres. The article that came out today from John Heyman and Joel Sherman is that maybe a team that has former Rangers executives, the Twins, etc., could be of interest in Joey Gallo. Outside of that, other teams are going to look at his numbers with the Yankees and just see those strikeout numbers as a huge albatross. And that was the one worry going to New York anyway, is would those numbers increase? And they have, unfortunately. He just hasn't worked out with New York, and so I expect them to trade him. Could I see him coming back to Texas? Absolutely. Now, I don't expect it to be for a trade of anywhere near the package that they got or that they did to make that happen. But something in the range of like a smaller prospect package or maybe of a major leaguer for a major leaguer type of trade would make a lot more sense. Something like Joey Gallo for a Cole Calhoun trade might make sense. The article that I read referenced a minute ago mentioned that the Yankees were interested in Andrew Benintendi, a high contact player, but of course the prospect package that the Royals are going to want back is at least going to contain one good prospect and some lottery tickets down the road. Maybe the Yankees, after doing what they did last year for Joey Gallo, are a little bit hesitant to do something like that, to give up one of their blue chip prospects. Benintendi is a free agent at the end of the year, and while he might be the better option as far as on the field, the trade package that they'd have to give up might be a little bit prohibitive for them doing so. So maybe they go a little bit cheaper route, flipping a Joey Gallo for a major league piece in return from like the Rangers, like a Cole Calhoun, might make a lot more sense for them. That might not excite Yankee fans, but Cole Calhoun is hitting, I believe, 233, had a big 3-run homer in last night's game. And yes, I did finally get to go to the game, watch the Twins and Rangers live anyway. That was fantastic. And like I mentioned in the last live, if you get a chance, go see a game. It was fantastic. The seats that I had in right field anyway, had a great time with the family, and just really encourage you going out and actually seeing a game live. Nothing like it. But do I see the Rangers adding at the deadline this year? I do see them adding a piece at the deadline if it means it's a long-term piece. Now, a trade of Joey Gallo for Cole Calhoun wouldn't be a long-term piece. Cole Calhoun isn't a long-term piece in the Rangers' future as well. But Cole Calhoun's on a 2-year, $10 million deal, I believe, with a player option or a team option next year. So it's not a huge price to pay. And to get a lottery ticket like Joey Gallo back, maybe you're able to get him right the way he was before the trade to New York, where he commanded such a huge prospect haul back in return. But maybe you're able to sign Joey Gallo to an extension and allow him to kind of settle himself, reestablish his market, and go into free agency, not this offseason, but next offseason with a much better platform year. Other pieces that you can see the Rangers going after most likely would be starting pitching or a closer. They have had issues at the very back end of their bullpen over the past week or so. Joe Barlow was the closer for most of the year, but has since blown a couple of saves since. I believe he's blown 3 or 4 now on the year. So maybe the Rangers could add a bullpen piece like that to solidify the back end of the rotation. Outside of that, their bullpen has been fantastic. They got a number of relievers below a 2 ERA. They just need somebody to kind of lock down that ninth inning Then they can put Brett Martin or whoever they want in that eighth inning role and kind of build up from there. Jose Leclerc, while he's been good since he's been back, is still working his way back from Tommy John, and so I don't expect him to be a candidate as a closer yet. But maybe by season's end, if they don't make a move for a closer, they set him up in there in September, maybe late August, if he's ready to take that role. James asks, I'd like to see the Angels finally make a run in the playoffs. I mean, it's Trout and Ohtani. Can they get it right for at least 1 year to make a small run, let alone a title run? Yeah, they have two of the best players in all of Major League Baseball. If not 1 and 2, maybe 2 and 3, depending on what you think of Aaron Judge. But the Angels finally need to put a representative team around those two stars. Pitching has been the issue for a number of years, but it hasn't been as big of an issue this year. So the Angels finally making a run in the playoffs, I could see happening if they could finally get out of their own way. But of course, they already got rid of Joe Madden this year. They've still been able to tread water in some cases, but they're well back of the Astros. I mean, they're going to have a fight going for a wild card spot. We'll see what ends up happening there. But it's Trout and Ohtani. Trout has been the best player in the game for a number of years. Ohtani, kind of a unicorn in the game right now. There's not anybody like him who's a pitcher and a hitter like him. We've seen it mentioned on national broadcasts 1.5 million times. But just the ability of those two players alone, you'd think they'd be able to at least be able to get 3 or 4 decent MLB average players to be able to perform next to them, and they haven't been able to do it until this year. Let's see if they can do so this year. Jessica says, Gallo back to Texas looks like a good match, but I don't want to give up what we got for him. And you're not going to. The package that you got back for him, Hauver, Durant, Smith, and Otto, you might have to give up a piece like Glenn Otto, somebody who's having a good year at an older age in the minor league. Something like that might get the deal done, but it's not going to cost 3 of the top 10 prospects in your system. It's not going to cost that. At the time, the Yankees traded away, I believe, 3 of their top 20 and 4 of their top 30 or top 25 prospects. Maybe 1 of those top 25 prospects will get a deal like that done. But looks like we're just about set to get underway here. Just waiting for the game to get going. Game was supposed to begin anyway at 11:05. Figured we'd get started anyway and discuss a little bit of the trade chatter that's out there. Like I mentioned, the Yankees are in on Andrew Benintendi, as I'm sure most of the other teams in Major League Baseball are. Benintendi's having a great resurgent year this year for the Kansas City Royals, one of the few bright spots on their team, but we've already seen the Royals flip Carlos Santana to the Mariners to try to save some salary, and that will be very good for them. They've also decided to make a number of other players available should teams be interested in them, mainly bullpen pieces. Whit Merrifield is believed to be on the block this year finally. He's having a down year for Whit Merrifield anyway. He's not going to command a 4 prospect haul like Joey Gallo, but he's hitting around 235, I believe, this year. He could be of interest to teams looking for a multi-position player to come in and perform well for them. But as far as other players on the block right now, Jose Quintana of the Pittsburgh Pirates signed a 1-year deal this offseason, I believe at a modest salary, I believe around $4 million, so it's not cost prohibitive for any team to really go after him. He's having a nice bounce back year, but the asking price for the Pirates is said to be a little bit high at the moment. I expect that type of deal to go down right at the deadline, so don't expect anything to move on that front for at least a couple of weeks anyway. Still have the All-Star break to go through, so we'll see how that goes. He probably will be the Pittsburgh Pirates representative this year for the All-Star game. Maybe Adam Frazier will see, or excuse me, not Adam Frazier, but Brian Reynolds, sorry. Adam Frazier, the former Pirate, Brian Reynolds, the current center fielder for the Pirates. I'm sure his name will be brought up in trade talks this deadline season as well, but I don't expect the Pirates to move him. But that's kind of where things stand as far as the trade deadline. There's not a lot of sellers this year on the market, so there's not been a lot of movement as far as trade talk yet. Once the deadline, or excuse me, once the All-Star break comes and goes, that's this weekend anyway. Expect trade deadline chatter to pick up infinitely more than what it is right now. But there's not going to be a lot of sellers this year with an added playoff team in both leagues anyway. I believe right now only 8 teams are projected to be sellers, and of those 8, not all of them are expected to sell pieces. So we'll see who ends up selling. As I mentioned in the chat or in the description, number of different moves being made over the past week. We saw Baker Mayfield get moved by the Cleveland Browns to the Carolina Panthers for a conditional 5th. Baker decided to eat some of that salary, $3.5 million, and both teams are splitting the remaining salary. That news coming from Ian Rappaport. So good move for Baker Mayfield, getting him out of Cleveland, which is what he's wanted pretty much since the Browns started shopping for a better quarterback. And finally were able to get one, and Deshaun Watson gave him $230 million over 5 years to do so. And so Baker Mayfield was not willing to sit around and be a backup and wanted out. And finally, that saga has a conclusion. He will not be named the starter yet. Seems like he and Darnold will both compete for the starting role. Both, of course, were competing for the number 1 overall pick a couple of years back. So we'll see who ends up getting the starting nod there. The one interesting part I do find with the Carolina Panthers is they've struggled finding consistent quarterback play ever since Matt Rule has come in to the head coach there. Seems like he's not very patient with his quarterback position. Not that he should be, but he should be a little bit more patient than what he has been. It's just been a carousel, a revolving door. How can anyone really have sustained success if they're always looking to the bench? Hey, am I going to play this play or not? Am I going to come back in the play after this? What exactly is my role here? And that's a little bit difficult at the quarterback spot. Other positions you might be able to do that with a lot more successfully, but quarterback, you kind of need to have a better feel for the game, and consistency has not been not been a thing for the Carolina Panthers. So maybe they make a move for one of those quarterbacks and let him actually run with the position early on. But we'll see what happens. The NHL Free Agency kicks off July 13th. This week anyway, so I believe that's a Wednesday. Starts at 11 o'clock Eastern, or 11 East, 10 Central anyway. So it'll be interesting to see what happens. A number of different free agents have already been signed or traded to other teams, or at least their rights have. We just saw Philip Forsberg re-sign with the Nashville Predators on an 8-year, $70 million deal to keep the centerman there for a number of years going forward. The biggest name out there on the market that's likely to change teams right now, John Klingberg of the Dallas Stars. He wanted a contract similar to the Miro Heiskanen deal that the Stars signed, 8 years, $62 million. He's not going to get something like that from the Stars. Maybe a 7-year, $50 million, something like that could be in the works. But other teams are only going to be limited to a 7-year maximum deal. We'll see where he ends up going. But he's probably the most likely candidate to change teams. The Dallas Stars did draft 5 defensemen in the draft out of their 6 draft picks. So they're looking to restock that defense core as they're looking to trim down some payroll in certain areas and defense by allowing John Klingberg to go elsewhere. Even though you don't really get anything in return for losing him, maybe you save some money there and move that money around and see where you can invest it. They do have a couple of high-priced RFAs that they're going to have to deal with. Normally, teams try to avoid touching other teams' RFAs to kind of keep prospect contracts down, keep those bridge contracts around. But other teams saw the performance that Jake Ottinger, the goalie for the Dallas Stars, had this postseason and see him on the cusp of stardom. Maybe there's a team out there that will offer him an 8-figure deal anyway. Something like that would be a hefty price tag, make it very difficult for the Stars to match, especially when you consider as an RFA, if you get a contract offer and accept it at that high of a level, the draft pick capital going back to the Stars would be very, very strong. Maybe it makes the Dallas Stars pause in re-signing him. They do have other candidates that could be a goalie there right now. They have Hudobin that's already that didn't play well last year, but they could count on him for a year. Maybe they go back and re-sign a Braden Holtby. They brought him in on a 1-year deal last year, 1 year, $2 million, but something like that could make sense. But RFAs in general are not touched by other teams, but he might be the one rare case where a team takes a chance. But if you're the Stars, you brought him in as a first-round draft pick. He's performed very well for you. I would expect the Stars to match such a qualifying offer, or excuse me, a offer sheet anyway, even if it is at such a cap number as 10 million or 8 million or whatever the case may be for a Jake Ottinger. I think the Stars value him too greatly and would be willing to sacrifice other pieces in order to keep him in-house. But looks like they moved this game anyway to an 11 o'clock start anyway. It was my understanding Peacock was always going to have that early game, and for the most part, they start those games at about 10 o'clock. But just kind of wanted to get an early start with you guys, discuss a lot of the trade talk that's out there. We haven't touched on the NBA. I have been covering a lot of the NBA over the past couple of weeks. Got a number of different videos already set for you guys to be released this week. But the biggest news, of course, out there is that Kevin Durant has asked for a trade. He still has not been traded yet. The asking price that we've seen for him has been exorbitant, to say the least. Trade talk is, of course, centered around the Phoenix Suns, the Miami Heat, and possibly the New Orleans Pelicans as one of the few teams that's actually able to provide pieces back to the Brooklyn Nets that they are seeking. We saw the Rudy Gobert trade a massive prospect, or excuse me, a massive draft pick haul, as well as contracts on expiring deals, that kind of a thing, go back to Utah. So the trade itself that the T-Wolves worked out with Utah was massive, but they offered that deal first to the Brooklyn Nets for Kevin Durant. I, as an outside observer, would have thought that was a very representative offer. That was a legitimate offer, not something that you could laugh at. But apparently, the Brooklyn Nets looked at him and said, yeah, we want Karl-Anthony Towns, one of your biggest stars on your team, and your entire future in Anthony Edwards as well for our 33, almost 34-year-old aging NBA player in Kevin Durant. Kevin Durant is still a very great player. Don't get me wrong. He's probably one of the top 5, top 3, maybe top 2 players in the NBA right now. But we just saw him get swept by the Boston Celtics in the playoffs and have one of the worst playoff series of his NBA career. And you're telling me you want to trade your young, up-and-coming, rising phenom in Anthony Edwards and your established star in Karl-Anthony Towns, who are both under the age of, I believe, 27 years old, for a 34-year-old player, and you're going to gut your entire future as far as draft picks in order to build around Kevin Durant as well. I can understand why the Timberwolves passed on that. I still don't understand why they made the trade for Gobert as much as they did, giving up that many pieces. But Kevin Durant's going to command a huge prospect haul, and they're going to command, he's going to command a star player in return. I don't expect it to be that level of return though for the Nets. I expect there probably to be a staring contest between other teams and the Nets at some point, but I think cooler heads will prevail, and it'll have to be either the the draft pick and prospect package that the Nets want, with maybe an established role player going to the Nets, or they get the star player back and maybe 1 or 2 first-round picks and maybe a piece as well going back to Brooklyn. That, I believe, will probably end up being the package that goes. The package that the Phoenix Suns have, of course, is DeAndre Ayton and a sign-and trade, Mikal Bridges. Neither one of those are stars, but both are very good, high-quality pieces right now. DeAndre Ayton, if he ever secures his potential, lives up to it, he would be a great piece for the Brooklyn Nets. Mikal Bridges is, of course, a great defensive player. Both would be on very expensive contracts. And then, of course, they have Cam Johnson thrown to the deal and all of their picks going forward. So something like that probably gets done. From the Pelicans, of course, the Pelicans have been unwilling to include Brandon Ingram, and you're asking yourself, they're not willing to trade for Brandon Ingram for Kevin Durant? Are you kidding? Yes, they're not willing to do it right now. Brandon Ingram is much younger and really lived up to that max contract that he signed last year, so they're not willing to turn around and flip him a year later for a 34-year-old aging NBA star, no matter how good he is. They still, of course, have Zion Williamson, who didn't play at all last year. They just traded for CJ McCollum. They need a point guard right now. Kevin Durant is not a point guard, so it's kind of exchanging Brandon Ingram for an older, more successful version of him in Kevin Durant. And they don't see that as a massive upgrade for their team, so I don't expect them to include a guy like Brandon Ingram. Maybe they do finally move off of Zion Williamson, trade in his value, which, in case you haven't been paying attention the last 3 years in the NBA, as much trade talk and as much hype as there is around Zion Williamson, he's only played 85 games in the NBA. He's missed almost an entire 2 years out of 3 since coming into the league. And seeing as how high his value is, I don't see why a team like the Pelicans, who have difficulty keeping players in New Orleans — we've seen CP3 get traded out of there, Eric Gordon get traded out of there, Darren Collison, um, Anthony Davis, and now you have Zion Williamson, who's been linked to the New York Knicks for a number of years since coming into the league. Maybe you trade him for an established NBA star like a Kevin Durant instead of Brandon Ingram, and have your three-headed monster of McCollum, Ingram, and Durant going forward. And maybe you make a trade for a point guard and solidify that position as well. But that's kind of where things stand in the NBA. Free agency, there wasn't too many moves in free agency because there wasn't that many free agent stars out there. The biggest free agent to change teams is Jalen Brunson. He's expected to actually sign his deal on Monday to go to the New York Knicks. 4 years, $104 million to go from the Dallas Mavericks to the New York Knicks, where he would become the number one banana there. So keep it tuned here to the upside for all the latest from all 4 of the major sports. As I mentioned earlier, NBA free agency is underway. MLB trade deadline is in a few weeks. We've already touched on Joey Gallo, Andrew Benintendi, Jose Quintana, sweepstakes anyway. Who ends up getting those pieces? Still way too early to tell, honestly. But there's not any big highlight level star out there, somebody who's going to lead SportsCenter. Hey, this player has been traded for so-and-so. The biggest player out there that might get traded is probably Luis Castillo from the Cincinnati Reds. He's performed very well this year so far. The Yankees, of course, were interested in him before the season began. They've gotten great starting pitching so far that I was not expecting from their minor leagues. I did not expect their starting staff to perform this well, but they've been the best team in all of baseball pretty much the entire year. They've come across some hard times over the past couple of weeks with tough performances in individual games. But as the season goes along, that young pitching is going to start to feel those innings as they pile up. So maybe getting a starter like Luis Castillo would be good for their team. But again, they're going to have to give up some prospects to do so. And the Yankees, after trading away pieces last year in the Joey Gallo trade and it not working out, maybe they're a little bit more hesitant to do so in a deal like this. The Angels, of course, have tried to build around Trout for a number of years. Ohtani as well. They really need to perform well to keep Ohtani, I believe. Ohtani's going to want to go to a winning team, and he hasn't been able to go to a winning team since being with the LA Angels. They just haven't been able to make any type of run in the postseason, let alone a title run. And so teams like that are teams that would be interested in a guy like Ohtani, a unicorn in all of baseball. This generation's Babe Ruth would command a hefty salary. Some teams out there have been mentioned to reporters anyway as offering $50 million a year to Shohei Ohtani. And you can't really argue. The production is there on both ends of the field, both as a hitter and as a pitcher. He's unlike any other player. So whether or not you believe DeGrom is the best pitcher, Ohtani's in the top 10 very likely as a pitcher. And he's also a top 10 as far as a hitter. So maybe a contract on a short-term deal, $50 million a year to go to the Yankees, the Dodgers, teams that can afford that type of contract would make sense if the Angels are unwilling and unable to perform in the postseason this year. But as we mentioned, Joey Gallo is probably the most likely to be traded off that Yankees team that's performed so well this year. Just getting him out of there, just freeing up a spot in the lineup would allow a little bit more flexibility for them, allow more playing time for players coming back from injury from last year like Hicks, maybe getting back an outfield bat, somebody who can get on base in front of their mashers in Judge and Stanton would be very good for them. Joey Gallo is not an on-base guy and never has been. He's been striking out at a prolific rate with the Yankees, so maybe getting him out of New York would do wonders for him. Just has not worked ever since he's gotten there. But as we mentioned, the NFL season is coming up. Everybody's into the list right now. Who's your top team in all the NFL? Who do you think has the best offseason? Who do you think has the best general manager? We're going to do some of those videos just because it is the summer. But there isn't a lot of sports headlines out there, of course. But we'll see what ends up happening with all of these different training camps coming up. The number one team in the league right now, according to most people, both from a front office perspective and a roster building perspective, is the Buffalo Bills. They gave the massive deal to Josh Allen. They have Stephon Diggs, and they gave a huge contract to Von Miller to shore up their pass rush, which wasn't great last year, but would allow their cornerbacks to play a little bit more with help over the top and allow them to play the ball a little bit more, since they'd be able to get more pressure with that front four. So the Buffalo Bills should play very well next year. The only reason they didn't advance in the playoffs last year is because that defense wasn't able to stop Patrick Mahomes, and they built up that side of the ball a little bit. We'll see how the Bills go this year. The other team that seems to be a favorite from at least a few media members is the Green Bay Packers. I don't see it. They lost Devontae Adams. They lost Zadarius Campbell to the Minnesota Vikings. So I don't see why everybody's favorite this season is the Green Bay Packers. They have less weapons around Aaron Rodgers, and when he has less weapons, he forces the ball a little bit more and turns over the ball a little bit more. So I don't see the reason why everybody says the Green Bay Packers are going to be in the Super Bowl. Just don't see it. And finally, we got some telecast on for the Angels and Orioles game anyway. We've covered a couple of different Orioles games. They performed very well this week anyway, having a number of walk-off wins go their way. Sunday leadoff game for Peacock Network. Orioles have been rebuilding for a number of years. They've got Adley Rutschman on the roster this year and Cedric Mullin. That's kind of your aircraft carriers right now for the Orioles, and a lot of different interchangeable pieces around them right now. Santander's performed well this year, Mountcastle as well. None of these are household names, but for the Orioles, they performed better than most would have expected going into this year. They have not really invested in free agency over the past several years, and they, of course, have the number one pick in the draft this week anyway. So we'll see which direction they end up going. Wow. Some news just out of Seattle Seahawks and Los Angeles anyway. Seattle Seahawks former Seattle Seahawks offensive tackle and free agent Dwayne Brown was apparently arrested at the airport, and you can read the article on there, but yeah. Yikes. Get to see some of the highlights from the crazy game last night between the Yankees and Red Sox. Jeter Downs, not Derek Jeter, but Jeter Downs was the celebrated hero last night, along with Alex Verdugo. One of the pieces they got back for Mookie Betts. If you watched some games yesterday, there was a lot of good baseball yesterday. I went to see the Twins and Rangers live yesterday. 5 home runs in that game. A lot of action. So if you get a chance to go see some live baseball this year, go do so. As they show the walk-off win for the Reds last night against the Rays. The Guardians absolutely hammered the Royals yesterday. Guardians bats have really been coming on strong over the past month or so. So if you're a Guardians fan, maybe that those outfield bats are finally coming around after having years of poor production from those spots. They show the 1-0 win for the Phillies last night. Alec Boehm getting a sacrifice fly in the top of the ninth to win it. A lot of good baseball yesterday. Let's hope for just as good a baseball today. Going to do a number of lives today, starting with the Angels and Orioles. Definitely going to do the Yankees and Red Sox, of course. Everybody seems to always love that matchup. And we'll see, depending on how this game goes, if we're able to catch the start of the Rangers and Twins game today. Rangers took the first 2 against the Twins. Both games were very, very good contest to watch. 7-6 win, and then a 9-7 win for the Rangers. Rangers looking for the sweep. But thank you guys for joining us. If you're a fan of Major League Baseball, let us know who's your team, what players you'd like to see them trade for as the deadline approaches. You can see the highlight there of the Seattle Mariners with their new acquisition in Carlos Santana taking over that job at first base. Mariners have been trying to get in the playoffs for years now. Hopefully this year they'll finally be able to do so. Just as an outside observer, you never want to see a fan base have that long of a drought from playoff contention. They're currently 1 game back of the third and final wild card spot. Red Sox game and a half up on the Rays, game and a half up on the Blue Jays for the final spot. As you see more highlights from the Orioles and Angels. Late inning heroics again for the Orioles. We saw that happen with during the Rangers series where they took all 3 games against the Rangers. Cedric Mullins has played very well. This team has played very well over the last couple of weeks anyway. A lot of excitement. If you like baseball, you like watching all these late inning comebacks. They had, I think, 5 walk-offs this week alone for the Orioles. 5 or 6. It's been a lot. Lineups has finally come out for the LA Angels. It's going to have Taylor Ward lead off, Mike Trout in the 2-hole in center. Shohei Ohtani, of course, is your designated hitter. Trout has 24 home runs. Ohtani has 19. Both are over 50 RBIs. The one thing nobody talks about Shohei Ohtani is his stolen bases. He already has 10 stolen bases this year. How many do you think Mike Trout has? It's less than Shohei Ohtani. He has 1. Max Stassi is your catcher. Batting fourth, a little bit surprising there. That tells you the state of their lineup behind those two. Rengifo, of course, is your shortstop in the 5-hole. Jonathan Villar is your 6-hole. Remember, Anthony Rendon is out for the year due to injury. Michael Stefanik is 7. David McKinnon is 8th. And Monty Harrison is in left, batting 9th. No longer have Justin Upton out there. And of course, the Adele is not in left right now either. For the Orioles, you got Mullins in center. Mancini is your DH. Mountcastle draws into the lineup at first base. Santander slides down to the 4-hole in right field. Rutschman, of course, is your catcher today. Robinson Chirinos getting the day off. Ramon Urias is your third baseman. McKenna in left. Rougned Odor is your second baseman, the former Ranger, and Jorge Mateo is your shortstop. If I told you before the season who has the longer lineup, the Angels or the Orioles, almost every single one of you would have said the LA Angels because of how much they invested in their offense. Well, that tells you right now, their 4 through 9 hitter, none of them are household names. I bet you probably even only heard of maybe 2 of them. Jonathan Villar, of course, has been a journeyman veteran over the last couple of years. Rengifo, of course, was a prospect at one time with the Mets organization, I believe, at one time. And Stassi, of course, has been a journeyman catcher as well. 1, 2, and 3 are your best hopes for the Angels today, though. Stefanik has performed well so far, a .313 average, but they really don't have much offensively behind Ohtani or Trout. Meanwhile, the Orioles, Adley Rutschman, who's their number 1 pick, hitting .217. He's the only one hitting below .240 in their top 5. Now, of course, the Orioles have a long way to go still with their pitching as far as I'm concerned. They're going with Austin Voth today on the mound. Angels are going with Jose Suarez. Voth has a 7.2 earned run average. Suarez a 4.30 earned run average. The ERA for Voth, a little bit misleading. He pitched very well in the last outing out against the Rangers. We actually watched that one here anyway. He had 4 innings of scoreless ball, and in the 5th was unable to record an out, left the bases loaded, and the Orioles bullpen allowed all 3 runners to score, inflating that ERA right back to a 7. That's the way that things go if you're a starter. Got to rely on the bullpen to pick you up on days when you don't have it, or if you start to lose it in an inning. In yesterday's game with the Rangers, you saw the Martin Perez gave up 6 runs in the 4th inning. Just the wheels completely came off the bus for him. 2 home runs in the inning by the Minnesota Timberwolves, or excuse me, by the Minnesota Twins anyway, sorry. But was able to steady the ship and able to get at least 6 innings out of it, even after giving up a 6th spot in the 4th. Allow that bullpen to be saved. Allow the bullpen to be able to be mixed and matched later on. Pre-game warm-ups have finally begun. About 20 minutes away from the start. Just to kind of touch on a few of the other moves made around the NBA over the past few weeks anyway. Malcolm Brogdon, long rumored to be available after the acquisition of Tyrese Halliburton, and the trade of Domantas Sabonis going the other way anyway. The Pacers wanted to get younger, and they finally moved on from Malcolm Brogdon. He goes to the Boston Celtics for a first-round pick. Aaron Nesmith, Daniel Tice, and a couple of small contracts to be able to even things out on the books. We saw the Cleveland Cavaliers extend the contract of Darius Garland, a 5-year max extension worth $193 million. If he makes a All-NBA team again, he will get that contract will become worth $231 million. They also brought back Ricky Rubio to be their backup point guard, but he's not going to be ready to go to start the season. So they did bring in Raul Neto to be the backup point guard to at least start the season. DeJounte Murray was traded by the San Antonio Spurs for 3 unprotected first-round picks to the Atlanta Hawks. That was one of the more surprising moves. Kevin Huerter goes to the Sacramento Kings. One thing we haven't discussed yet is the MLB draft. That's coming up in about a week. Drew Jones highlights being shown right now on Peacock. Of course, he is the son of Andrew Jones. Andrew Jones, of course, the former center fielder for the Atlanta Braves. And then, of course, bounced around the league at the end of his career, settling with the Yankees and Rangers at some point anyway. More of a DH power bat at the end of his career. Very versatile type of player early on. Possibly the best defensive center fielder in all of Major League Baseball for an extended period of time. Drew Jones, his son, will have the advantage of having his father's knowledge of the game, how to play center field, how to make things work in the NFL or make things work in the NBA, or tongue-tying myself, MLB. They show the lineup exchange of the Nevin family. Phil Nevin of the LA Angels. I think Phil Nevin as well of the Baltimore Orioles exchanging lineup cards there. Family affair. Tyler Nevin. I remember his dad, Phil Nevin, playing with the Padres. I remember that. I think he played a little bit with the Rockies as well at some point, if I remember correctly. Morning baseball. Hopefully you guys are enjoying your cup of coffee, reading the paper if you still get the paper, or reading the news through your tablet or however you do things nowadays. Taking a nice, easy morning. During the game today, we'll talk about the NHL Free Agency period, which is going to open up on the 13th. We'll try to do a live stream during that to go over all the news as it happens. We'll also discuss the MLB trade deadline, which is coming up in a few weeks. The All-Star game is also set upon us here in about a week or so. MLB draft as well. Going over all the different walk-offs that they've had. Orioles have played some crazy games this week, so hopefully we get yet another one today. Multiple outlets now reporting that Dwayne Brown news out of LA of his arrest at the airport. Not a smart decision. Encourage you to go read it. Don't want to get myself in trouble here on YouTube by mentioning some of those things, but just in case, but not a smart thing. They show a mascot tackling a drunken fan coming out in a minor league game in Portland, and the mascot absolutely obliterating him. That was funny. Usually you see security doing it or maybe a player on the field, but how often do you see a mascot absolutely truck a fan drunk on the field? That was funny. But game should get started here in about 15 minutes as they show highlights of, in my opinion, the NL Rookie of the Year, Suzuki, with an inside the park home run. Teams really missed out on his ability. The Cubs were willing to go 6 years. I think they ended up paying a total of $99 million for him to come to the Cubs. What a great contract for the Cubs that's going to be over the next several years. He is going to be in MVP discussions guaranteed in a couple of years. As they show kind of a oops play made by Lourdes Gurriel of the Blue Jays, the ball hits his glove on the inside of the glove and then bounces out of his glove and in. They show a walk-off balk from earlier this year, the Reds winning it against the Rays. Just some interesting baseball this year. But as I was mentioning, the MLB draft is coming up here in just a couple of days anyway. Top prospect is believed to be Drew Jones. The next best prospect in the draft is going to be Jackson Holliday. If those two last names sound familiar, that's because Drew Jones is the son of Andrew Jones anyway. Jackson Holliday, the son of Matt Holliday. I believe in the top 10, there's 4 different former major leaguers' sons in the top 10 this year. Not a whole lot of pitching at the top end of the draft this year, so it's going to be bats to go early. The Orioles, the question for them is, do they go Drew Jones or they try to save money and spread out that slot value and get a better quality prospect with their second pick as well? Second would be the Arizona Diamondbacks. They're believed to be after Drew Jones if he should fall there, but maybe the Diamondbacks view it the same way and try to save money. Third would be the Texas Rangers, and I do not believe he would fall past the Texas Rangers at all. They are absolutely in love with Drew Jones. They do need outfield prospects as well. They don't really have much in the minors as far as major league ready talent or even up and coming talent in the outfield. That's why they're flexing around a lot of their infielders to outfield positions as well. Ezekiel Durant, a second baseman by trade, played some third base this year on the big club, played very well there, but he's auditioning in center field and in left in the minors right now for AAA Round Rock on the Rangers. But the MLB draft, I believe, is on the 17th, so keep your eyes peeled for what ends up happening at the top of the draft. Compensation picks, of course, this year took away the second and third round picks for the Rangers. They're believed to be in the market for a compensation pick if they can trade one of their bullpen pieces that has performed well this year. Maybe they go out and do something like that, get a competitive balance pick, something like that. However, it's not going to be something like the trade they made a few years back of Alex Claudio to the Brewers for a competitive balance pick. The price is going to be a little bit higher than that. You're not going to be able to trade one of your middling relievers for that. You're going to need to at least give away a setup guy. So maybe a guy like a Dennis Santana gets something like that done. But even that might not get it, might not be enough for the other team to take on that deal. Looks like we're finally about ready to get underway. Teams are at least starting to loosen up a little bit more earnestly. Pre-game ceremonies have begun. Again, your lineup or your starting matchup today is going to be Jose Suarez versus Austin Voth. Very early game in Baltimore. Not a lot of the crowd has shown up yet. Just going to check in on the standings right now. Baltimore, of course, is in dead last right now in the AL East, but that's not saying much. They're only 42 and 44 on the year. A very good year for them. Their run differential, though, is the biggest difference right now. They're minus 18 on the year. That's a far cry better than where almost every single analyst had them. They're only a couple wins away from being a 500 team right now. Checking in on the standings from around Major League Baseball. Right now, the Yankees have kind of run away and hidden with the AL East. They're up 15 games right now on the rest of the AL East. Tonight they play the Red Sox. We'll see if the Red Sox can make up some ground there. Walk-off win last night certainly helps matters there. Run differential for the Yankees so far this year, 182. That's a lot, in case you're wondering. Yankees, of course, have a lot of young talent in that starting rotation right now. We'll see if they supplement that around the deadline. I believe they will. Everybody thinks this could be an all-time great team. I don't see that they're an all-time great team, but I do believe they are one of the 2 or 3 top teams to be considered a favorite to win it all. Another team I expect to be right there in that conversation, the Houston Astros. They lost last night to the Oakland A's. Baseball is a competitive game. Balance is everywhere, and even if your teams are, if your team is a prohibitive first run or favorite against another team, it's not always a guarantee that you're going to win. Just look at the Astros and A's. That's one of the few times the A's have actually beaten the Astros in several years. Wow. That's a nice arm on Julio Rodriguez. Right now, I think he's probably the front runner for AL Rookie of the Year, but there's stiff competition in the American League for that spot. They show some of his outfield prowess there in center. Just checking in on the standings as well. The LA Angels are 4th in the AL West, about 3 games back of the Texas Rangers right now. They're 18 games out of first place in the division. Let's check on their wild card standings, see how far back the Angels are. A very healthy margin. They are 7 games out of the final wild card spot. That is held by the Toronto Blue Jays. The Blue Jays coming into the season were my favorite to go to the World Series in the American League. They lost the last 3 games. They're 2-8 in their last 10, falling on some harsh times anyway. I don't think they're still the favorite. I think that right now is in the hands of the Yankees and Astros, but the Blue Jays can turn it on or unlike any other team in the American League. I expect them to be able to do so after the deadline. All 3 teams that are in the wild card spots are all American League East teams. So let's see if the Mariners can finally crack that. They're 9-1 in their last 10 are the Mariners. They've won 7 straight. Great job by the Mariners getting back above 500. The one surprising team in the AL Central is the Chicago White Sox. They're 3 games under 500, and for some reason they still haven't fired Tony La Russa. There's been chance for him to be fired pretty much over the last 2 months, really, and that's due to his handling of the bullpen, decisions to intentionally walk guys, those kinds of things. Just seems to finally maybe be losing a step when it comes to managing a team. But right now, the White Sox are not in the playoff picture. They're only a half game up on the Rangers, actually, for the wild card, or in the wild card standings. Your division leaders in the American League, the Yankees, Astros, and Twins. On the National League side, the Dodgers, of course, as you might expect. The Mets have played very well, even without DeGrom and Scherzer. Scherzer just came back to the majors, had a great start. I believe he went 6 innings the other day. Your wild card, of course, is the defending champions, the Atlanta Braves. They've really come on over the past month, really, after a rough start to the beginning of the year. The Padres, of course, as you might expect as well. And, of course, the Philadelphia Phillies. The Cardinals, who seem to always field a competitive team, are just out of wild card contention. Milwaukee Brewers, with their starting staff, holding on to that Central as of right now. Teams that might be interested in selling away pieces, you'd have to think the Washington Nationals are at least going to consider trading away some of their veteran pieces. There's been talk of them trading away Juan Soto. That is absolutely not going to happen. Just the trade package alone for Juan Soto would make it completely prohibitive from any team even giving equitable value back to the Washington Nationals. The Reds have a number of starters that are expected to be dealt, not just Luis Castillo, but also Tyler Mahle. Mahle went on the IL, I believe, a week ago with a shoulder strain, nothing serious, but he's going to be available at the deadline. With the Reds 15 games out of a wild card spot, they should be sellers. The Pittsburgh Pirates should be sellers as well. We already mentioned Jose Quintana. We saw the Colorado Rockies invest in their lineup this year with Chris Bryant. Is Chris Bryant already regretting his decision to go to the Rockies? I don't believe so, but maybe in a couple of years you could see somebody like that moved. I expect them to try to trade off some of their expiring deals, stuff like that. Arizona Diamondbacks might finally be able to move off the contract of Madison Bumgarner as well. He, of course, signed that 5-year, $82 million deal 2.5 years ago with the Diamondbacks to leave the San Francisco Giants. The first 2 years of that deal were abysmal. His performance on the field was terrible. This year, he's at least a league average pitcher. Maybe other teams see that as a sign of things to come, but they're going to still have to pay a heavy amount of that money down. Are the Diamondbacks to be able to get anything, even a middling prospect back? That's kind of your trade target there from the Diamondbacks. The Miami Marlins are 3 games back of 500. They have a number of different pieces that they could trade. They have controllable starting pitchers that they could turn around and flip for better assets, long-term assets down the road. Maybe they end up going that route. That's what they've done over the past couple of years. Try to flip some of those prospects that are players that are about an age out of their tight or contending window and try to get a little bit younger. So maybe something like that happens again this year. San Francisco Giants, of course, 1 game above 500, 3 games out of a wild card. They are an aging team. They've tried to mix in some youth along the way. They have a couple of good young starters as well, but they're going to have to reset things at some point. They're going to have a number of contracts come off the books as well in the next year or two. They're expected to be in the running for some of those top free agents out there, namely a guy like Aaron Judge. If you're a Yankee fan, maybe that gives you some pause and lets you or tells your team to go ahead and sign him for the whatever contract he wants. Aaron Judge certainly seems to have earned it this year. He's the favorite for the American League MVP. And as I mentioned, the Cardinals are right there, as they always are, a little bit above 500, just around the wild card picture, dancing around with the division. They're always right about there. So if you're a Cardinal fan, I don't ever see you have a good year or ever see you have a bad year. So congratulations on having a team that never has to deal with having to tank or lose games just to get good prospects. You always seem to develop those on your own, so good on you guys. Other teams that are expected to be sellers at the deadline, the Oakland A's have already sold off a number of different players over the past 3 months anyway, since the lockout ended. They traded Matt Olson to the Atlanta Braves before the season began. Matt Olson took over first base for Freddie Freeman. Freddie Freeman apparently says he didn't get that last contract offer from the Braves, fired his agent as a result. The agent, of course, says, "Oh, yeah, I relayed every contract offer that was made." Well, apparently not, or at least apparently not to a sufficient level to where Freddie Freeman understood that this was the last and best offer the Braves were going to be able to make, and so he was not able to re-sign with the team that he wanted to stay with, apparently. Other teams that are going to be in the mix to sell off pieces, the Kansas City Royals, we've already mentioned Andrew Benintendi, one of the best rental bats on the market this year. Detroit Tigers are also expected to be a seller. They don't really have much to sell, though. A lot of their pieces that they could trade off are not having good years this year. They've got a good couple of bullpen pieces maybe they could move at the deadline. The LA Angels, we've already seen that they need to build around Trout and Ohtani. Ohtani's free agency is coming up soon anyway, so they're going to have to contend very quickly. But they're 7 games back. Their lineup doesn't have a lot in it right now. They don't have a lot to trade to be able to sell off pieces. Are they a team that goes out and tries to acquire a piece for the future, mortgage a lot more of their future? But I don't see them having the pieces to do that either. I think they're just stuck where they are, and they're going to have to dig out of the hole that they've dug for themselves, whether as an organization from the front office or as on the field from the player perspective as well. Finally getting it back to the booth anyway, so we should have some baseball any minute now. Angels taking on the Orioles. Sorry, Angels fans, y'all have just not played well this year. But the Orioles have played much better this year as opposed to previously. They're showing on the screen right now 42 wins, how long it took them to reach that milestone anyway in the last 2 years, or in the last 4 years anyway. Over the last 4 years, it took over 130 games in each season until this year to reach that 42 win mark. This year, it only took 86. They've played much better this year. As things get set in Baltimore, check in on a few of the other teams that might sell around the deadline. The Texas Rangers are believed to be interested in trading off some bullpen pieces if you need them, but they're not going to trade any long-term assets right now. They're not going to trade off some of their higher salary players either. This is the first year of their building back anyway. They're done with the teardown. This is now the rebuild phase of their team. They invested heavily this offseason in Corey Seager and Marcus Semien. The only pieces that you might expect to be traded are going to be pieces around the periphery, like a Cole Calhoun, but he's not going to command a huge prospect haul. They're not going to be interested in some of these high-priced rentals either. So maybe they get some of those controllable starters out there. Maybe a trade of younger prospects for some of those young starters the Marlins that would be of interest to them. In that case, that would make them a buyer. For the Orioles, I think they're playing a little bit above their heads. Maybe they trade off some of these pieces that are performing really well and catch them in one again and kind of build with a young core going forward. But Adley right now is the future right now, and depending on what they do in the draft, might tell you what they're going to do at that deadline. If they invest in the guy like Drew Jones, that means they're sliding their chips to the center. If they decide to save their money like they have over the past several drafts anyway, or they go with a lesser prospect in order to have a better prospect for the next pick, if they go with that route, maybe that tells you what they're going to do at the deadline as far as trading off some of their other pieces. But thank you guys all, Penny, all for joining us. The game hasn't even started. We started well early in the game just to kind of go over a lot in my opinion, Trout and Ohtani on a team that's well below 500, not in playoff contention. That's how we look for the league. They want their best product on the field at all times. And in the playoffs, you want to have the stars there, and they're not going to be there because the Angels just aren't on the team. They invested $20 million into Syndergaard. As the show captain 10 years ago, Trout robbing the Orioles a home run. That's 10 years. Trout has been in the big leagues and only been in the playoffs once or twice, and it's just not going well. He has not had a chance at the American League Championship Series either to really show what he can do. He's a fiercely loyal guy. That's why he signed that big contract with the Angels. Just not done well for the Angels this year. So we'll see what ends up happening. I don't think he'll ever demand a trade. But Ohtani, I don't expect him to hang around a losing team. He did not go over to Major League Baseball just to sit here and not perform in the postseason. He came over so he could have that challenge. He hasn't had that challenge with the Angels. They're going to have to get better if they hope to keep Ohtani when his free agency comes due. Looks like we're about set. Trout in the on-deck circle. Walsh, of course, is going to be your leadoff hitter today. Excuse me, Taylor Ward, excuse me. Ward hitting .301 on the year and .920 OPS. The one advantage that the Angels have this year is that they are able to get on base so far. They're not able to hit for a lot behind Ohtani and Trout, but they're at least able to get on base. They just don't have anybody who can actually knock them in. The loss of Anthony Rendon really hurt that lineup. They lost the protection behind Ohtani. The Orioles, though, right now are the better team. They've won a number of one-run games, so that's a little bit fluky. That's why I think they're playing a little bit above their heads. Austin Voth making his 5th start of the year. And yes, I know it's an Aaron Rodgers Cup, but it's not why I got it. That's the only Green Bay Packers Cup I can get down here in Texas. They were one of my favorite teams growing up. Still are one of my favorite teams. I'm just not an Aaron Rodgers fan. Sorry if you're an Aaron Rodgers fan. I just don't like the condescending nature he has. I don't like the way he plays the quarterback position, even though he's probably the most talented to ever play it. I don't like how he's unable to perform under pressure. A lot of other quarterbacks are able to perform under pressure when things aren't perfect. We'll see how he does this year without having the weapons around him. We've seen historically in the past when he doesn't have weapons, Aaron Rodgers doesn't do well. Looks like we're just about set. Security leaving the field. Austin Voth taking the hill. Taylor Ward stepping into the box, and we finally have some morning baseball from Baltimore. It'll be Ward followed by Trout and Ohtani against Austin Voth. Your defensive alignment for the Orioles: McKenna in left, Mullins in center, Santander in right. Urias is your third baseman today, Mateo at short, Odor at second. Mountcastle is your first baseman today. Rutschman is your catcher. And Austin Voth deals strike one to Taylor Ward. Fouled away. Second pitch by Voth. Right down the middle. Ward fouls it back down the first base side. And it's quickly 0-2. Taylor does absolutely crush against the Orioles. Curveball here by Voth, flied out to left field, and McKenna is there and makes the catch. Ward gave that one a nice ride in the air, but medium deep there, McKenna is able to glide over and make the catch. Got under that one a little bit too much. Up next, Mike Trout. Our first time covering Mike Trout on a live this year anyway. As a Ranger fan, I've seen him do plenty of damage against the Rangers. I think he has career numbers against the Rangers anyway, as far as his best team to go up against. But it isn't like he struggles against anybody. This year, though, he's only hitting .268. Swing and a miss by Trout there. A good fastball by Voth on the outside corner and gets ahead of Trout. 24 home runs, 51 RBIs, a .369 on-base percentage for Trout. And Voth set. And the pitch to Trout. A little bit outside, a cutter that time, seeing if they could get Trout to chase. You really only have to worry about 3 bats in this Angel lineup, so why give him pitches to hit if you don't have to? The top of the order is really your only concern when it comes to the Angels. Let's see if they can prove me wrong today. Up and in. Trout able to fight that one back, and it's quickly 1-2. As Trout's gotten a little bit older, you've been able to see a more developed hot zone anyway for Trout, and so pitchers are nowhere to avoid a little bit better, but he's still Mike Trout. Unable to hold up on that one. Mike Trout's check swing is strike 3 there. That would probably have still been a strike there right on the outside corner, right at the top of the zone. Good pitch there by Voth. I think he surprised Trout with that one. Kind of an excuse me swing by Trout. Looks like he had him crossed up as to what to expect. Voth playing in his 100th career game today. Worked out of the bullpen primarily this year. Ohtani digs in, a .260 average, 19 home runs, an .843 OPS. Ball one there to Ohtani. Misses low. Voth set. And the pitch. Right at the bottom of the zone. Strike call there. 1-1. There's a cut fastball right in the same location. Another strike there, right at the bottom of the zone. And it's 1-2. This one just off the outside corner. Ohtani fouls it off, though, just to make sure. Most home runs since the start of last year. Ohtani third behind Vlad Guerrero and Aaron Judge with 65 home runs. Has been everything as advertised since coming over to the majors and then some. Ohtani digging back in. The set by Voth and the pitch. That's a great curveball there. Pitch tracks had that inside of the strike zone there, and that was very likely strike 3, honestly. That one is strike 3, a painted cutter on the outside corner. All Ohtani can do is just stare at it, and he is struck out. And, of course, got to make sure your hand doesn't have any of the sticky stuff on your hand as Voth walks off the field. Up next, it'll be Mullins, Mancini, and Mountcastle for the Orioles as we go to the bottom half of the first. Thank you guys for joining us. Had a few comments already today about the trade deadline. That's coming up in a couple of weeks. A news article today out of the New York Post, anyway, with John Heyman and Joel Sherman mentioning that Joey Gallo is being mentioned as far as a trade candidate. There have been discussions among other teams, most notably with former Rangers executives who have some experience with Joey Gallo. Another team that's been interested in him in the past is the Chicago White Sox, but of course they're struggling right now. We'll see if they even have a spot for him in their lineup. But maybe a trade to San Diego makes sense. AJ Preller, of course, knows him from his time with the Rangers. The Rangers are actually interested in getting him back as well, but it's not going to nearly be at the price point that they traded away for him. A couple of comments from Kent and Jessica already detailing some of that is that it's not going to cost nearly the prospect capital that it did for the Rangers to get him. Another name in that article was Andrew Benintendi of the Kansas City Royals, possibly going to the New York Yankees, but the prospect haul that the Royals are looking for might be a little bit prohibitive for the Yankees to do something like that, especially after they saw how the trade for Joey Gallo worked last year. Maybe they're not willing to invest something like that again in a one-year rental. Mountcastle is slugging .620 since May 30th. That's the fourth highest in Major League Baseball. Really coming on this year, having a breakthrough season for the Orioles. Then, of course, last year's All-Star representative for the Orioles, Cedric Mullins, is your leadoff hitter. Good speed, contact average, on-base guy, plays great defense as well. Suarez, this will make his 8th start of the year, has a 1-2 record, 4.30 ERA in 37 innings pitched, 9 strikeouts per 9. And the first pitch to Mullins, just off the outside corner, but catches a touch of it by the look of it. And strike 1 to Mullins. 4-pitch mix for Suarez, 5-pitch. 4-seam fastball, changeup, curveball, slider, and a sinker. Not very effective with that fastball, but the rest of his offerings are very successful. Curveball there, or a slider anyway, outside the zone, but it gets a swing and a miss from Mullins, and he's quickly behind 0-2. Mullins takes time to kind of process what he's seeing. 262 average for Mullins, 7 home runs, 32 RBIs. Had that walk-off hit earlier this week against the Rangers. That slider well outside the zone, and it's 1-2. Orioles are on a 7-game winning streak. They're hoping to get their first 8-game winning streak since 2005. That's a long time ago. Suarez the pitch, in the dirt, ball 2. I'm sure some of you that are with us weren't even alive back then. That's how long it's been since the Orioles have won 8 straight. Let's see if they can get something done today. A number of walk-off wins will do that for you. They do, like I mentioned earlier, they play a lot of one-run games. They're having a lot of success in those games, at least this week. That one in the dirt as well, and it's 3-2 now. Mullins able to lay off the last 3. Baltimore actually on the outside of the wild card picture. Maybe they could get some pieces around the periphery and without mortgaging their future. Right at the bottom of the zone, Mullins lines it to center. Trout is there after ranging over a couple of steps to his right. And there is one away here in the bottom of the first. The defensive alignment for the Angels, Harrison in left, Trout in center, Ward in right. Villar is your third baseman, Rengifo is your shortstop, Stefanik your second baseman, and David McKinnon is your first baseman, no longer a Pujols over there that's been there for a number of years. He, of course, is on the St. Louis Cardinals this year. Pujols able to work a deal to leave the Angels last year, ended up on the Dodgers. Fair ball, nice diving stop there, and a nice stretch there by McKinnon. Great defense there by the Angels. Mancini is retired. Wow. Jonathan Villar just ranged to his right, made a diving stop, threw over across his body back to first base, and he's able to get the slow-moving Trey Mancini. McKinnon had to stretch out into foul territory, actually, to catch that one. And 2 away. You don't see the Angels playing great defense very often, but that was an example of it. Great job there. A little bit of a wild throw by Villar, but they're able to get the out. Mountcastle is up. 2 away here in the bottom of the first. Right on the inside corner by Suarez. A sinker there at 92 miles an hour. Finds the zone. Mountcastle, a 277 hitter, 14 home runs, 33 RBIs. A 315 on-base percentage. 804 OPS. That one off the end of the bat, out to right, high in the air. Ward is there and makes the catch. And that's the end of one. No runs, no hits, no errors for the Angels. No runs, no hits, no errors for the Orioles. Game moving quickly so far today. Major League Baseball, of course, instituted the pitch communication software this year to where the team can signal via the catcher a little pad on the wrist as to what pitch to throw, little voice piece in the ear. I actually got to see it put in the hat yesterday at the Rangers game. It's about like this big that goes on the inside brim of the cap right above the ear, and allows the pitcher to hear where that pitch is thrown, what pitch to throw, that kind of thing. And then you can still shake off the sign, of course, but at least this will speed up the game as teams aren't having to throw down a bunch of signs just to confuse the other team that might be out or that might have a runner out at second that's trying to steal the sign. Don't have those worries this anymore, unless, of course, the catcher and pitcher just don't want to use the software. They don't have to. But it has made the game a lot more smooth for a viewership of fans whenever you go to the stadium. The game just moves a lot more quickly. Other improvements that the Major League Baseball is considering, of course, is the pitch clock. They're experimenting with that with all different levels of minor league baseball. That will be a thing, I believe, next year. Robo-ump, I believe, is the other thing that's being worked on different levels of the minors as well. That, however, I think is just about another year away. It seems like Manfred doesn't have the support yet from the players' union to be able to do something like that. But taking balls and strikes away from the umpires and allowing them to focus on the game on the field would be a lot more conducive environment for to grow the game, make the game move a lot faster. You'd also have a lot less arguing over ball strike calls as it would all be automated. I know some of you like the human error, the human element of the game, but it's error that you're focusing on there, that you're not acknowledging there, is that some of those calls are wrong. And having a pitcher, while it might be a human element of the game, being able to adjust to a wider strike zone or a narrower strike zone, that's not the way the game is written. That's not the way it's supposed to be played. And having less arguments about balls and strikes, honestly, would be very nice. Maybe you could police the game a little bit more. I'm tired of seeing home plate umpires, even though they're trying to focus on the ball strike call, also making the call on whether or not the batter went around on the swing. He may think he has a great advantage of it, but when you're trying to make the call a ball strike, you can't really focus on the bat as the ball is going through the zone or not. So you can't tell me that that's a good thing right now. For both the umpires and Major League Baseball. 1-2 now to Stasi as he fouls off that four-seam fastball from Voth. I could see the Angels moving a guy like Stasi at the deadline if they're able to get some decent pieces back. Ground ball right to the third baseman on the line. Flips on to first, and Stasi is retired for the first out of the inning. No hits yet in today's game. Will we see a double no-hitter? No. That'd be absolutely freaky if we did. We did see a no-hitter in minor league baseball at least last night. Hickory Crawdads threw a 10-inning no-hitter, a combined no-hitter. I believe they're a high A minor league team. Luis Rengifo digging in. 247 hitter, 680 on base percentage, does have 5 home runs. A little bit of pop in that bat. Bats from the left side. That one misses by about 6 inches off the outside corner, and it's 1-0. Appreciate you guys joining us on a Sunday morning. Watching some morning baseball between the Angels and Orioles. Orioles have had, I believe, 5 walk-offs this past week as they've won 7 straight now, going for 8 straight. That one finds the zone, and it's 1-1. The set and the pitch by Voth. Misses with that cutter inside. Looks like they're trying to go upstairs with it, but a little too far in to be able to get something like that done. Wow, got 17 of you guys with us. Appreciate you. 2-1 now the count to Rengifo. That one misses as well. Could we have our first base runner of the game here? As I mentioned earlier, the Angels do have a lot of guys willing to work the walk in their lineup. They just don't have a lot of guys willing to make drive them in anyway. Up to 21. Wow. Appreciate you guys joining the live. If you haven't already hit the subscribe, please do so. As Rengifo rolls over that one to Odor, and that's the second out of the inning. Voth up to 22 pitches now on the day. During that 7-game win streak, the Orioles swept the Texas Rangers, have taken the first 2 of this series against the Angels as they look to close out the series here with yet another sweep. Wow. We keep gaining viewers. I appreciate you guys for joining us, up to 25. Really appreciate you guys joining us here on an early Sunday morning. Voth set and the pitch to Villar, or VR anyway. Jonathan VR filling in for Anthony Rendon, who is out for the year after being injured. That pitch misses, and it's 1-0. News out of Wimbledon. Novak Djokovic, who just won, or who was facing Nick Kyrgios, just won his Wimbledon there, that he becomes the second oldest winner of Wimbledon. That just popped up on the screen. Congratulations to Djokovic. Don't really cover tennis, but every now and again we'll mention a thing or two if it pops up, but Djokovic gets the title. 2-0 though the count to VR here in our game anyway. That one, four-seam fastball right down the middle, pounded it straight down into the dirt and foul. And it's 2-1. Voth set. And the pitch. Right on the outside corner, a little dribbler, but will roll foul, and it's going to be 2-2 now the count to the Angels' third baseman. Anthony Rendon came over from the Nationals on that massive deal, I think it was a 7-year, $225 million, $245 million deal. Can't remember the exact number. I want to say $245 million deal from the Nationals, and just things have not worked out at all. Has struggled offensively since coming over to the Angels. He was expected to provide some insurance in that lineup, lengthen out that lineup. Tell me if you've heard that before. We've seen the Angels try that a number of different times, whether it be Justin Upton, Josh Hamilton, Albert Pujols, as trying to supplement the lineup around Mike Trout, and none of those signings worked the way they'd hoped. All of them turned out to be albatrosses. Swing and a miss. Voth is able to get the strikeout there, reached back for a little bit extra on that one. And we're 6 up, 6 down so far for the Angels. In the bottom half of the inning, we will have the Orioles with Santander, Rushman, and Urias due up against Jose Suarez, the Angels starter. Appreciate all you guys joining us. We've talked a little bit about the MLB trade deadline today. A little bit of news out of the New York Yankees is that they are actively talking about Joey Gallo trades. A number of different teams have at least checked on him. Most notably teams that are with Rangers executives in their front office. The Texas Rangers have actually reached out about Joey Gallo as well, just inquiring about his availability and what a cost might be, something like that. The Yankees, of course, could use the space salary-wise to be able to go after another player like an Andrew Benintendi, who was also mentioned in that New York Post article that he is a target for the Yankees. But it seems like the fit of Gallo with the Yankees just hasn't worked out at all, and so the trade package that was given to the Rangers for him is not going to be what it's going to cost to get him. Maybe a middling prospect or maybe a major league bench player would be something that the Yankees could get back for the expiring contract of a Joey Gallo. But teams that have at least reached out, the Texas Rangers, the San Diego Padres, and the Chicago White Sox, they're the one team that had interest before the Yankees acquired him. They're the one team that doesn't have Rangers executives in their front office that has at least checked in on the possibility. The Twins, of course, are another team with Rangers front office personnel in charge there. Thad Levine is the GM there, but they have not checked in on a Joey Gallo deal. Other pieces that are expected to be moved around the deadline, we already mentioned Andrew Benintendi. The Red Sox have checked in on him in the past as far as reacquiring a guy like Benintendi. The Yankees, of course, have been interested in on the White Sox have also checked in on the price of Benintendi, but he's expiring contract this year, pending UFA. Teams are a little bit leery of going after pending UFAs as far as giving up number one prospects, that kind of thing, to go after him. Other players that could be dealt at the deadline, most notably, are going to be players like Jose Quintana of the Pirates, who's had a nice bounce back year there. He's on a 1-year, $4 million deal. Martin Perez has been mentioned as a trade candidate. Had a tough start yesterday, giving up 6 runs in the 4th inning, but was still able to get through 6. Has definitely changed the way he was able to perform as a pitcher. Let his emotions get the better of him in his early days in his career. Nowadays, a lot more established as a starter, and his numbers are actually not fluky this year. It seems he might have finally turned a corner. So teams looking to trade for him, he might be getting the next Lance Lynn, who finds a little bit more success later on in his career. The biggest names out there on the trade market, of course, Luis Castillo probably commands the most value out of all the pieces on the market. The Cincinnati Reds are not going to go anywhere this year in the playoffs. They are expected to be a seller at the deadline. They also have Tyler Mahle, another starter at on the trade block as well. But teams like the Yankees have checked in on him as well. A number of young starters in that Yankees staff. They performed very, very, very well this year, well above their head, as that pitch is fouled off by Santander, and it's 1-2. But a trade of Luis Castillo might make a lot of sense for a number of teams out there. Oakland A's are also rumored to be a seller at the deadline. They've sold off like 5 players already since the lockout ended anyway. Frankie Montas is probably their best trade chip right now. The Blue Jays apparently had a trade worked out for him, but that did not end up going through. Santander off the end of the bat, lazy fly out there to Trout, who ranges a few steps to his right, and that's the first out of the inning. Suarez so far 13 pitches, 4 up, 4 down. But Adley Rutschman now digging in for the Orioles, the first-round pick by the Orioles a few years ago. He has taken over the main catching responsibilities this year. They did bring in a veteran, Robinson Trinos, to help him learn the ropes, handle the pitching staff a little bit better. Suarez set, the lefty deals to Rutschman. Nice four-seam fastball in the inner third of the plate. Fought off by Rutschman, and it's 0-1. Orioles seeking their 8th straight victory. Let me know in the chat if you guys knew that they were actually on a 7-game win streak before you tuned into us. I certainly did not. I knew that they have had a very good week. They've had a number of different walk-off wins, one-run victories as well. Rutschman rolls over that one to short. Rengifo fires on to first. McKinnon makes the stretch and the catch, and there's quickly 2 away. Ramon Urias is due up next, hitting .233 on the year, .664 OPS with 6 home runs on the year. Still have yet to have a base runner in today's game. Don't think we're going to have a double no-hitter, but hey, you can always hope so. Strike curveball there right down the middle. Suarez throws a lot of off-speed pitches. That fastball does get knocked around a little bit on him, so expect a lot of off-speed pitches today from the left-hander. Lowered his ERA already in this game down to 4.08. This one a changeup down the middle. Another lazy fly ball out to Mike Trout. Takes a few steps back towards the wall, onto the track, and makes the catch. And that's the third out of the inning. No runs, no hits, no errors for the Angels. No runs, no hits, no errors for the Orioles. Perfect through 2. For the Angels to have Stefanik, the second baseman, to be followed by McKinnon and Harrison. Going up against Austin Voth. Voth again making his 5th start of the year for the Orioles. Primarily been used as a bullpen piece before now. Here at the Upside, we cover all 4 major sports: NBA, MLB, NFL, and the NHL. NHL Free Agency just about to get upon us. Starts on the 13th anyway. A number of different moves made by teams. Yesterday anyway, the Nashville Predators signed their centerman, their franchise player, Philip Forsberg, to an 8-year, $70 million deal. We're going to do a live stream on Wednesday when free agency kicks off. So keep it tuned here to the Upside to stay up to date on all the latest from the NHL on Wednesday. We may end up doing a live stream of a baseball game anyway, that evening. But make sure you give us a follow. That way you can stay up to date on your favorite team. MLB trade deadline is just a couple weeks away. We've talked a lot about the options that are on the table right now. NBA free agency just got underway a few days ago. Jalen Brunson's expected to sign his contract officially tomorrow. 4 years, $104 million to go to the Knicks. But of course, it's not about free agency this year for the NBA. It's mainly going to be about the trade market. Kevin Durant's been dominating that talk. Where will he go? What will his package end up costing? Is Donovan Mitchell now going to request a trade out of Utah now that Gobert's been traded and his best friend on the team has been traded? A lot of trade talk right now in the NBA. NFL, it's pretty much all quiet for the NFL right now outside of the news that Baker Mayfield got moved to the Carolina Panthers for a $3.5 million salary reduction. Teams are going to split the cost of Baker Mayfield's salary this year, and they're going to get a conditional 5th back from the Panthers. First pitch swinging there, and Stefanik singles on a line drive to center. Nice piece of hitting, and the no-hitter is over. For those of you who are wondering just how far this game was going to go without a hit. We're already in the top of the 3rd. The game is moving very quickly so far today. David McKinnon digging into the box, a 167 average. Doesn't have a lot of plate appearances so far this year, though. No home runs, 4 RBIs. The pitch, little cutter on the inside half of the plate, and it's 0-1. 26% strikeout rate this season for the Angels. That's the highest in Major League Baseball. You hear about 3 true outcomes. The Angels are definitely that. They struggle to actually make contact with the ball. Nice piece of hitting there by McKinnon. Lofts it out to deep center. Mullins on the edge of the track anyway, makes the catch, fires it back into second, and chases Stefanik back to first. Ballpark able to hold that one. If he hits it anywhere else to any other part of the ballpark, maybe that one gets out. Appreciate you guys joining us here on a Sunday, watching some afternoon baseball if you're on the East Coast, some morning baseball if you're a fan of the Angels on the West Coast. Monty Harrison looking for his first hit of the year. Angels going very young today with their lineup. Voth, a quick pickoff attempt over to Stefanik, and he's back standing. He has worked a walk though so far this year. I think this is only the second or third game for Harrison anyway. Another pickoff attempt by Voth. This time Stefanik back standing a little bit more quickly this time. When you struggle to get base hits, you try to get or take the advantage any way you can. Stealing a base might be on the mind of the Angels here. Strike one on the inside half of the plate, four-seam fastball by Voth. Powers it past Harrison. Voth already dropped his ERA about a half a run so far today, not allowing a run through 2 1/3 so far. Voth set and the pitch. Another fastball up and in this time. Fought off by Harrison down the first base line, and it's quickly 0-2. Voth already has 3 strikeouts on the day. Voth set and the pitch. In the dirt. Rutschman able to block it and keep Stefanik at first base, and it's 1-2 now. Appreciate you guys joining us here at the Upside. We do cover all 4 major sports, cover every team in all leagues anyway. So if you haven't hit that subscribe button, please do so. Keep you up to date on whatever's happening with your favorite team. If you're a fan of the Brooklyn Nets, what's going on with Kevin Durant? If you're a fan of the New York Yankees, what's going on with Joey Gallo? Are they going to make a trade for a starter? If you're a fan of the Lakers, are they finally going to make a trade for Kyrie Irving? The Packers, do they really have a chance to be a success without having Devontae Adams as a weapon for Aaron Rodgers? In the NHL, with the Colorado Avalanche repeat, where does John Klingberg end up going? Is Jake Ottinger going to be given an offer sheet this year after proving he is ready to take that next step as a star goalie in the NHL? Harrison deep down to right or out to right field. That one might be gone, and it is. Nice piece of hitting by Harrison. His first hit of the year, and it's gone. He is pumped up. Can't really blame him. And it's quickly 2-0. Wow. Nice piece of hitting by Harrison. Trout and Ohtani getting some help today. Fantastic job by Harrison. Taking that pitch, fighting it off. I thought he might be just down the line, foul territory. Nope, he was able to keep that ball fair by a mile and able to power it over the tall wall out there in right field in Baltimore, and it's quickly 2-0. Angels on top of the Orioles. Don't know what the pause is here. Orioles are asking about something. Now the umpires confer. Always wish they had a mic on with these guys just to – looks like they might be reviewing something. Or at least getting their earbuds in and talking to – what? Yo, what about C-Mac and Wayside Supermax running county fades? I don't know at all what you're talking about. Christian McCaffrey, is that what you're talking about? Either way, thank you guys for joining us. Oh, they're saying if you touched first base. Okay. They're making sure you actually touched first. He almost missed it. He was so excited he hit the home run. But he made contact there. That's what the review is for, to see if he actually touched all the bases going around. Yep, and call stands as we might expect. Wow, 32 you guys. That might be the highest I've ever gotten in a live. Thank you guys for joining us. Really do appreciate it. It's a great start to the day for Sunday afternoon baseball. Sunday morning if you're still on the West Coast. Harrison very excited after getting his first hit of the year, homering out to right. Almost missed touching first base though, and that's why we had the review there. But as it stands, it's 2-0. Voth, first pitch. Ward drives this one all the way out to the warning track, but Mullins is there to make the catch. And that's the second out of the inning. Trout digs in and takes ball up and in. As I mentioned before the game started, Trout and Ohtani just haven't gotten much help over the past, 3 years essentially, both in the lineup and from the pitching staff. Mullins, as they show on the telecast anyway, one of the best outfielders defensively in all Major League Baseball, recording 23 outs above average. That's by far the most by any outfielder over the last 3 years. Voth set, and the pitch. Cutter misses outside, and it's 2-0 to Mike Trout. Working gingerly to Mike Trout after giving up that home run to Harrison. He did get the strikeout, though, in the first of Trout. We'll see if he can battle back here. 267 average for Trout, 24 home runs, a 971 OPS. Right down the middle at the top of the zone. And swing and a miss by Trout. Trout likes that ball down in the zone, so he's a little bit different than other hitters. Most hitters like that ball up and be able to crush that ball a little bit further away. Trout, over the years, has really hammered that ball down. Another fastball at the top of the zone. Trout pops this one all the way up. Ruigi coming over and makes the catch, and that's the third out of the inning. However, the Angels get on the board, a 2-run home run by Monty Harrison, excuse me. And the Angels lead 2-0. Let us know where you're watching from. Who's your favorite team? We mentioned a little bit about the MLB trade deadline coming up in a few weeks. The MLB draft coming up next week. All-Star game is also next week. A lot of baseball news coming out in the next couple of weeks. But the news today, anyway, is out of the New York Yankees that they're actively talking about Joey Gallo trades. I expect him to be gone, honestly, within the next week, as they look to free up some salary space to be able to make moves at the deadline, possibly go after a starter, a nice outfield bat to supplement their lineup, more of a contact hitter. That might help even out their lineup a little bit, get somebody on base in front of Aaron Judge. Also news that they're interested, or at least talked about, Andrew Benintendi of the Kansas City Royals. Jose Quintana's name has also come up in recent days as far as a starter that's likely to be traded at the deadline. NHL free agency begins in a couple of days. Keep it tuned here to the Upside. We'll do a live on Wednesday during when free agency is on. There's a number of different telecasts out there that you can watch as far as free agency. I hope you guys watch some of them as well, as their broadcasts are fantastic. We will keep you live here on the YouTube anyway. If you're unable to watch one of those channels, let you know of what team signs which player, trades that go down. A lot of transactions are done on the first day of free agency in the NHL, unlike a lot of other sports anyway. They do most of their transactions all in one day, so it's something to keep an eye out for coming up this week. The MLB draft is coming up. Drew Jones is expected to be the top overall pick, but will the Orioles actually go that route? The last several years that they've had the number one pick, they've opted to go ahead and split that money between their first and second pick so that they can get a little bit better prospect with that second pick and entice somebody out of a commitment to college or something like that and convince him to sign. We'll see if that's the route they go, or if they are willing to go the Drew Jones route, maybe that means that they're actually going to stay in contention during the season and not sell off pieces yet again, as Drew Jones is probably the most MLB-ready prospect in the draft right now. First pitch to Suarez, a bender that comes in there to McKenna, and it's 0-1. McKenna, of course, had the go-ahead home run in the game against the Rangers earlier this week, and then they had the walk-off single by McKenna or by Mullins to win it after the Rangers battled back. McKenna off the fist there. Stefanik drifts out to short center field and makes the catch, and there's one away. They show Phil and Tyler Nevin exchanging the lineup card before the game. Phil Nevin, of course, major leaguer with the San Diego Padres and Colorado Rockies, I believe, at one point. Tyler Nevin, the prospect for the Orioles, on their bench today. Rougned Odor digs in a .203 batting average. He's never really been much of an average hitter. After having a short time in his career where he was a contact hitter, he made the change to become a power hitter after he realized that's where players were getting paid and said, the heck with this batting average thing, I'm going to sell out for the home run, and has. And that's really worked out to his advantage for a number of years, got him a lengthy extension with the Rangers. That did not end well, though. Played last year with the Yankees. This year has moved on to Baltimore. That power has continued here. Suarez gets him to swing at that one and fouls it off down the first base line, jamming him there. And it's quickly 0-2. The pitch. Odor grounds it over to the first base side. McKinnon makes the nice play, jogs onto first, and retires Odor. And there's two away here in the bottom of the third. Jorge Mateo up next. Suarez has been perfect for the Angels through 2 2/3 so far today. Angels 2 runs, 2 hits, no errors. Orioles no runs, no hits, no errors. Mateo hitting 192, a 565 OPS. Does have 6 home runs on the year. Suarez set, and the pitch. Fouled away by Mateo, able to catch up to that 93-mile-an-hour fastball on the outside corner. Thank you guys for subscribing. Saw one of y'all did join us. If you haven't already done that or done so, please do so. Up to 318, trying to get over 1,000 anyway. That way I can do that or do this a lot more often for you guys. The more content I'm able to provide, the more time I have to do it, the more content I can give you guys. Mateo gets underneath that one, lifts it out to right. Ward is there and makes the catch. 3 up, 3 down again for Suarez. Another perfect inning. Ohtani will lead things off for the Angels in the next half, followed by Stasi and Rengifo. But if you haven't subscribed, we cover all 4 of the major sports: NFL, MLB, NHL, and the NBA. We cover all teams in all of those sports. Doesn't matter if it's the LA Lakers, who didn't make the playoffs last year, or the Golden State Warriors, who actually took the title. East Coast or West Coast. Canadian team or not, we cover them all. As I mentioned, we might be doing a live later on today, if depending on how quickly this game goes, of the Rangers and Twins series. News out of the Rangers is that they've recalled Matt Bush for the game. Colby Allard, who was just recalled from AAA Round Rock, is sent back the other direction. Colby Allard's season of up and down, up and down, up and down between AAA and Major League Baseball continues. But Rangers getting another one of their bullpen pieces back before the finale of that series. That series has been very entertaining so far. 5 home runs in the game last night. I was able to watch those live, and they were fantastic. I missed catching a home run ball by about that much, as the Byron Buxton double in the game yesterday missed me by about 6 to 8 feet from getting out. Went off the top of the wall yesterday. Just a little bit higher, and I would have had a chance for it. But as I mentioned, pretty much in every live that I've done, if you get a chance to go to a live game, please do so. Uh, Best fan experience I've ever had at a game is at an NHL game. Football, you sit a little too far away from the crowd, so it's a little bit different. But hockey, you're right up on it. If you get right up against the glass, you don't even have to be right there. First, second, third, fourth, fifth row, you get a great view. Major League Baseball, the way they build these ballparks now, even if you get a nosebleed seat, cheapest seat in the ballpark, you're still going to have a great view of the game. You're going to have a great time. A lot of good food at the ballparks as well nowadays. Kids can have a good time, play wiffle ball out there. It's a great time to enjoy with the family. Wow, that was a hearty swing by Ohtani on that one, and it's 1-1. You can see that bat speed is really there for Ohtani. Generates a lot of power with that swing. Voth misses with that one. Kind of slipped out of his hand, a curveball there. 2-1 now to Ohtani. There's a cutter well off the plate inside, but Ohtani offers at it, and it's now 2-2. I don't know why he swung at that one. That one almost hit him in the knee. If he had stood still, it probably does hit him in the knee. Kind of corkscrewed himself so hard, or that he swung so hard on that one. The set and the pitch. Outside, and it's full to Ohtani. Voth unhappy, missed his spot on that one. And strike three. Nice pitch by Voth. Got a swing and a miss from Ohtani. Nice little cutter right at the bottom of the zone. Not sure if it would have been called a strike, but that's the fourth strikeout now for Voth. He has given up that 2-run home run to Harrison, though, in the last inning. Game going quickly so far today. Appreciate all you guys joining us. Consistently over 20 viewers. Y'all are sticking around, so I appreciate you guys sticking around and watching us today. You might not be in a market where you can watch your favorite team play, or listen to the radio broadcast, so we're glad we're able to at least do some of that for you guys occasionally. Doing the Angels and Orioles today. Going to do the Yankees and Red Sox game tonight, so keep your eyes open for that one. We'll probably start our coverage a little bit early on that game. Go over some of the trade deadline news and notes, see if anything happened around the world of sports. Fouled off there by Stasi, and it's 2-1. Or Max Stassi, depending on how you pronounce it. Nice play there by a fan, making a barehanded catch. All matching shirts for that group, all Hawaiian shirts. And that one is fouled off as well, and it's 2-2. Voth up to 50 pitches here in the fourth. He's not fully lengthened out as a starter yet. As I mentioned, this is only his fifth start of the year, 27th appearance anyway. Worked primarily as a bullpen arm earlier this year, giving him a chance to be a starter anyway. Stasi rolls over that one, foul. Still 2-2. 78-mile-an-hour curveball. Angels, of course, are 7 games back of a wild card. Orioles are in front of them, only 3 games back of a wild card spot. Every other team in the American League East right now is in a wild card or division leading position. Stasi pops it up, and Odor is there to make the catch. 2 away here in the fourth. They show that replay again. That was a very nice leaning over catch by that fan. Somebody should look to sign him. They got the Orioles Hawaiian logo shirt that they got. All three of them grouped up. Rengifo digs in for his second turn. Swing on a miss on the changeup low. Trout and Ohtani getting a little bit of help today, at least offensively. Perfect start today for Jose Suarez on the other side of the ball. Rengifo is your shortstop today. The pitch by Voth. A little tapper foul down the first base line. 0-2. Orioles will lead it off with Mullins, Mancini, and Mountcastle in the next half. Voth set, and the pitch. Upstairs fouled off again by Rengifo and stays alive, 0-2. Probably was a little high and a little, probably would have been called a ball there, but anything close, they teach you even in Little League, swing at anything close. Don't let the umpire call you out. Don't have to worry about that, though, with robo-umps hopefully coming within the next couple of years. That pitch in the dirt bounces in front of home plate, and it's 1-2. 4 strikeouts so far for Austin Voth today. Looking for his 5th. Voth looks in. The pitch. Nice cut fastball there, right on the inside part of the plate. Fouled off. It looked like it just caught a piece of the bat anyway, but Rutschman makes the catch. That pitch was inside by about 3 or 4 inches, but able to entice the swing. But Rutschman able to hold on to the foul tip, and we go to the bottom half of the 4th. Mullins, Mancini, and Mountcastle due up next. We'll see if the Orioles can get anything going. Suarez has been perfect through 3, 2 runs, 2 hits, no errors for the Angels, no runs, no hits, no errors for the Orioles. As I mentioned, MLB trade deadline's coming up in a couple of weeks anyway, and a lot of different avenues teams can go. Seattle Mariners, we haven't really mentioned yet, already made a move. They got Carlos Santana from the Kansas City Royals to take over that first base spot. Mainly the Royals wanted to get their number 3 prospect, Pasquantino, their first base prospect, in the lineup anyway and getting major league at-bats. He started out his career pretty well, has a good eye at the plate, and seems to be the right move for the Royals, getting some youth, seeing if they can get anything going. They're already having a year based on youth anyway with Bobby Witt Jr., of course, there. They may end up trading Whit Merrifield finally this year, so if you're interested in having multi-position flexibility, Whit Merrifield might be the guy for you. Andrew Benintendi, though, is the number 1 candidate expected to be traded by the Royals. I don't expect them to go after a contract extension with him, as the interest in him seems to be legitimate. A couple of big powerhouse teams out there have already checked in on him. The Red Sox have actually asked about his availability, even though they just traded him away to the Royals this past offseason, or recently anyway. And then the Yankees have also checked in on Andrew Benintendi, and that's happened as early as this past weekend, that they've been interested in him, with possibly Joey Gallo going to another team. We already mentioned Jose Quintana being the number 1 trade piece for the Pirates this year on a modest contract and a bounce-back year. Luis Castillo is probably going to command the biggest return on the trade market. I fully expect the Yankees to be the number 1 team after him at the deadline. They really need some veteran starting pitching, because I don't think you can count on that youth in the playoffs or even as the season winds down. Just a lot of things that can go wrong with young starting pitching. But the Yankees have played really well. They've been world beaters so far this year, but I don't think you can ride the things they are right now. They need to push their chips to the center and make sure they get that World Series title. It's been a long time now since the Yankees have won a championship, at least for them anyway. First pitch to Mullins, way upstairs. Suarez this time fires a 90-mile-an-hour sinker up and in to Mullins that finds the zone, and it's 1-1. Other players that are expected to be on the market as far as starting pitchers anyway, Tyler Mahle, also of the Cincinnati Reds, a number of the young starters, Garrett Cooper from the Miami Marlins, Frankie Montas of the Oakland A's. Those are your most likely trade candidates at the deadline. That one just misses off the outside corner, and it's 2-1 to Mullins. Mullins hitting .261, .718 OPS with 7 home runs. Suarez has worked a perfect 3 innings so far, but has yet to record a strikeout. The pitch. Popped up by Mullins, right over home plate. Stasi looking, makes the catch. That literally went straight up, almost came back down right where it was hit. And there is one away. Good job by the Stasi there, not losing it in the light, or in the sunlight anyway. Trey Mancini, designated hitter today, digging in. .280 average with 8 home runs, 34 RBIs, and a .771 OPS. Suarez set and deals a nice slider in there right at the knees, strike 1 on the inside corner. Suarez set. The lefty deals. This one well inside, 93-mile-an-hour fastball. Looks like it actually might have caught him, and it did. That's going to be a hit by pitch for Suarez, and the perfect game is over. Still has the no-hitter intact, though. Can't accuse me of a broadcaster's jinx anyway, as I've been mentioning it a few times. Yeah, that did nail him square in the knee. Maybe just above the knee, actually. Like that far above the knee. With that, though, that's the first base runner for the Orioles today. Suarez up to 30 pitches now here in the bottom of the 4th. Only scoring so far was a home run by the Angels, Harrison. Mountcastle goes the opposite way as well. This one off the top of the wall and gets away from Ward and bounces towards center. He's going to stop, though, at second. That should score Mancini, though, from first. And it does. Stand-up double there by Mountcastle. Honestly, I think he probably should have been at third base, but they hold him to a double, and it's 2-1. No hitter, shutout. Both end with that one from Suarez. Nice piece of hitting by Mountcastle. Looks like the ball might be carrying out to right a little bit more than usual. Saw that earlier this week as well when we watched the Rangers and Orioles game this year, or last week anyway. That's Mountcastle's 24th extra base hit since June 1st. That's the most in Major League Baseball since then. Anthony Santander digs in. He's 0 for 1 on the day. Changeup up and away to Santander, misses badly. And it's 1-0. All the action seems to be going towards right field, so we'll see what happens here. Is Santander going to go the other way with the lefty on the mound, the switch hitter? That pitch misses up and in, as Stasi bluffs a throw down to second. Mountcastle has a little chuckle for him. Highest slugging percentage since May 30th, minimum 125 plate appearances. Yordan Alvarez is number 1. Mountcastle is 4th on that list with a .620 slugging percentage since then. 2-0 to Santander. Suarez set, and the pitch. Misses high again with that curveball. 3-0, the count to Santander. Suarez starting to lose location now this inning. Santander, a .240 hitter, 15 homers, 42 RBIs. and a 747 OPS. Santander looking for a pitch he can drive, and that one's well upstairs, and that's a 4-pitch walk. That'll entice a mound visit here. Catcher comes out to speak with Suarez. We'll see if they bring out the pitching coach as well. Adley Rutschman due up next. Runners on first and second. 1 run already in here in the bottom of the 4th. Orioles looking to get back in it. If you missed the start of the game anyway, we mentioned that the Orioles are on a 7-game win streak right now with a number of come-from-behind wins, a lot of walk-off wins over that stretch. Looking to come from behind again here today after suffering a 2-0 early deficit. Rutschman looking to pull them even or even get the lead here with a extra base hit. That one misses well outside. Suarez falls behind 1-0. Over his last 25 games, Rutschman is hitting .264, 16 extra base hits, and is slugging .540. He's cut that strikeout rate in half as well since the start of the season. He's performing much better as of late. Orioles have something to really look forward to at the catcher position. Suarez misses outside again. That one just a little bit off the plate, but doesn't get the call, and it's 2-0. Suarez staring down the home plate umpire, wondering why he didn't get that call. You still missed the zone, buddy. You were closer, but it's still not a strike. Two and 0 now the count to Rutschman, looking for a pitch he can handle. Changeup at the bottom of the zone, fouled away by Rutschman down the left field line. Off the screen. Ball given to a good fan out there. Still not a big crowd out there for Orioles games. Of course, it is an early day game anyway. So if you are an Orioles fan, your team is playing much better. Do I believe that they're playing at the level of the 7-game win streak that they are with all the 1-run victories? No, I don't think they're that good, but they're still a lot better. So come out and cheer for your Orioles. They've performed very well and deserve your support. If you're an Angel fan, they need to get going. They don't really have much prospect depth to trade from. They don't really have major league talent to trade away at the deadline. So they're just going to need you to get behind them and support them, because right now, if you don't, you're probably going to lose Ohtani at the end of the season. They need to win games, and any inspiration that they can get to possibly win those games, consider it. Not just for you. You always will have a good time at a baseball game. Another walk there by Rutschman, blocked by Stasi. And the bases are full. I think that will probably entice a mound visit now from the – yep. And the trainer's coming out now too. Or excuse me, not trainer. That's a translator, sorry. Suarez struggling to find the zone here in the bottom of the 4th. Bases are going to be loaded. Urias is due up next, a .232 hitter, 661 OPS, does have 6 home runs on the year. This would be a great time for one of those, really kickstart the offense today. Angels still hold the lead, though. It's 2-1 right now here in the bottom of the 4th. Orioles, though, bases full with only 1 out. And we are set. Urias does not have a grand slam in his career. With bases loaded, he is not hitting well either, a 188 average. Suarez misses with yet another pitch, curveball off the plate, and it's 1-0. Looks like the Orioles hitters are not going to let Suarez be bailed out. 10 of his last 11 pitches have all been balls. The set and the pitch. Just off the outside corner. Gets a very friendly call there by the umpire. Robo ump definitely calls that one a ball, though. Just off the outside corner. I mean, it was close, but it's still a ball. Got the four-seamer over there, and it's 1-1. Suarez set and the pitch. That one in the dirt, and it's 2-1. Urias still not going to bail out Suarez. Suarez hasn't shown that he's able to come inside the zone and throw the ball for a strike yet. Bases loaded here in the bottom of the fourth. Thank you guys for joining us. Peguero is throwing in the Angels bullpen. Suarez set. 2-1 here in the bottom of the fourth. Bases loaded. One out for the Orioles. The pitch. Swing and a miss. Good pitch there by Suarez. Actually came inside the zone to Urias. Urias was ready for it. Just was not able to catch up to that one. Urias gave a hearty swing at that one, trying to get his first career grand slam. As it stands, 2-2. That one off the end of the bat will get down in front of Trout. One run will score. Will they get two? They do. And it's 3-2. Orioles come in front. Nice piece of hitting there by Urias. Comes through with the bases full. You got to wonder if that's going to be it for Suarez. Seems to have lost all control. It's now 3-2. 2 runs, 2 hits, no errors for the Angels. 3 runs, 2 hits, no errors for the Orioles. But Suarez has started to lose his command. Urias stays on that pitch all the way through. Drops it in front of Mike Trout. Very nice piece of hitting. Runners will be on first and second after Rutschman had to hold up at second base after Trout fielded that ball. McKenna takes strike one right down the middle. Or excuse me, swings at strike one right down the middle. Did not miss that pitch by much. If he had made contact as hard as he was swinging, that pitch probably travels a ways. Sorry, Angels fans. It looks like the wheels might be coming off, at least from the pitching side. 0-1 to McKenna. The pitch. Right at the top of the zone. Fastball again. Fastball has not been his best pitch this year, but that seems to be the only pitch he's able to throw for a strike right now. So if the Orioles hitters can catch up to it, they know what's coming. It's now 0-2 to McKenna, 1 out. 3 runs already in this inning for the Orioles. That pitch above the zone a little bit that time. Got McKenna to chase, but fouls it off. 253 average for McKenna, 1 home run, 6 RBIs. Swing and a miss by McKenna, and that's the first strikeout of the game for Suarez. Nice piece of pitching, battling back after giving up 3 so far this inning by Suarez. Rougned Odor will be next. The lefty taking on the lefty today. McKenna way out in front on that one. Suarez up to 49 pitches now. Odor on the year with runners in scoring position, a .217 hitter with 3 home runs. That's a ball in the dirt in the other batter's box. There's a strike at the top of the zone, and it's 1-1. 2 outs here in the fourth. 3 runs already in for the Orioles. Thank you guys for joining us. If you're just joining us, remember to hit that subscribe button. We'll keep you up to date on anything happening, NBA, MLB, NHL, and the NFL. Odor rearranges all of his gloves. Is third among second basemen with home runs. Among all active second basemen, most career home runs anyway. The pitch to Odor off the handle, goes the other way. One of the few times Odor has gone the other way. That will plate another run as Rutschman sprints home. Odor had a wide turnaround first as the throw came back into first behind Odor, but he is in there safely, and it's now 4-2 Orioles. And that's going to be it for Suarez as the wheels have completely come off. Peguero will be coming in. 4-2 Orioles here in the bottom of the fourth inning. Jorge Mateo due up next. Nice inside-out swing by Odor. Able to drive home Rutschman. He leaves with the 2 runners on. His will be his responsibility. First 10 hitters of the game, Suarez was able to retire. 6 of the last 7 have been able to reach. So a tale of 2 performances anyway for Suarez there. A lot of success early, nothing doing here in the fourth. 2 runs, 2 hits, no errors for the Angels. 4 runs, 3 hits, no errors so far for the Orioles today. If Mateo should reach, it will be Mullins followed by Mancini. Peguero coming in has a 6.52 earned run average on the year. While we wait for them to get back from commercial break, just kind of touch on some of the news and notes around MLB. As I mentioned, the Orioles are on a 7-game win streak, looking for their 8th today. Trade deadline heating up. MLB draft is coming up as well in the next few days. Keep your eyes peeled for what happens there. Drew Jones is expected to be the number 1 consensus pick right now, but of course the Orioles have been known to play around with that first pick. They like to save money and use that money and get a better prospect with that second pick and entice a better player out of a college commitment. We'll see if that ends up happening this year. Drew Jones, though, is by far thought of as the number 1 prospect. He is, of course, the son of Andrew Jones. We'll see where he ends up going. He will not fall past number 3 to the Texas Rangers, I can guarantee you. But we may end up broadcasting the draft here. We'll see. A lot of options to choose from as far as what we can live stream. Let us know in the comment section what you think, which event you'd like us to stream. We've done a lot of baseball over the past few weeks. There's a lot of baseball games coming up that we'll do until the NFL season gets underway, training camps and all that. We will broadcast on Wednesday the NHL Free Agency, so keep your eyes peeled. We'll probably come on around 9 or 10 before free agency kicks off. But a lot of moves already out there. John Klingberg, the defenseman from the Dallas Stars, is expected to be the number 1 player available. That's expected to change teams at least, as they did draft 5 defensemen in the draft a few days ago. Seems like they've replenished their depth there. Might look to save money on the back end as they have a couple of RFAs that they need to sign in Jake Ottinger and Robertson. Looks like we're back from commercial break, and Peguero misses the zone there. 96-mile-an-hour fastball to Mateo. 2 outs here in the bottom of the fourth inning. 4 runs across here in the fourth for the Orioles. Peguero set, and the pitch. Swing and a miss at a ball down low again, and it's now 1-1. Mateo stays alive there and fouls that one off, and it's 1-2. Let us know which players you'd like your team to trade for at the deadline. There's a lot of different options out there, but not a lot of sellers, of course, this year with the extra playoff team. Swing and a miss at a ball inside, and Mateo is down swinging. That ends the threat there for the Orioles. 4 runs, though, do score. They do capture the lead. It's now 4-2 as they look for their 8th straight victory. Let's see if the Orioles can pull it out. Thank you guys for joining us here at the Upside for some afternoon baseball. But which players would you like to see your team go after at the deadline? We've talked a lot about the Yankees news that came out today about Joey Gallo and Andrew Benintendi. We've talked a little bit about the Texas Rangers. Thank you, Kent, James, Jessica, and Hustler, anyway, for joining us. If you haven't already uh, subscribed here to the Upside, please do so. Let us know who you'd like to see your team trade for at the deadline. Uh, the Blue Jays are having a down year, it seems, this year, at least from what they expected as far as performance. But right now, they're still in the thick of the wild card race. Would you like to see them go out and get another arm? Would you like to see them go get a bat? That kind of thing. On the NL side, same thing for the San Francisco Giants. They got that aging core. Are they willing to invest in that core again this year? Go out and get a piece, trade from that prospect depth that they have? Or are they going to be content letting those contracts expire, living out those contracts, and then going after pieces in free agency? Be interesting to see which way they go. The LA Dodgers, of course, have been one of the favorites to win the title for the past, 5 years now in the NL anyway. They finally were able to climb that mountain a couple years back and secure that championship, but they lost a bunch of pieces this offseason or look to be losing a couple more pieces this offseason. Do they extend the contract Trey Turner before the season is over? I don't think they'll be able to. I think he's going to want to see what his value is on the open market, and there's going to be a number of different teams that are out there for him. Aaron Judge, of course, is going to be a free agent this offseason. Do the Yankees have enough wherewithal to go ahead and sign him to that massive contract that he wants? Or are teams like the Giants and Dodgers the most likely to be interested in him anyway? This offseason going to be able to pry him away. They go through the Angels season and review anyway. They lost 14 straight games earlier this year. That cost Joe Madden his job. He literally had just shaved his head to kind of inspire the team, get them to not think about losing games. And when he showed up to the ballpark, they said, nope, that's it. Think about that. Literally just shave your head, crazy design and all that, just to lose your job at the ballpark when you arrive. Worst records in Major League Baseball since May 25th. Angels, the worst at 11-31. Have fallen from wild card spot to completely out of the playoff race right now. Jonathan Villar takes a strike on the outside corner, and it's 1-1. Voth back out here for his fifth inning of work. This is where he ran into trouble last time against the Rangers. Change up right down the middle. Odor flips on to first. And VR is retired. One away here in the top of the fifth. Going to check in on some of the news and notes. Mets James McCann was placed on IL today. The Rays did make a trade yesterday for Christian Bethancourt from the Oakland A's, so trade season is finally getting going. Rays trying to supplement their roster around the edges. Nelson Cruz, who signed that 2-year deal with the Washington Nationals this offseason, apparently is one of the trade candidates out there right now. His big bat will be out there. Josh Bell is expected to be on the market as well. Josh Bell, the first baseman for the Nationals, has absolutely been crushing the ball this year. We'll see who he ends up going with. Two of the names that are expected to be traded as well from the starting pitcher market are both on the injured list right now, Tyler Mahle and Frankie Montas. All-Star game coming up this week as well, or next week anyway. Albert Pujols and Miguel Cabrera were both added to the All-Star game anyway as commissioners' exemptions. Max Scherzer is back up from the minors anyway from injury, and he performed well on his first start. Nice piece of hitting there. Stefanik able to push the ball back up through the box, get something going here for the Angels here in the top of the fifth. One hop smash to second base. Odor unable to get a glove on it, and Santander gathers and throws it in. McKinnon with a nice piece of hitting there. 2 on now for the home run hitter Harrison. Hit his first home run, his first big league hit this year for Harrison. See if the Angels can get some more damage out of that 9 spot in the lineup. Ward would be next. All you have to do is avoid the double play, and you get to that top of the lineup. Odor unhappy that he was unable to flag down that ball. And they score that one, a base hit for McKinnon. Nice little cutter there by Voth right on the outside corner. Another one there, and it's 0-2. Voth looking to get through 5 today. He does have 5 strikeouts on the day. Misses well outside with that one, and it's 1-2. Orioles 4, Angels 2. Thank you guys for joining us. Harrison, your left fielder today. Just with that one home run, goes to a 971 OPS. That ball gets away and goes to the backstop. Rutschman unable to get it. Runners will advance to second and third now with 1 out. Now a fly ball scores a run. That'll probably go as if I had to guess, probably a wild pitch. Rutschman just wasn't able to get enough on it to block it. I don't know. That wasn't that far off the plate, though. Rutschman should have had it. They're going to score it as a wild pitch, though, for right now. But again, let us know who you'd like to see traded at the deadline, where you'd like to see him go. Mets, of course, have played very well so far this year, but have not. They're not a perfect team by any stretch. As much as the Yankees would like to say they're a perfect team, that they're better than the '98 Yankees, they've also been no hit this year. There's been highs and lows this year for the Yankees, as there have been with every team. Foul tip there by Harrison straight down, and it's 2-2. The pitch. Swing and a miss. Nice fastball right down the middle. Voth gets his 6th strikeout of the day. Taylor Ward due up next. Angels trying to get those 2 runs across, try to tie the game. They are at second and third after giving up the 4 spot in the last half. Voth out there now for the shutdown inning for the Orioles. The pitch, curveball misses well outside, and it's 1-0. As we mentioned earlier, the Baltimore Orioles are on a 7-game win streak, looking for the first 8-game win streak since 2005. It's been a long time since they've been able to string that many wins together. A lot of teams since the days of Manny Machado and Adam Jones, Chris Davis. Those glory days are long behind them now. They've been a rebuilding club for the better part of 5 years now. 1-1 to Ward as he digs back in. That one up and in, off the plate, and it's 2-1. Voth starting to lose location a little bit. When you're a reliever for most of the year, just got to get stretched out a little bit, so the length isn't all the way there yet. Taylor Ward, the highest average with runners in scoring position this year at 432 or 436, excuse me. That's unheard of. Paul Goldschmidt second with a good 20 points less than that at 412. Swing and a miss there at a pitch down low, and it's 2-2. Swung at a ball there that would have given him the advantage at 3-1. But as it stands, it's 2-2. Voth one strike away from getting out of a jam. Looking for his 7th strikeout of the day. The righty set, and the pitch. Nice curveball there, rolled over there by Ward. On to first, and he is retired. On to the bottom half of the 5th. The Orioles lead 4-2 here. 2 runs, 4 hits, no errors for the Angels. 4 runs, 3 hits, no errors for the Orioles. Orioles will start with the top of their lineup, Mullins, followed by Mancini and Mountcastle. Mountcastle, of course, able to drive home Mancini in the in the 4th inning anyway. That got things started for the O's. But let us know who you'd like to see traded at the deadline, where you'd like to see him go, who you want your team to go after. Checking on the Nelson Cruz mention this morning anyway. Mets, of course, have been linked to him. They have DHs in J.D. Davis and Dominic Smith, but both have been available at different times. Smith is hitting .221 this year. Davis is hitting .240. Nelson Cruz, a career DH anyway, signed a $15 million deal this offseason to play for a rebuilding club. He's having a little bit of a down year himself, though. He's hitting .241. Maybe a trade of a Dom Smith for a Nelson Cruz straight up might be of interest to both teams. They get a young major league ready piece in Dom Smith. They don't lose any of their prospect capital if you're the Mets. And if Cruz is able to shake out of a bad year, maybe you get to reap the rewards of having his bat in the postseason. You can see the Orioles park. They just changed that ballpark this year to move that fence back. It's robbed a number of different home runs this year by about 21 different home runs. Mullins grounds over on the first pitch to McKinnon, the first baseman, and the speedster is out on 1 pitch. Thank you. Thank you for joining us, Hot Blazing. Appreciate you. I know a lot of people are not in Baltimore's market or the Angels market, but you might be that might be your favorite team, and you just want to hear the play-by-play. So glad we could provide that for you. Figueroa back out there for the 2nd inning work. Mancini right down the first base line. That one goes almost to the wall, but he will hold up there at first base. Mancini reaching for the 2nd time today. First hit of the ball game anyway. Almost like he rolled it all the way from home plate out to the corner. They're showing some numbers by Trey Mancini about that left field wall. Because they moved that wall, he's been the player most impacted in his home run total. It's taken away about 7 home runs, according to StatCast, from Trey Mancini. Mancini, even with that, though, still has 8 on the year. He'd be close to tied up for the team lead with 15 if those 7 had been there. Fouled away by Mountcastle, and he was quickly down 0-2. Figueroa working quickly out of the bullpen today. The pitch. Nice 92-mile-an-hour slider, but well off the plate. As they show some highlights of Cliff Floyd, who's doing some of the play-by-play for Peacock today, hitting some home runs out to left field and where those would have been. Mountcastle smash over to third base, but unfortunately for VR, he wasn't able to put a fork in it, and now there are 2 on with 1 away. Orioles getting something going here in the bottom of the 5th. Santander due up next. Looks like he fielded it fine. He just, on the transfer from the glove to the hand, he just didn't have it all the way secured in there. I guess that ball wasn't exactly where he thought that ball was in his glove, and is unable to record the out. Probably would not have been able to turn the double play based on how he had to field that ball, but he probably would have had a chance to get the out at first at least. First pitch to Santander, up and away for a ball. Santander now batting from the left side with Suarez out of the game. Appreciate you guys joining us. Thank you. Nice off-speed pitch, slider on the inside corner. Santander way out in front. Twisted himself into the dirt on that one, and it's 1-1. Steps out and steps back in again. Now another step out. You'd think they're doing the hokey pokey as many times as they're stepping in and out right now. Finally, we're set. Peguero set and pitch. Nice hard hit ball by Santander right down the line all the way to the wall. 1 run will score on the RBI double by Santander, and it's now 5-2. We'll see if the Angels get the bullpen going again. Now you can kind of see why the Angels are the worst team in baseball since May 25th at 11-31 or 11-35, something like that. It's been abysmal. Hard hit ball by Santander all the way down the line. Beautiful piece of hitting there. Orioles got their bats going today. Santander in his games against the Angels over the last 3 years, a .525 slugging percentage. That'll get it done. He's one of the few veterans on this team that's been around a few years. That ball gets away, and another run will score on the – I'm going to go with a pass ball. That was right at the feet and off the foot of the catcher Stasi. That should be a pass ball. And it's now 6-2 Orioles. Things are not looking good if you're an Angel fan. Got a feel for you there. Just ticked off the glove and then off the pad or shin pad anyway, off the foot of Stasi, and a walk home there. Yep, they are going to call it a pass ball. Most defensive runs saved by a catcher since the 2018 season. Stasi is tied for 4th on that list. That time it did cost him a run by that pass ball. Fouled off by Rutschman, and it's quickly 1-2 to him. Appreciate you guys joining us for some afternoon baseball. Orioles on top 6-2. Angels got the first runs on the board after a 2-run home run by Harrison, but haven't really done much outside of that. Orioles got 4 in the bottom of the 4th and now got 2 here in the 5th. Another ball gets away from Stasi, and another run will score. Wow. Santander with the RBI double in the last at-bat, advanced to 3rd on the last pass ball. That one should probably go as a pass ball as well. That pitch was in the dirt. I don't know. Should that be a wild pitch or a pass ball? But in either event, another run scores. And it's now 7-2. Things just getting ugly now for the Angels. I guess when you're losing a lot of games, you're losing him the way you're losing him for the Angels, a walk-off the other day by the Orioles. You're just, stuff like that happens. They're going to call this one a wild pitch for the moment, but right now it's 7-2. Rutschman stays alive. It's now 2-2 on him. A sinker up in the zone. It's looking ugly right now for the Angels. Only home run of the day has been hit by the Angels, but Orioles have been able to manufacture runs. He was the number one. Rutschman was the number one pick in the 2019 draft, and has really been playing well over the past few days, or last few months anyway. First half of the season so far anyway, he was had a 215 average. Since then, he's hitting 265, as we mentioned earlier. The pitch, Rutschman, hard hit ball to McKinnon, off the glove, and gets away. Probably going to go as a hit, but again, losing baseball befits losing plays. Winning baseball, like the Orioles are playing right now, a lot of one-run victories, a lot of breaks are going their way. Just the Angels cannot stick a fork in the ball to save their life right now. That's got to go as an error on McKinnon. A two-hop smash to him. I understand it's a hard hit ball. They're calling it a base hit, but that's a two-hop smash. That should be counted as an error. Anyway, runner on first for Urias. One out here in the fifth. Right on the inside corner. Good pitch by Peguero. With the game getting away from the Angels, maybe they're trying to get some length now out of Peguero and just say, we'll roll the ball out there tomorrow, I guess. Angels are 7 games back of the last wild card spot with the 2 of the 3 best players in all of baseball on their roster. This is ugly. I don't know, maybe if you're an Angel fan around the deadline, if you really want to rebuild your organization, do you entertain the thought of trading away Shohei Ohtani? Peguero slips off the mound, and that's going to be a balk on him. Another losing play for a losing team this year. The runner on first will be awarded second. Looks like Peguero slipped on the mound as he was just about to deliver the ball. 1-1 to Urias. What would a trade for Ohtani even look like? I struggle to even fathom it because we've never seen a player like Ohtani. But if the Angels are going to play like this, there's no point in keeping him on your roster. You already committed to Trout, and Trout is about as loyal guy as they come, so you don't have to worry about him demanding a trade. But Ohtani, his free agency is coming up. The most value you're going to have for him right now is probably going to be at the deadline. But you got to start drumming up that market if you're going to get something like that done. So what would a trade for a Shohei Ohtani even look like? Top prospect, top couple of prospects, major leaguer? What teams would even be into the market? I think any team that needs pitching would be interested in him as a starter. A team like the Yankees, they just seem to always accumulate the best possible talent, so they're always a name to keep out or keep an eye out for. That one wiggles through there on the left side, past first baseman. Slow roller out to right field, and Rutschman again scores, and it's 8-2 now. Ugh. Urias, a nice soft ground ball right past the first baseman. Things are not looking good right now. If you're a Angel fan, just look away. Maybe you have some hope if you decide to go ahead and do the rebuild. They've never really done that with Trout. They've tried to just patch it the entire time and just never works. I think maybe you trade away any starting pitching that you do have, because obviously it's not good enough. As you can see today's results, it's 8-2. Going to have a pitching change. Peguero is indeed out of there. They're not able to get the length they were hoping for out of him. Tough day if you're an Angel fan. Hey, Francisco, thanks for watching us from Cuba. That's awesome. I think you might be my first viewer from Cuba. Really appreciate you. course, a lot of Cuban talent in the majors nowadays. A lot less rare than it used to be, which is awesome, especially if you're going to call the championship for the Major League Baseball the World Series. You need to actually have the world's best talent. And Major League Baseball is making a concerted effort to get that international draft in place. They still haven't done so. They've already passed the deadline that they set at the outset of the season to do so. We'll see if they're able to do so by the end of the year. We saw how contentious the labor negotiations were when they seemed to be reasonably close on a number of different issues. But just before the season began, they were able to hammer out a deal, only having to miss the first week of the year. Those games have since been moved around and rescheduled. But thank you for joining us, Francisco. If you haven't hit that subscribe button already, please do so. But as I was mentioning, if watching this game for the Angels, it's really tough watching Mike Trout, one of the game's top 3 players, be stuck on a team that plays this horribly on a consistent basis. They're 11-31 since May 21st or May 25th anyway. It's just not been a pretty year. They bring out Jaime Barria, who was a starter at one point this year. I'm not sure if he still is a starter, but in 15 appearances, a 3.05 ERA, 38 innings, 8 walks to 29 strikeouts. Maybe they can get some length out of him to finish off this game. But the Orioles are taking him out back behind the woodshed the last couple innings and just knocking the snot out of the Angels. Poor defensive plays in the infield, pass balls, wild pitches. Just absolutely hideous. First pitch there by Barria. Looked like it bent in there for a strike, but was not. Stasi is absolutely befuddled by that one. Was about to throw it back to the pitcher and just stopped mid-motion and just kind of froze there for a few seconds while he understood why that one was called a ball. McKenna up there, 0 for 2, 250 average, does have 1 home run on the year. That home run was hit against the Rangers, like I mentioned, that put him up 8-7. Later on, Mullins did hit that walk-off single into the outfield. Barria set and the pitch. Fouled away. It's 2-1 now to McKenna. Angels looking to get out of this 5th with only 4 runs going across. But let me know, what should the Angels do? Would you trade Shohei Ohtani if you're the Angels? If I'm in their shoes, I take one look at where I am. I am the worst team in baseball since May 25th. My lineup isn't going to get any better. Rendon's out for the year. Ohtani's free agency coming up, and I don't want to lose his asset for nothing, especially when he's already at least been mentioned to have an eye for other teams, namely the LA Dodgers. The Yankees are always a contender for the top talent. McKenna smashes it to third, a double play ball, and it is a double play. Hey, what do you know? The Angels are actually to play some decent defense on that one. VR, who wasn't able to stick a fork in one earlier in the inning, is able to get the job done on that one. And mercifully, the 5th inning is over for the Angels. However, 4 more runs come across. It's now 8-2 Orioles. All Orioles right now in this one. But as I was saying, if I'm in the Angels' shoes, I look to flip Shohei Ohtani. And try to get as much value as I can. Tell Mike Trout, hey, I know you're a fiercely loyal guy and I don't see you going anywhere or demanding a trade. We're going to take the rest of this year, get rid of as many of these pieces as we can that are on a losing team right now that could build for our future. And then in free agency, we'll go and invest yet again. They've tried that in the past as far as investing in free agency, and it just has not worked. The most recent example of which is the Noah Syndergaard contract, the Anthony Rendon contract, Albert Pujols, C.J. Wilson, Josh Hamilton, Justin Upton. None of those deals have worked out for the Angels. None of them. Ian Kinsler trade. They got Stephen Drew as well a few years ago. I think it was Stephen Drew, the shortstop from the Dodgers, or that they brought in. Just has not worked. And I don't know what to tell you outside of that. I mean, if you're a team, or if you're the Angels and you want to push your chips to the center and try to win this year, because that's your only real chance of keeping Ohtani, you got to do a little bit better than 11-31, just a little bit. But I don't see how you really do that this year. A lot of Angels fans there in Baltimore today. Ballpark finally starting to fill up a little bit. Orioles fans trickling in. It'll be Mike Trout followed by Shohei Ohtani here in the top of the sixth. Ball one there to Trout. Dylan Tate has come out of the bullpen. Austin Voth was able to give them 5 innings. His best start of the year. Former number 4 overall pick in Dylan Tate by the Rangers was dealt in that Carlos Beltran deal to the Yankees that same or the year after he was drafted, and now has found a home here in Baltimore. Ooh, that curveball or slider just missed on the inside part of the plate to Trout. 2-0. That one almost hits Trout, and it's 3-0 now. Tate unable to find a strike zone yet. Trout is 0 for 2 today, a strikeout and a pop-out. Three and one to Trout. Tate set and the pitch. Right on the inside corner, fouled right into the third base dugout, and it's 3-2. But like I mentioned, if I'm the LA Angels, I'm absolutely trading Shohei Ohtani. I understand that I've got a losing team. I understand that I'm going to have to start thinking about the future because this team is not built for the long term. They're built to win right now, and they're not winning at all. Ground ball to third base, flipped on to first, and Trout is retired for the first out of the inning. If you're not a believer of trading away Shohei Ohtani, tell me why. I don't see the reason why you keep him, aside from maybe thinking you're able to turn it around and go on a crazy win streak. But we haven't seen that yet from the Angels. They don't seem to have that ability to do so right now. Their lineup doesn't have the bats to be able to do it, to support a lineup of Trout and Ohtani. Rendon's out for the year. Ohtani takes outside ball one. And he is probably your most valuable trade piece right now. Trout, because of his contract, probably commands a little bit less if you decided to trade Mike Trout. But in my opinion, I would definitely trade Shohei Ohtani as he bounces over. Mateo, who's on the right side of second base on the shift, and there's 2 away. Angels playing a lot of uninspired baseball. Phil Nevin talking to Mike Trout. Tate misses up and in there. 1-0. Stassi, a 207 hitter, 4 home runs, 14 RBIs. 0 for 2 on the day with a ground out and a pop-up today. Tate, a nice slider there on the inside corner. Bends that one in there for a strike. And it's 1-1. Orioles on top here in the top of the sixth. 8. That's right. I said 8-2. Swing and a miss by Stassi. Tate looking to perform a 1-2-3 inning here, going through the heart of the Angel lineup. the heart of that lineup being 2 hitters. Strike 3, right at the bottom of the zone. Stasi is retired on strikes on 3 pitches. And we go to the bottom of the 6th. Let's see if the Orioles can put up yet another 4 spot here. 2 straight innings, they put up 4 runs. Let's see if the Angels can actually keep them off the scoreboard now. But it's 8-2. 2 runs, 4 hits, 1 error for the Angels. 8 runs, 7 hits, no errors for the Orioles. Scores from around the league right now, the Atlanta Braves and Washington Nationals tied at 0. Same thing for the Tampa Bay Rays and Cincinnati Reds. Both games are in the 2nd inning. Mets and Marlins are also tied at 0. A number of games just about to kick off. In about half an hour, we'll have the Twins and Rangers. Twins are the surprise leader in the AL Central this year. I believe they have they're 7 games above 500. However, they've dropped 2 straight to the Texas Rangers, looking to get back in the win column today. Both games have been very competitive, though. They will be the 2nd game, I believe, of our triple header if we can get this game over in time. If not, then we will do the Yankees and Red Sox tonight and just do a double header. Red Sox and Yankees are your Sunday night baseball game. Yankees, of course, are the best team in baseball right now, at least on paper. They've won a bunch of games. Their bats are working. Their young starting pitching's working. But as we know, it's a 162-game season. It's not how you start. It's how you finish the season and how you do in the postseason. We'll see how they do. Boston is 15 games back, I believe. But Yankees and Red Sox are always competitive. Just going to check in on the starters for today's game in that one. The Twins go with Dylan Bundy, a 4.5 ERA, 4-4 on the year for them. For the Rangers, they go with Dane Dunning, a 1-6 average, or he's 1-6 on the year with a 4.15 ERA. Dane Dunning has absolutely gotten 0 run support. That's the biggest reason why that 6 is there in the loss column, but hoping to still pitch a little bit better in either event. Odor takes the first pitch and lines it right to Rengifo, who is over there in the shift. Nice play there, and it's 1 out here in the bottom of the 6th. Taking away a base hit. They have released lineups for the game already. Rangers are going to go with Josh Smith back in there at third base. Marcus Semien, who hit the massive 3-run home run yesterday and drove in the winning run in the 8th, is back in there. In the 2-hole, Corey Seager's your 3-hole hitter. Seager leading all of Major League shortstops with 18 home runs on the year. Another hard hit ball. This one by Mateo just down the third base line. That one goes all the way to the corner. That'll be a stand-up double by Mateo. And the troubles continue for the Angels. Adolis Garcia, after striking out 3 times yesterday, is still in there. He will be your center fielder today. Leody Taveras getting the day off, followed by Nathaniel Lowe, Cole Calhoun, Mitch Garver in his final game of the season today. He will undergo elbow surgery tomorrow. That will end his season. He wants to be back in time for next season to be able to catch. Brad Miller draws into the lineup in the 8th spot, and Valoria is your catcher in the 9-hole. More reports coming out literally right now, even by Rangers reporters, detailing that the Rangers are interested in Joey Gallo, that they're actually talking about it. I'm guessing it'll probably be more of a salary dump and maybe giving a bench bat back to the Mullins. Hammers that pitch. That one's out to right field to the track as Ward makes the catch, and Mullins is retired. Mateo gets over to third base with 2 outs now. That one looked good off the bat, but that one kept into the ballpark this time. And there are 2 away here in the bottom of the 6th. But as I was mentioning, there's been a lot of headlines out of New York today as far as trade talk, as the All-Star break's upon us and trade season is upon us as well. Trade deadline is only a few weeks away. It's going to be August 2nd this year on a Tuesday. Just a little over 3 weeks away from the deadline. Maybe a deal of Cole Calhoun going back to the Yankees for Joey Gallo makes a lot of sense for both teams. Get somebody who can play both outfield positions, still get on base, but won't cost nearly the prospect capital that a Andrew Benintendi would. Plus, you move off the money of Joey Gallo, so you can go after a guy like Luis Castillo without having payroll be too much of a cumbersome issue for you. Trey Mancini digging in, 0-1. That one off the fists, and that will reach the seats. 0-2 now to Trey Mancini. Looks like he might have broken his bat on that one. For the Twins, they look to avoid the sweep today. Their lineup is going to be Arise back in there at first. Correa is your shortstop, followed by Buxton, who's again going to be the DH today. Kepler in right, Polanco at second, Kirilloff in left. Nick Gordon moves over to center, followed by Miranda and Jeffers, with Gary Sanchez going to the bench today. That's going to be your lineups. If we get this game in soon enough, we'll try to get over to that game and follow that one. If this one continues to get out of hand, we might flip over anyway. That one in the dirt, and it's 1-2. For the late game tonight, it'll be Jameson Taillon for the Yankees and Nick Pivetta for the Red Sox. Both are right around the 3.6 earned run average for the year. Off the end of the bat by Mancini, and that one will get into right field. With the shift on, that one goes right in between first and second base. Beautiful piece of hitting by Mancini, and he's on for the 3rd time today, and the Angels are just not able to get anything done. Yuck. Looks like the lineups are not yet out for that game tonight. After a good start to the year for Matt Carpenter with the Yankees, things have certainly slowed down for him. He's still hitting at a 328 clip, though. He has 9 home runs. In recent games, though, he's really taken off, though. He's 3 home runs in his last 25 at-bats, hitting .440 over the last week. He is 36 years old, made some changes to his swing. Mountcastle on that first pitch flies out to center to Mike Trout. We go to the 7th, 9-2 Orioles on top. Things keep going this way, we will probably end up flipping over to that Rangers and Twins game at about 20-25 minutes from now. But it has not been a pretty day here for the Angels. As I was mentioning earlier, I do expect the Angels at least to consider, in their front office at least, whether or not they consider it with other teams, the possibility of starting to rebuild and that kind of thing. Shohei Ohtani is their best trade chip. They need to get something for him if they are going to lose and continue to lose at this rate. A number of teams would be interested in his services, but for Orioles fans, you're winning 9-2. You're having a lot of success. You're on a 7-game win streak. If you win today, that'll mark the 8th victory in a row. That's the first time since 2005 that'll have happened. about to get back underway here. Brian Baker has come on for Dylan Tate. As they show clips from games past, anyway, Ken Griffey Jr. in the home run derby in Baltimore in 1993, how far he hit that ball. They actually have a little plaque for how far he hit it there at the Oriole Stadium, or Oriole Park anyway. It's been a tough one though if you're an Angel fan. 9-2 anyway, here in the top of the 7th. First pitch by Baker is low. That one on the inside corner is good for a strike, and it's 1-1. That one off the end of the bat, and that one looks like it'll get down in center. Nice start to the inning for Rengifo. Gets his first hit of the day. And he is on at first here in the 7th. They have another placard there anyway at the ballpark showing how far Jim Thome of the Cleveland Indians hit a ball, now the Cleveland Guardians. They have a sign out in their outfield, watch out for batted balls. Apparently they're used to home runs in right field. Jonathan VR up next. Good fastball there by Baker on the outside corner, and he falls behind 0-1. Orioles looking for their 8th straight victory. This one a little less dramatic than the last few have been. A lot of walk-offs, 1-run games. Today a 7-run advantage now as that pitch goes low, and it's 1-1. Off the end of the bat by VR to deep left field. McKenna on the run makes a nice play over the shoulder catch. Flips back into second. That'll chase Rengifo back to first. Some Angels news there. Showed where the ball actually landed there for the longest home run hit by an LA Angel. Got to fill time if you're on this broadcast because it's not a very competitive game right now. Stefanik digging back in there. 1 out here in the top of the 7th. Nice pitch there for a strike. Looks like we've gained a few subscribers today. Really appreciate you guys joining us. If you haven't hit that subscribe button already and you're watching, you like what you're hearing, we do a lot of play-by-play of live baseball games, not just of Orioles or Angels or Rangers or Twins. We try to cover a lot of different teams around the league, keep you updated on what's going on all around Major League Baseball. We don't just do Major League Baseball, though. As I mentioned, we'll be doing a live later on this week on the 13th with NHL Free Agency getting underway. A lot of moves already happened, but almost all of the NHL free agency moves will happen on the 13th anyway. So we'll try to bring you the latest analysis from each one of those moves as they're made. We covered the NBA. Kevin Durant is the big story out there. Where will he be traded to? What will happen after that? The fallout from the trade. Other pieces that are going to have to be shifted around because of the trade, free agents that are on hold waiting for that trade to happen. Will the asking price for Joe Tsai and the Nets come down? Will Durant actually be able to go to a team of his choosing? 4-pitch walk there to Stefanik, and now there are 2 on with 1 out. In the NFL, we saw Baker Mayfield finally get traded to the Carolina Panthers. That saga is finally over. You've seen a lot of creators on different apps, YouTube or TikTok or whatever, all have made different videos about Baker Mayfield and where he might end up. That saga has finally come to an end. He was flipped for a 5th-round pick, a conditional 5th-round pick, gave up $3.5 million of his salary, and his salary is going to be split between the Browns and Panthers this year. He has not been named the starter, though. That'll be a competition between Darnold and Mayfield for the starting position or starting job in Carolina. But baseball, the trade deadline is almost upon us. Major League Baseball draft is this coming weekend. Drew Jones and Jackson Holliday are 2 names to keep your eye out for where they end up going. The sons of both Andrew Jones and Matt Holliday, former major leaguers. Andrew Jones, of course, one of the best major league center fielders in MLB history. In my opinion, the best defensive center fielder that has ever lived. Sorry, there's a lot of good options out there in center field. But for my money, Andrew Jones, the defense that he was able to provide for an extended period of time with Atlanta was fantastic. Really made that pitching staff look even better than they already were. And that pitching staff had 3 Hall of Famers on it. But Drew Jones is expected to be the #1 pick in the draft. We'll see if he ends up going there or if the Orioles decide to split that money up between the 1st and 2nd pick again and try to get a couple of high-quality picks and let Drew Jones go on to either the Diamondbacks or, at the latest, the Texas Rangers. He will not fall outside of the top 3. Nice pitch there by Baker right on the outside corner. Low and away. McKinnon kind of shaking his head like, was that really a strike? I can kind of understand the argument. That pitch has not been called a strike during the game today, but that one was a strike. According to the pitch tracks, Robo-Ump would have called it a strike. This umpire has not been calling it a strike all day, but that was a little surprising to him. Baker looking to work out of a 2-out or a 1-out jam. Gets the strikeout there. Harrison, the home run hitter earlier in the game, goes the other way into right field. Coming up, not throwing is Santander anyway. And a run does score for the Angels. It's 9-3. Angels showing a little bit of fight here, not giving up yet. All 3 runs driven in today by Harrison, getting his first 2 hits of the season. Home run earlier, and an RBI single here. Taylor Ward due up next anyway, to be followed by Trout and Ohtani if he reaches. First pitch up and out of the strike zone, ball 1. Really appreciate you guys joining us. There's a pitch in there for a strike, and it's 1-1 now to Taylor. First real chance for any type of damage so far right now for the Angels. They have 2 on with 2 out here in the 7th, but it's a 6-run game right now. The pitch, an excuse me swing, makes contact and fouls it into the seats, and it's 1-2. Baker 1 strike away from working out of it here in the 7th. 9-3 is our score. Orioles on top, looking for their 8th straight win. Taylor is 0 for 3 on the day, has seen his average drop from above 300 to 297. Does have 12 home runs and 34 RBIs, but takes time here to think things over. The heat becoming a factor now in Baltimore. The pitch. Swing and a miss, 98-mile-an-hour fastball above the zone, and Baker gets his man. Nice job by Baker. Unhappy that he wasn't able to get out of the inning sooner than that, but gets the job done. And we go to the bottom of the 7th. Orioles 9, Angels 3. Checking in on some of the other news around baseball. Some news out of the New York Yankees that trade talk has really begun in earnest with the Yankees. First, let's talk about the Joey Gallo situation. Last year, Joey Gallo was traded away for 4 prospects. None of them were considered top 10 at the time for the Yankees, but when they went to the Rangers, 3 of them jumped all the way into the top 10 at the time for the Rangers. They traded away 3 middling prospects on the Yankees side anyway, and a prospect at number 23 in Glenn Otto. 3 of which have now made their major league debut with the Texas Rangers. Ezekiel Durant, of course, was the second one up anyway. Glenn Otto was the first one last year to get some starts. He's provided some innings for the Rangers this year. Never really highly regarded, but has provided some quality innings for the Rangers. Since then, Josh Smith is the leadoff hitter right now for the Rangers. Very good contact hitter, does work the walk. I think he's worked 11 walks now in 78 plate appearances, something like that. Has almost a 400 on-base percentage. That's a lot higher than Joey Gallo is right now for the Yankees. That tells you all you need to know about how well this trade has worked out for the Yankees. And possibly the best prospect in the deal has yet to even make his major league debut in Trevor Hauver. He was one of the quartet of three infield prospects that they got in the deal: Durant, Smith, and Hauver. He might end up being the best. He's definitely sitting for the most power. He's only in high A right now, I believe, but he's being experimented out as far as a outfield prospect now. Let him learn that position, see if they can get him to be an outfielder for them. The Rangers don't really have many outfielders coming through the pipeline right now, so seeing what they can get, shifting Durant out there as well. They have a lot of infield prospects right now. Foscue, of course. Josh Young, when he comes up, will be probably the everyday third baseman. Top pick there as well. They got some young pitching as well. Jack Leiter, the top pick in last year's draft. But the Yankees trade of Joey Gallo really has not worked out, and he will not be traded for 4 prospects like he was last year anyway. A trade that you could probably expect is maybe a smaller major league player coming back the other way. The Rangers have been mentioned as a team that's at least inquired about his availability and what it might cost to get him. Not a middling prospect, but maybe more of a lesser prospect gets the deal done. Instead of trading for 4 prospects, maybe you only get a guy like a Glenn Otto back, somebody who can take up innings for you on the major league roster, or maybe an outfield bat like a Cole Calhoun, somebody who can play both outfield positions and doesn't require massive amounts of playing time. Could go the other way. Could make a lot of sense. The other teams that have been mentioned in the mix for Joey Gallo are teams with former Ranger connections. The Minnesota Twins, they've not checked in on him, but they've been mentioned as a team that may eventually check in on his availability. And also the San Diego Padres. They've been interested in him before, but haven't been willing to pay the prospect capital to get him. Are the Yankees really willing to give him away to the San Diego Padres? They've worked out a trade earlier this year for Luke Voigt. Maybe they've already got some working relationship there to get another deal done. The other team that's at least checked in on him, the Chicago White Sox. But where would he play? Would he even get playing time there? And would it be worth the White Sox even making that type of a deal? I don't think so. So I don't think anything will happen. But getting his salary off the books for the Yankees would also allow them to make other moves to acquire other talent, namely a Luis Castillo. Looks like we're back here in the bottom of the 7th. 1-1 now, the count to Anthony Santander. Barria has finally stabilized things out of the bullpen for the Angels, at least. Maybe they'll get him to finish off the game. Off the end of the bat to left field. Harrison is there, and there is one away. As we mentioned, if this game still stays out of reach anyway, we may flip over to the Rangers game. Other news from that article out of the New York Yankees, besides the Joey Gallo bit, is the Andrew Benintendi sweepstakes. A number of teams have asked about him, but nobody's really been willing to meet the Kansas City Royals asking price of a good prospect plus back. We'll see if he ends up getting that. He is a UFA at the end of the year. A very good contact hitter, has finally started to put some things together this year for the Royals after struggling the previous 2 seasons. Rutschman is up there. just off the outside corner, and it's 2-1 to the former number 1 overall pick. Rutschman is 1-for-2 on the year, or on the day anyway. That one well outside, and it's 3-1. Has worked a walk and scored both times he's been on base. Berea up to 20 pitches now out of the bullpen. Orioles 9 runs, 9 hits, no errors. Angels 3 runs, 6 hits, 1 error. Rutschman pounds that slider into the dirt, and it's 3-2. Appreciate you guys joining us here on a Sunday afternoon watching some good baseball. And I say good baseball with the Orioles. They've won 7 straight games, looking for 8 straight. And equally poor baseball with the Angels, 11-for-31 since May 25th. Or 11-31 since May 25th. With the trade deadline coming up, do they really consider the idea of trading away one of their best players and possibly one of the best players in all of baseball in Shohei Ohtani? I believe they'll at least have some offers made to him or made to the Angels for his services. That pitch up and away, and Rutschman takes yet another walk, his second of the day. 1 out and a runner on first for Ramon Urias. Base hit his last time up, drove home a run. But let us know what you're paying attention to around the deadline. Which player are you most interested in being moved? Which player do you like to see go to your team? Which team do you think has to make a move? Or do you think your team is set and doesn't need to make a move at all? There's going to be a lot of teams in the playoff mix this year with the wild cards, with now 3 wild cards in both leagues. There's really only going to be like 8 sellers currently, according to multiple reports out there. And will those teams actually sell remains to be seen. Very few aircraft carrier type of players on the market this year. This one off the fists of Urias, a little bloop coming in as McKinnon, and halfway between first and second, he makes the catch. 2 away here in the bottom of the 7th. As McKenna digs in, he is your left fielder for the day for the Orioles. Really appreciate all you guys joining us. We had as many as 32 at one point today. Right now we're hovering around 15, 16 viewers. McKenna, first pitch, slams it over to third, throw on to second, and they get the force there at second. To the 8th we go. Orioles 9, Angels 3. Thank you guys for joining us. It's been a good week anyway of baseball. Done a lot of live streams this week. We're going to try to do about 5 live streams a week anyway of live games anyway. Not just of Orioles baseball. We're going to try to jump around to cover a lot of different teams. We cover all 4 major sports, NFL, NBA, MLB, and the NHL. We'll be doing a live stream on Wednesday for NHL Free Agency. Got an event I have to be at in the morning, but by around 9 or 10 o'clock in the morning, I will have a live stream up going over all the latest from the NHL. Report out right now anyway on MLB Network. Joel Sherman anyway just mentioned that the Cubs, Angels, and Giants are expected to move on from some pieces. I'm a little surprised that the Giants are mentioned as a seller. They're only a couple of games back from a playoff spot, and they always seem to want to go for it. This is probably the last chance for this core to really go for a title run as well. Not that I expect them to, but they have good pitching, and whenever you have good pitching, you have a chance to win. The Cubs, they weren't expected to win this year. They were expected to have kind of a rebuilding year. They aren't having a great year. The Angels, That's the game we're watching right now. They are absolutely atrocious, and apparently they are a team to watch when it comes to selling pieces. But again, which pieces are they going to move? I don't see which piece they're really going to move aside from maybe a guy who moves the needle anyway, and a guy like Shohei Ohtani. Maybe a closer in Raisel Iglesias could be of interest. A lot of teams out there could use a closer. I'm very curious to see what they actually end up doing. This is a team with Mike Trout and Shohei Ohtani, arguably two of the top three players in all of Major League Baseball. Whether or not you believe their year that they're having is a good year or not, things have not gone well. But they are who they are. Angels seem to always try to push their chips to the center, and whether or not it's the right decision or not, they always seem to do it. So I'll believe they'll sell when they actually do it. I have not seen them sell in a long time. They just are terrible at free agency. Almost every single contract they've signed to try to get Mike Trout help at the time was argued as a great signing. Josh Hamilton, Albert Pujols, C.J. Wilson, Justin Upton, Anthony Rendon, Noah Syndergaard. The list goes on and on and on and on. As far as pieces the Angels have tried to get to work around Trout and just haven't. Looks like the Orioles have brought in Rico Garcia. He was just brought up from the minors. 1-2 now on Trout. Nice little slider there, bends in there. Trout taking that pitch. Couple of minutes here till the Rangers and Twins game gets underway. I agree. Orioles, I don't think should trade away any pieces, but they've won a lot this year. But I'm just wondering if they're playing a little bit above their heads. Remember, I don't know. I'm a Rangers fan anyway. By when I'm not doing this anyway. But like a few years ago, the Rangers were their last chance of contention anyway. They had a chance to go to the postseason. They were kind of fluky that year. They won a number of close games, and that's what's really happened with the Orioles this year. And they were thought, hey, maybe they're the young pieces are really good. And then a year later, we found out they really weren't, and they finished I think they finished second to last in the standings anyway that year, and have basically been hovering around that point ever since. You don't want to invest in a team too early, but you also don't want to take away from a team that's on the come. So I don't know if they're going to make a trade to add for this team, like you suggest, but I don't think they should trade away from it either. I think they should see how next year goes, or at least how the rest of this year goes, if they're able to get better, consistent performances. Is this win streak a fluke? Are they able to get into playoff contention? I mean, they're still fifth in a division. I mean, it is a very good division, but they're still fifth. 2-2 pitch to Trout, a nice floater out there. Wow, over the shoulder catch by Odor is dropped. Oh, so close. When you're Mike Trout and you're having a little bit of a down year by his standards, sometimes you need. I thought he caught it. It went off the tip of his glove and hit the ground. Nope, he just missed it. From the camera angle that I was seeing, it looked like he might have caught it. Welcome back, Charles. Thank you. I do try to do a bunch of these streams. Going to try to do one tonight for sure of the Yankees and Red Sox. We'll see if the Angels can get anything going here. Otherwise, we'll probably flip over to the Rangers and Twins game. Swing and a miss by Ohtani. Ouch. Looks like he might have hurt his back on that swing. He does put a lot of torque on that back with that swing. But you guys let me know. Smart Baseball, what do you think? What piece would you go for if you wanted to make a trade? Would you trade away from your prospect depth? Grounder to first base, fielded by Odor. Mountcastle makes the stretch, and Ohtani is retired, one away here in the 8th. Max Stassi back up there again. If you're an Angel fan watching us today, what do you think of your team? A report just came out from Joel Sherman that the Angels are expected to be sellers at the deadline. The most obvious piece I could see them moving is maybe a catcher or bullpen arm. The most interesting being Shohei Ohtani. Do they go ahead and push the red button and reset everything around Trout? Things aren't working. Worst team in baseball since May 25th. Owen won the count. The pitch by Garcia, below the zone, 1-1. Trout moved to second on the out by Ohtani. Checking in on scores from around the league, Braves are up 2-0 on the Nationals in the bottom of the third. Same thing for the Reds over the Tampa Bay Rays in the third. Scoreless between the Indians and Indians and Royals. Mets and Marlins also scoreless. Tigers on top of the White Sox 2-0. Scoreless between the Brewers and Pirates. Philly on top of the Cardinals 1-0 early in the first. Still not underway yet. Ooh, in the Twins and Rangers game, but a nice swing there by Stassi out to left. That's a home run. Angels trying to make a game out of it here in the 8th. It's now 9-5. Garcia, just up from the minors, gives up the home run by to Stassi anyway. Nine to 5 now here in the 8th. Rengifo due up next. He did reach on a single to left last time out. That ball just about caught by McKenna. Just couldn't quite get it. And Stassi gets to wear the cowboy hat for the home run. Hard hit ball by Rengifo down the line. Well back into the seats, though, and it's 0-1. Might have to hold off on flipping over because this is getting at least a little closer. Orioles going to have to finish it out themselves if they want to get it done and get that 8th victory in a row. Garcia looks hot after giving up that home run. Swing and a miss on that four-seam fastball in the outside corner. 87 miles an hour, though, on that fastball. I don't know about that. 0-2 now. I don't know. You tell me, Spark Baseball. I want to know. Who do you want them to trade for? Or who do you see them trading for a package? Do you give up some of your older pieces? Rudnet Odor, Robinson Trinos, and stay young? Do you go for a piece that could help you in the rotation for years to come and go after a guy like Tyler Mahle and enter those sweepstakes? Popped up by Rengifo to short. Mateo makes the catch, and there are 2 away. Nine 5 here in the top of the 8th. A 2-run home run by Stassi has narrowed the gap a little bit here. 4 outs left for the Orioles to get their 8th straight victory. That's right. I said the Orioles 8 straight if they win today. This time a lot less dramatic anyway than the last week has been. A number of walk-offs and 1-run games. Ball one there by Garcia. Swing and a miss there. And VR evens the count anyway at 1-1. The pitch below the zone, 95-mile-an-hour fastball. Now that's more like it. I didn't think that 87 was a fastball. I think the broadcast had that one wrong just a little bit. Garcia up to 20 pitches now in the inning. It's now 3-1 as that one goes to the backstop. I'd imagine if he reaches, they'd probably come out for a mound visit just to say, hey, throw strikes. We got a 4-run lead. Stop dancing around the zone. There's one just off the outside corner, rolled over to first, and nice play by Mountcastle, able to grab it and step on first, and that's the end of the inning. To the bottom of the 8th we go. 3 outs away for the Orioles to get their 8th straight victory. 9 runs, 9 hits, no errors for the Orioles. 5 runs, 8 hits, 1 error for the Angels. Twins and Rangers have just gotten underway. Luis Ariz grounded out to second to get the first out. Correa struck out on 3 pitches. And Byron Buxton just hit a home run to right field. Wow. His 23rd of the year, and it's 1-0 Twins. Good start to the Twins as they try to avoid the sweep. Dane Dunning on the mound. Max Kepler up to bat. It's now 3-1 to Kepler as we wait for the Orioles game to get back underway. Another hard hit ball, this one to right. And that's going to be a double for Max Kepler. Hard hit balls there by Buxton and Kepler. Dunning is in a little bit of trouble here in the first after giving up the home run. Looks like they're coming out of commercial break now in Baltimore. 9-5 lead for the Orioles. That Rangers and Twin series has not been lacking for offense in that series. 7-6 victory for the Rangers on Friday night, and then 9-7 victory for the Rangers on Saturday night. As I mentioned, I was able to go to that game. I highly recommend going to see your favorite team. Polanco, 1-1 count to Polanco in that Ranger game. Odor finally digging into the box for the Orioles in the bottom of the 8th in the Angels and Orioles game. First pitch swinging, rolls over it into the shift again. That's why they have the shift for players like Rougned Odor. I think he's in the top 3 for a number of times where he's had the shift on against him. Just one of those players that's willing to take what he gets, and if he gets a base hit taken away because of the shift, so be it. You'd rather sell out for that long ball. Dunning now ahead 1-2 on Polanco, looking to get out of that first, only allowing the home run to Buxton. First pitch to Mateo is a strike there. Mateo lines this one into left center field, and that's when we go all the way into the corner in left field, all the way to the wall. Harrison gets it, whips it around, and Mateo's going to get a triple. He could have a stand-up triple, but he slides in there for effect. Orioles got something going here in the bottom of the 8th. Cedric Mullins coming up next. In that Rangers game, Polanco grounded out to Nathaniel Lowe for the 3rd out of the inning. 1 run across, though, on the Buxton homer, and they go to the bottom of the 1st in Texas. The Oriole game, though, is the game we're focusing on right now. See if the Orioles can close it out and get their 8th straight victory. Mullins hammers the ball right off of his foot. Ended up in fair territory, but it goes as a strike. Mateo with great speed off of third base. We've already seen a pass ball and a wild pitch for the Angels. Marte is the new pitcher on for the Angels today. Mullins is 0 for 4. That pitch in the dirt is blocked by Stasi this time. And it's 1-1. Lots of trade speculation out there. News coming out left and right now about the trade deadline. Jose Quintana of the Pirates is expected to be traded by the deadline to any one of a number of teams looking for starting pitching as Mullins fouls away that 97-mile-an-hour fastball. One and two the count now to the Orioles All-Star. The pitch. Low and inside, 2-2. Cut fastball, unable to get over the plate. And that's a strikeout by Marte. Gets Mullins. That's the 2nd out of the inning. Marte looking to get out of the inning with no damage done. Mancini has reached 3 times today. 98-mile-an-hour fastball on the outside corner. He's 2 for 3 on the day. He was hit by a pitch and does have a couple of singles to right field. Off the fists, and he fouls it away. 0-2 now. Big thanks to all of our new subscribers we've gained over the past week. We've gained quite a few. Trying to get over 1,000. That way, at least I can start to think about doing this a lot more for you guys. Swing and a miss there by Mancini anyway. And we go to the 9th. Really would like to do this a lot more for you guys, do a lot more live streams, give y'all a lot more content than I have been able to so far. I try to do as much as I can, but I'm only one man. I can only make so much content. So the more people that subscribe, the more you like the content, the more other people see it, the more people view the video and can subscribe, and the whole thing kind of goes around and around and around. The more that we're able to do that, the more content I can give you about your favorite team. I know a lot of you work a lot, and so you don't have a lot of time to do that kind of thing, to stay up to date on every single thing that happens. But every now and again, you might get a little notification from me about your team. Eventually, I'd like to do a breakdown like a lot of the other sports networks you see on YouTube anyway, how to split things down out to different teams, have like a Rangers page for Rangers fans, a Yankees page for Yankees fans, Dallas Cowboys page for Cowboys fans, Lakers page for Lakers fans, that kind of thing. That way you can stay up to date with every single one of your teams. To do that kind of thing, though, that's going to require a lot of time, and it's going to take a lot of you guys hitting that subscribe button, and we do appreciate all of that. That's something I would like to ultimately end up get this page to be able to do. But every step along the way is great. Every single message I receive from you guys, I receive a lot of comments from you guys on my videos after they're done. Hey, I appreciate your content. You something like this. Nobody does content quite like you do. I really appreciate that kind of thing. I know there's a lot of venues that you can go to get your sports nowadays, but if I'm able to provide it in a different way, something that you appreciate, well, thank you. I'm glad I could help out. Going to the ninth inning, Orioles 3 outs away from their 8th straight victory. As they show off the Futures game that will be on Peacock as well at the end of the week. Representatives for both the Angels and Orioles organizations will be in there. Number of different players in today's game were actually in there. Gunnar Henderson, the prospect for the Orioles anyway. He's going to be he is the number 5 prospect in baseball. He's going to be in that Futures game. He's in AAA right now, so he's not far away from the big leagues. Playing for Norfolk. Felix Bautista is back in there. Looking to shut things down here in the 9th. Up and in, ball 1. Thank you again to all of you guys who have subscribed. We appreciate it. Means a lot to us. That's a good fastball there by Bautista right at the top of the zone. Strike 1 to Stefanik anyway. Another fastball up out of the zone, and it's 2-1. Thank you for the like. Appreciate it. 3-1 now the count. Orioles trying to close the door. Ooh, that one was close, but another pitch up and out, or just up and out of the zone anyway. McKinnon digging in. That one finally finds the zone. Bautista's been dancing all around that high strike zone anyway. And it's 0-1. McKinnon, the number 8 hitter in the lineup. Bautista would really like to avoid facing Trout or Ohtani in this game. Another fastball out of the zone, and it's 1-1 now. Needs to start finding that location a little bit lower if he's going to find some success here. In that Rangers game anyway. Looks like there's 2 outs in the bottom of the first. Smith flied out to left. Simeon grounded out to short. Corey Seager hit a nice ground ball up through the box to get a single into center anyway. And Dolis Garcia is up there now. Swing and a miss by McKinnon, and he is the first out of the inning on a splitter in the dirt by Bautista. 2 outs away now are the Orioles from putting away their 8th victory in a row. Let's see if they can do it. That one's just at the bottom of the zone, but that's a low strike call. Yeesh. I don't know if that one should have actually been a strike, but it is. Harrison's drove in 3 runs today, a 2-run home run, his first hit of the season anyway. Then he got an RBI single his last time up. And Adolis Garcia has indeed struck out yet again, unfortunately. After 1, Twins lead at 1-0 over the Rangers. A tapper to second, Odor on to short to first, double play, and that's the ball game. The Orioles do get the victory today. Rutschman runs out to his pitcher and says, "Great job, Batista, getting the job done." Happy times in Baltimore. 8 straight victories. First time since 2005. Congratulations to you, Oriole fans. Smart baseball. Very happy for you. It's been a long time since you've seen winning baseball to this level in Baltimore. Doesn't matter how it's done as long as it's a W at the end of the day. Close game, blowout. A W is a W is a W. And congratulations to the Orioles on their 8th straight victory. Player of the game. There's a number of different options that you can go with. I'm probably going to go with, if you're an Angel fan, you'd probably go with Harrison just for the 3 RBIs. But player of the game for me is going to be Adley Rutschman anyway. Scored 2 runs today. He was kind of the catalyst, was able to handle the pitching staff all day. Another candidate would be Trey Mancini, 2 for 4 on the day also. Had an RBI, scored a couple of runs. Your 2 through 5 hitters all scored 2 runs today. That was kind of your damage in the lineup. And just a great all-around victory today. Voth on the mound got through 5 innings after giving up that 2-run homer to Harrison to start off the scoring in today's game. Suarez started the game, 3 perfect innings. However, ran into trouble in that 4th inning and just could not get out of it. Ended up giving up 4 runs in the inning. Then the Orioles came back and scored 4 more runs in the 5th inning. And that's kind of your story of the game. Felix Bautista shut things down in the 9th, and the Orioles win their 8th straight, 9-5. 9 runs, 10 hits, no errors for the Orioles. 5 runs, 8 hits, 1 error for the Angels. And we'll flip over to that Ranger game. Advantages of streaming and the MLB.TV app anyway. You can use your local broadcast for your local games, and the MLB.TV one, you can watch pretty much anything you want. Any game, any market. Never miss it. Miranda just off the end of the bat. Pokes that ball into left for a base hit. Or, excuse me, Kirilloff, I think. Yep, Kirilloff. Nick Gordon in there. He's your center fielder today. Another base hit by Gordon into right center field. Calhoun flips it on in to second, and it'll be first and second now for the Twins. Hank Conger, the former catcher, is the first base coach now for the Twins. 0-1 the count now to Miranda, the 8th hole hitter. Time is requested, and Dunning throws that one high up off the screen, as time was granted literally beyond the last second, honestly, in that one. That was a little bit of a joke, but whatever. Selection show is today anyway at 4:30 for the All-Star game. Martin Perez is expected to be one of those candidates selected. One and two now the count. Although there's been lots of offense, the Twins are only 3 for 22 in this series with runners in scoring position. Rangers have done a good job of handling that. Two and two now. Dunning trying to get the first out here in the top of the second. Three and two now after he misses with that one. And that'll get the job done. Base hit there by Miranda. And it's now 2-0. Gordon goes on to third. And it's now first and third with 2 runs in and no outs. That ball getting through the hole. Seager unable to get over there and cut it off. That's a hot smash. Smith is able to knock it down with his glove, but that'll allow another run to score. 3-0 Twins on top of the Rangers, and things do not look good for Dane Dunning. Jeffers is able to smash that ball down the third base line. Smith was able to keep that one from getting to the corner. Otherwise, that might be another run scoring double there. Just got enough of it. Luis Ariz back up in there, the Twins' best hitter so far this season, especially over the last month and a half. Good curveball there. Or slider anyway, finds the zone by Dunning. 0-1. Arias hitting .353 on the year, 4 home runs, 29 RBIs, and .881 OPS. And the pitch. Off the end of the bat to second. Tag out there on to first. And the double play. Runner does move on to third. Miranda gets to third base. There are 2 away now. Good play by Simeon. Something similar like that happened last night, but Simeon wasn't able to get the tag on in time after it bounced off of the pitcher anyway. Tonight, or at least today anyway, the tag there by Simeon on to first, and they were able to turn that double play. Jeffers tagged out on the base path there. In case you're just joining us, the Twins are on top 3-0, a home run by Buxton and a couple more added on here in the second. Double play just turned by the Rangers. Got him out of a little bit of hot water here in the second. We'll see if Dunning can shut down the Twins here, keep it a 3-run advantage. Correa certainly not a fan favorite in Texas, at least in the Texas Rangers anyway. My guess is when he goes down to Houston, he might get a standing ovation for his time there, but choosing to leave and go to Minnesota probably doesn't make fans too happy. They still are a very good team, though. Pena has performed very well in his stead. 3-0 now the count. If he walks Correa here, you'd have to expect a mound visit. And ball 4. 5-pitch walk there to Correa. And Byron Buxton, who did hit that home run to right in his last at bat. As the news that the Orioles won their 8th straight makes the rounds through all the national media. Working their way back to respectability, and there is indeed a mound visit here. Doug Mathis going out there and chatting with Dane Dunning, who's pitched well so far this year, but has struggled finding run support, and now today in a game where he probably will get some run support because it has been a very offense-heavy series so far. He's given up a 3 spot, and we're only in the top of the second. Byron Buxton up there with a chance to do more damage. If you watched us at the beginning of the year, I made the argument Byron Buxton is probably the most talented, period, baseball player, period, in all of baseball. He's just not healthy enough to really take that mantle of best player in the game. And at the time, the argument was against Mike Trout. That argument, of course, has now shifted to Aaron Judge, who's probably taken over that argument for being best player in the game right now. I know everybody's a prisoner of the moment, but Aaron Judge has really been that good. Oh, 0-1 to Buxton with Dunning looking to get out of it. Swing and a miss. Buxton chases a slider outside of the zone, low and away, and it's 0-2. as he digs back in there. The set by Dunning and the pitch. Curveball bends in there. Great pitch there. Buxton fouls it off, though. And it's still 0-2. Now that the Orioles have won 8 straight, the other part of that headline is that they had a 4-game sweep of the LA Angels, a 3-game sweep of the Rangers. Strike 3, Buxton takes it right on the inside corner. He has a few words for the umpire. 3 runs, 6 hits, no errors for the Twins. No runs, 1 hit, no errors for the Rangers so far as we go to the bottom of the second. The other headline that I was mentioning was that the Angels lost 4 straight. The more games you lose, you got to think that the more likely it is the Angels will at least entertain the idea of trading away a guy like Shohei Ohtani. There's only going to be a few teams that'll even have or be able to have interest in him because of what the prospect haul likely would be to get him. That's why I think I'm officially going to make my argument that state my case that they should make the move. Yeah. Worst team in baseball, even with Trout and Ohtani, and they still can't get anything done. I think it's time it's done. They give it up. Settle for draft picks and hope you can win next year, and hopefully your free agent contracts aren't as terrible as they always have been. Either that or push your chips completely to the center and mortgage your future even more. That's kind of the 2 paths you have to choose from if you're an Angel fan. But right now, the Minnesota Twins are on top 3-0 over the Rangers. Gotta love the Rangers commercials nowadays. They have the broadcast crew opening and closing the roof back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. And no, it doesn't move that fast, but I got to see the roof itself. It does look a little bit like an oven, like there was some memes when it first came out that, hey, it looks like a grill. And it does kind of look like the top to a grill. But the stadium inside is absolutely gorgeous. If you get a chance to go to a Ranger game, just even taking in the scenery around the game is worth the experience alone. If you get a chance to tour the ballpark, I highly recommend it. I didn't get a chance to, but it's a beautiful park. Yesterday was a very entertaining game. Got to see 5 home runs. Missed a home run by Byron Buxton because he hit it off the top of the wall by about that much. I was in the second row, so if he hit it maybe that much further, I would have had a chance at a home run ball. Nathaniel Lowe quickly down 0-2. Dylan Bundy, the starter today for the Minnesota Twins. The pitch bounced in there, and it's 1-2. Fouled away by Lowe, still 1-2. The pitch. Hard hit ball right at the first baseman, though, and arises up and makes the play over to first. 1 away. Cole Calhoun back in there. Hit a 3-run home run last night. Takes strike one here from Bundy on the outside corner. 11 home runs, 39 RBIs, 702 OPS. Fouled away down the third base line, and he's quickly down 0-2. Base hit right through the box by Calhoun. Nice piece of hitting there. Second base hit for the Rangers today, and they have 1 on, 1 out. Mitch Garver in there. His final game of the year. In case you're wondering why, he is going to have surgery to repair a torn tendon in his left elbow that's made it impossible for him to actually throw a baseball. That's why he's been a DH primarily since he's been back. Well, almost completely exclusively anyway. Garver fouls that one off, and it's 0-2. Garver's bat really has come around over the past 3 weeks with consistent playing time at that designated hitter spot. Hitting .211 on the year, but he's hitting like .275, I believe, over the past month. 10 home runs, 24 RBIs. Has hit some big home runs over the past few weeks. Just his ability to kind of persevere and play through injury, another testament to his character as a baseball player, a good example for the young players on this team to follow. Swinging and a miss as that pitch was low, and Garver unable to hold off. But Garver's been unable to play catcher this year, and he wants to play catcher next year, so he's going to get that repaired now. If he had waited any longer, he probably would have missed spring training and would have missed part of the season next year if he didn't get that surgery. So expect him to be moved to the 60-day DL. Or IL anyway, and miss the rest of the season after the game today. Brad Miller up there hitting .210. That pitch in the other batter's box, and it's 1-1. He's one of those rare hitters that is able to perform a lot better whenever the pressure is on than he is normally. Runners in scoring position, I think, is a full 100 points higher batting average. Bundy set. The pitch, hard hit. That's into the gap in right center. Does not get to the wall, though. Kepler cuts it off. It'll probably be first and third, and it is. A good single there by Miller. And Valoria, the catcher, due up next. Valoria hitting .250 on the year. He does not play much. He's a journeyman backup, and Jonah Heim plays almost every day for the Rangers at that catcher spot. Rangers threatening here in the second to tie it. There are 2 outs, though, and they do have Valoria up. Hoping to continue the rally here. Gloria bats left here against Bundy. That pitch bounces in the dirt. Still looking for his first home run of the year. What a time it would be for it right now. That would certainly be great for the Rangers, as it would tie it at 3. Just off the outside corner, and it's 2-0. If you're joining us for the first time, remember to hit that subscribe button and like. Try to put out content pretty much every day, all 4 major sports. Cover the NBA, MLB, NFL, and the NHL. Wednesday, we'll be doing a live about NHL Free Agency as free agency kicks off on the 13th. We'll be doing a lot of lives of baseball games over the next few weeks. We'll try to do about 5 or 6 live baseball games a week. That's a lot. But we'll try to get as many of them as we can. I do still work a 9 to 5, but the more of you guys that subscribe, like, share this with your friends, the more I'll be able to do for you guys. 3-0 the count to Valori, and that one's inside by Bundy. And that loads them up. Josh Smith due up next. Top of the order coming up. Bundy working in a little bit of trouble now as the bottom of the lineup coming through. Jeffers comes out to at least talk about what they want to do here against Smith. Last 11 games for the Rangers offense, 19 home runs. They've drawn 34 walks in that span, and they've scored 5.6 runs a game. Tells you where the Rangers lineup is headed. Smith drags his hands against the dirt to get some better grip on the bat. He does not wear batting gloves. A little shorter of a player. Very patient. He's worked 11 walks himself in 79 plate appearances now. Right down the middle, a changeup, strike 1. .232 hitter with 2 RBIs. And the pitch. Up and away, and it's 1-1. Smith again drags his hands through the dirt, make sure he gets a good grip. There's a good changeup right at the top of the zone, and it's 1-2 now to Smith. Does not strike out often, has not struck out often in the minors either. More of a contact hitter. Miranda is in at third base. That pitch lifted into right center field, and that one gets down. That one will not get to the wall, though, but it will at least plate 2, maybe 3. Gordon cuts it off. They are sending Valoria home. The throw is up the line, and Valoria scores from first. Nice wheels by a catcher, and a great piece of hitting by Smith. He started the at-bat with 2 RBIs in his major league career. He now has 5. What a piece of hitting by Josh Smith. Marcus Semien and Corey Seager due up. And Dylan Bundy finding some trouble here. Just was unable to get away or get outs with the bottom of the lineup. And Josh Smith makes him pay. I was kind of surprised they sent Valoria around third, because by the time that throw hit the cutoff man, he was just hitting the third base bag. And he somehow was able to beat out the throw as that throw was up and off line. It wasn't a horrible throw, but it was enough to pull him off of home. And Semien is up there, first pitch swinging, fouls it down the first base line, back about 5-10 rows back. I told you this series has been exciting. Bundy thought he could get away with a third changeup to Smith, and Smith was ready for it. The set and the pitch. Nice slider on the outside corner. 0-2 now to Semien. Semien does have 11 home runs on the year, 39 RBIs. Some news on as far as the trade deadline is concerned. Whit Merrifield was pulled in a game earlier today. Not for a trade, but due to an injury. Another slider, this one well outside of the zone, but enough to entice Semien to swing, and that's strike 3. But the Rangers plate 3 on that RBI double by Josh Smith anyway. And the game is tied at 3 as we go to the top of the third. Hope you guys are having a good Sunday, a week after Independence Day anyway. Spending time at home, relaxing, getting to enjoy the summer. Or if you're out at the lake, listening to us on YouTube. Reports out of leaks anyway as far as the All-Star game. Former Ranger Jose Trevino has indeed made the All-Star team. It's a little after lunchtime, but I didn't get to eat during the first game. Sorry. They're saying the injury to Merrifield was big toe discomfort, that he has not been traded. Everybody apparently at the ballpark thought he might have been traded, but no, he was just removed due to injury. Other outlets are now reporting the same thing. Jose Trevino has indeed made the All-Star team. Congratulations, Jose. Well-deserved. Career year. Banner year. Dane Dunning back out there for the third, hoping for some little bit better success. Dunning and fellow Ranger Martin Perez are tied with the most strikeouts via the sinker anyway. Third place is also in this game, Sonny Gray, the twin, with 30. That curveball, I guess, caught the outside corner, but a very nice call by the home plate umpire. If you're a Ranger, that ball looked to me like it was a little outside, though. In either event, it's strike 1. That one misses a little low on the changeup there. 1-1 now. Kepler hitting .244, 9 home runs, 37 RBIs with a .754 OPS. Dunning working quickly. Kepler smashes it right to first baseman Nathaniel Lowe. Line drive caught right at chest level. Dunning still struggling to avoid hard contact. And Polanco digs in. Another changeup right at the knees, strike 1. .89-mile-an-hour fastball in the inside corner at the knees, strike 2. Dunning looking to get something going here. In the dirt, ball 1. Polanco on the year, a .243 average, 12 homers, 44 RBIs, and a .761 OPS. Dunning already up to about 50 pitches now. After having to use the bullpen a little bit last night, I'm sure the Rangers were really hoping that we'd get a longer performance out of Dunning today. Doesn't look like he'll get out of the 5th at this rate. They do have a bunch of long relievers out there, and they do have Matt Bush they just called up from the minors as well as far as fresh arms. So they shouldn't be without, but still hope for more out of your starter. 2-2 now after that one misses. And Polanco evens the count. Heavy shift on now for Polanco. That's ball 3. That ball was not close. Dunning unhappy with where he threw that one. Another ball. 4 straight balls after getting ahead of Polanco 2-0, or 0-2, excuse me. I don't know what it is, but maybe he's, I don't know. Something looks off with Dunning. I just can't put my finger on it. Kirilov back in there, 1 for 1 for the day. Base hit to left his last time up. Gloria sets up and in, and that pitch up and away, ball 1. Kirilov, the former top prospect for the Twins, still kind of considered a prospect, but over the last 22 games, hitting .292, 6 doubles, and 3 home runs for the Twins. That pitch off the outside corner, but fouled away. 1-1 now the count. Dunning set, and the pitch fouled away by Kirilov once again to the left side. Dunning set. Steps off. Still 1-2 anyway. If you missed the first game of our triple header today, the Orioles did indeed get their 8th straight win of the day, sending the Angels packing with a 4-game sweep of the Angels. They won 9-5 today. A pitch out by Dunning. And it's 2-2. You don't see those much anymore. Major League Baseball trying to get him to stay in the and that caught him. Dunning wasn't sure if that actually hit him or not, but in either event, it's now 2 on with 1 out here in the third. Dunning yet again running into trouble. Watching the replay. That didn't hit his jersey at all. It was that far away. Rangers are probably going to review this. Yep, and they will. Eek. Cincinnati has opened up a can on the Tampa Bay Rays, 10-3. Pirates and Brewers tied 2-2. In either event, even if the Rangers win this challenge, though, it's still going to be a full count. and one pitch away from another walk issued by Dunning today. Twins opened up the scoring with a solo home run by Byron Buxton. Corey Singer got a single in the bottom half of the first, but was unable to come around and score. Twins added 2 in the second, and then an RBI or 3 RBI double by Josh Smith. Plated 3 for the Rangers, and that's where we stand right now. Twins 3 runs, 6 hits, no errors. Rangers 3 runs, 4 hits, no errors. Looks like they might indeed be overturning this because he missed being hit by that much, but was called for hit by the pitch. I've got to wonder if the umpires are trying to remember what the count was supposed to be. Looks like that might be what they're reviewing. And the call is indeed overturned. And they do get the count right, 3-2. Kirilloff trying to get loose again, swinging the bat. They'll give him some time. Both players, though, have had a little bit of a break now, though, so if Dunning can throw over a strike, we'll see. The pitch. That pitch is ball 4, and he goes to first anyway. Blanco was moving on the play. Now Nick Gordon will be up. Since June 2nd, he's hitting .315, 5 doubles, a triple, and 3 home runs. Josh Smith is in at third base in case he decides to drop down a bunt. He is very, very, very fast. 1-0 is the count, though. Rangers really do need to get somebody up in the bullpen. Dunning just does not seem to have it today. As I mentioned, they have a number of long relievers, former starters in their bullpen. Ball 2 by Dunning. You got to think if he gives a walk or a hit here, Mathis will probably be out. Dunning has already given up 3 walks today, 1 shy of his season high for the year, up to 61 pitches. I like seeing good baseball. It's tough watching bad baseball. And right now, that's ball 3. Dunning is not pitching well. Due up next will be Jose Miranda. There's a strike right on the outside corner. This time Dunning able to get the call. This one at the top of the zone just misses, ball 4. Fourth walk issued by Dane Dunning in 2 1/3 innings. And this will indeed be a mound visit here. Looks like Matt Moore is loosening up. He only threw 1 pitch last night. He's a former starter. He's had a lot of funky relief outings about the last week anyway. Mathis is coming out. Moore working quickly just in case there's any more trouble. Moore came in the 8th inning last night and was able to shut things down on 1 pitch. So he's definitely still fresh. He had the day off the game before that. Scores from around the league. Royals lead 2-0 over the Guardians. Tigers 2-1 over the White Sox as they go to the 6th inning there. 3-3 our score here in the top of the 3rd. Bases are loaded. So if you like the number 3, right now is the time of the game you want to watch. 3 runs in for both teams. Top of the 3rd. 3 runners on. Could be another 3 if you had the 3rd place hitter in the lineup, but no. 0-1 to Miranda as Dunning finds the zone there, and he steps off. Miranda this season with the bases loaded, 3 for 5, a double and 6 RBIs. Those are monster numbers with only 5 at-bats, though. And that pitch hits him. Right off the elbow, Miranda kind of walks all the way back to the Twins' dugout in pain. Polanco scores. And that's got to be it for Dunning. That caught him right above the pad, it looked like, right in the forearm. Miranda still trying to shake it off. Trainer coming out, manager coming out. He wears a big old elbow pad right here, but that caught him right in front of that pad right there. And that is indeed going to be it. Woodward instantly comes out. 2 pitches after a mound visit. That's it. That's all she wrote for Dunning today. It will be Matt Moore coming in. Just not a good appearance today by Dane Dunning. You got to wonder if they're going to pull him from his next start and just give him some time off. All-Star break is here. Maybe the extra time of that with missing a start. Just let him reset. You got to wonder if the way he was pitching earlier this year with the lack of run support, if it affected him to where he thought he was trying to be a little bit too perfect with everything. And then today you see he just doesn't have the command. I mean, not getting run support is not a reason to start trying to be even more perfect. You can only do what you can do. And maybe that's something that the coaching staff needs to speak with him about. I think the Rangers are 1-11 in his last 12 starts or something like that. 1-13 this season. It has not gone well. It'll be Jeffers due up next, the 9th-place hitter, followed by Arise and Correa. Twins have scored in every inning so far. The surprising thing, Arise has not actually gotten a base hit yet today. He has been the Twins' best player this season. Matt Moore comes in with massive amounts of trouble all over the bases. 1.96 ERA. The runners on base are Dane Dunning's responsibility, but as we know, inherited runners still count as runners. 27 games this year. Matt Moore has a 1.96 ERA, 36 innings pitched, 41 strikeouts to 21 walks. 3 of the 8 inherited runners have indeed scored against him. Nice pitch there by Moore. Looked like a changeup right on the outside corner. He is the lefty in there today. That one fouled off by Jeffers. A fastball up and away as well. I think Jeffers was the one who hit the home run in Friday night's game. Sanchez hit one in last night. Moore wants a new baseball, and it's 0-2 right now. Jeffers 1 for 1 on the day. Another foul ball here by Jeffers on a curve ball on the inside corner there. Royals have scored 2 more in the top of the 6th, and they now lead 4-0 over the Guardians. Jeffers this season with runners in scoring position, hitting .333, 3 doubles, 3 home runs, 18 RBIs, and 11 strikeouts. The pitch by Moore, just off the outside corner, but fouled away by Jeffers. Still 0-2. Matt Moore looking a lot more effective throwing the ball where he wants to than Dunning did the entire time today. There's a nice pitch by Moore. Fastball, 94 miles an hour on the inside corner. The first fastball of the at-bat for Jeffers, and he takes all the way. There's 2 away here in the 3rd. Can Moore shut him down without allowing a run to score? We'll find out. Nice pizza pitching there. Beautiful. I guess they're calling the other pitch a fastball as well, but Moore set to a rise. The pitch. Nice changeup on the outside corner. Career with the bases loaded in 22 at-bats anyway. Luis Arias has a .409 average with 1 grand slam. Lefty on lefty duel here. Moore the pitch. Ouch! That was painful. Hefty swing by Arias, and he pounded it off of his foot. He walks all the way over to the Twins' dugout again. Carlos Correa adjusts his batting gloves and then walks back around. And it's 0-2. Matt Moore set, and the pitch. Curveball misses up high, and it's 1-2. The pitch fouled right back to the screen. Arias was on that fastball. It's still 1-2. Twins playing games off of third base, trying to draw Matt Moore's attention. Unfortunately for them, he's a lefty, so he doesn't even look towards the third base line when he's in the set. The pitch by Moore. Ground ball, Smith there, flips onto second, Semien covering, and they record the out. Twins get the bases loaded, get a hit by pitch, and score the go-ahead run. However, Matt Moore comes in and shuts things down, gets the final 2 outs of the inning. The Rangers will come up with Seager, Garcia, and Lowe in the bottom half of the third. Great job by Matt Moore. Even if that's it for him tonight, he came in and has been a true fireman this past week, has performed really well in that role. Good job, Matt Moore. Lowers his ERA down to 1.93 as he gets a rise to ground out to third baseman Josh Smith. Seager did get a base hit here in the first anyway. His average up to 244 on the year. His average dropped down to 231 a couple of weeks back, but he's certainly gotten a lot hotter over the past week. Garcia is going the other direction. He's down to 248. He's had 4 strikeouts in his last 6 at-bats. Both Garcia and Lowe have both carried this offense, or carried the Rangers offense for the better part of a month, but it seems like Garcia is starting to cool off. Semien as well has come on strong over the past few weeks. Ever since a very bad April anyway for Marcus Semien, he's been among the league leaders in all offensive categories for second baseman. He's got his average up over 236 now, even with an 0 for 2 start for the day. First pitch by Bundy to Seager, outside his ball. 69-mile-an-hour curveball. Four runs, 6 hits, no errors for the Twins. 3 runs, 4 hits, no errors for the Rangers. Foul tip by Seager, and another pitch well outside of the zone makes the count 2-1. Appreciate you guys joining us. Again, we're going to do the Yankees-Red Sox game. That'll be our nightcap. That was a hefty swing, though, by Seager on that foul tip a minute ago. One thing you've really noticed about Corey Seager, the change he's made in his plate approach, he's looking a little bit less to make just contact. He's now looking to make forceful contact and really wait for his pitch. That one in the dirt, a changeup, but he swings and misses at it, and it's 2-2. Seager on the year, a 244 hitter, 18 home runs, 43 RBIs, and a 763 OPS. Fouls that pitch up and away off, and it's still 2-2. Bundy working a little bit quicker. Hard hit ground ball right to Carlos Correa on to Luis Arraez, and that's the first out of the inning. They show the splits on Dylan Bundy this year. 5 home games, he has a 2.1 ERA, 9 road games, a 5.8 ERA. The shift was on for Seager there as he grounded it directly to to Carlos Correa. It was interesting seeing the juxtaposition yesterday when I went to see the Rangers and Twins game itself. You could visibly see Corey Seager affect how Carlos Correa played. The home run that Corey Seager hit, to the 3-run home run, you just see the deflated. Well, I gotta up the ante, do better than him the next time up was Carlos Correa, and that could be just competitive juices. But this offseason, they were competing for the best contract that they could possibly sign. Carlos Correa wanted the 10-year, $325 million deal that Corey Seager got with the Rangers. He wanted that and then some. Just was not able to find that type of a deal. So he goes to Minnesota on a 3-year, $105 million deal with opt-outs after the first and second year. He's very likely going to opt out this offseason and look for another 10-year, $325 deal this year. But there's it's another healthy group of shortstops to choose from. And so we'll see if he ends up getting it, if he stays in Minnesota, or is he just a 1-year hired gun for the Twins? 0-2 on Garcia quickly. And Garcia swings at this pitch well outside of the zone, but grounds it directly to the pitcher, flips it onto a rise, and there's 2 away. Nice play by Arise to dig it out. Nathaniel Lowe is due up next. Washington has taken the lead over the Braves anyway, 3-2 in the bottom of the 7th. Brewers and Pirates still tied 3-3 in the 6th. Looks like a very even game so far for them. Lowe turns around to bunt because there's nobody on the left side between 3rd and 2nd anyway. Takes a strike on the very outside corner there. Tough break for Nathaniel. Fastball this time on the inside corner. Lofts it in the air out to left field. Drifting in a few steps is Kirilov and makes the catch. To the top of the 4th we go. Twins 4, Rangers 3. As we mentioned, a lot of trade deadline chatter starting to pick up. The Yankees, of course, making a number of news items today. The Joey Gallo is available and actively being discussed among different teams, most notably former Rangers executives teams like the Padres. The Rangers themselves are actually included as being interested in getting him back, but it's not nearly going to be for the prospect haul that they got in return for giving him up last year. Andrew Benintendi, of course, in that same article by Joel Sherman and John Heyman, is a target of the Yankees, but they're just not sure they want to give up the prospect capital to do so. The Royals' other trade chip went down injured today. Toe irritation, I guess is what you'd call it. We'll see what ends up happening if he has to miss any time. A little bit of a bummer for a guy who might have actually been traded this year after years of him being highly sought after. In his down year this year, he is aging a little bit, plays every day. We'll see if he plays tomorrow. He does have that consecutive game streak going, longest by far in the majors. We'll see if he misses any time. Other players to be of interest around the deadline, of course, is going to be Jose Quintana of the Pirates, as they're going to be selling around the deadline. Cincinnati Reds got a couple of starters that they could get rid of, Luis Castillo and Tyler Mahle. A's have Frankie Montas to trade as well. The Los Angeles Angels have Raisel Iglesias in the closer spot, but the more interesting piece and possibly the best piece that could be moved at the deadline, in my opinion, would be Shohei Ohtani. I mean, his free agency is coming up. He said he doesn't want to play for a losing team. This team is right now the worst team in all of baseball with no real pathway to success. So I don't really see where Ohtani ends up staying with LA if they're unable to make the playoffs either this year or next. Carlos Correa digging in. Matt Moore out after recording the final 2 outs of the last inning. Takes a strike on the inside corner, 0-1. Changeup on the outside corner, misses low and outside, 1-1. Let us know where you're watching from. Appreciate all you guys for joining us. It's been a long day of watching baseball already. Watched the Baltimore Orioles defeat the LA Angels 9-5 earlier, recording their 8th straight victory and after sweeping both the Rangers and LA Angels. 25 road games versus the Rangers. Carlos Correa is hitting .346, 14 doubles, and 8 home runs. Suffice to say he likes playing in Dallas. Fouls that one off, and it's 1-2. In his second stint with Texas, Matt Moore has pitched significantly better than he did when he was traded by the San Francisco Giants. A little tapper over to Josh Smith, on to first, and Lowe digs it out. 1 away. Byron Buxton, who hit the solo home run in the first, digs back in. His third at bat of the day. Knuckle curve just outside of the zone and up, and it's 1-0. Buxton hitting .217 on the year. That one misses very, very high, and it's 2-0. But the power numbers for Buxton are there. 23 home runs. That pitch misses well inside, and it's 3-0 now. Matt Moore struggling with command a little bit here. Either that or just flat trying to pitch around Buxton. Career high home runs for Buxton, 23, and we're only in July. Health's been a factor in his career, but now it seems like he's finally coming into his own. Minnesota's been a lot more patient today, willing to work the count. And that's when you have a pitcher like Dane Dunning who is struggling with location, you don't want to give him any cheap strikes. Allen's a strike there on the inside corner. Belt high. And there's ball 4. Buxton reaches on the walk. 1-out walk by Matt Moore. Moore up to 19 pitches now. That curveball just bent in a little too far inside. It'll be Max Kepler, who's knocked the cover off the ball in his first 2 plate appearances. 1 for 2 on the day, though. .243 average, a .752 OPS with 9 home runs. Kepler, the lefty, staying in there to face Matt Moore, the lefty pitcher. He has been platooned anyway. He was platooned yesterday with the lefty on the mound to start the game. He came in as a offensive pinch hitter replacement. Seager flips on to Smith, on to first. Beautiful play. Smith, the former shortstop anyway in the minors. No trouble handling that flip from Seager. Just great defense. He had to sprint over from midway through the hole. And Smith able to make the play. That was good defense. Now the game's getting a little bit better, at least. Played a little bit better. Fewer mistakes, fewer walks. Due up for the Rangers, it's going to be Cole Calhoun, Mitch Garver, and Brad Miller. As we wait for the bottom half of the 4th to get underway. Check in on a few other scores while we're at it. KC now up 5-0 over Cleveland. Mets and Marlins still tied at 0-0 going to the bottom of the 9th. Cincinnati 10-3 over the Rays in the bottom of the 6th. Nationals 3-2 over the Braves anyway in the top of the 8th. Tigers 2-1 over the White Sox in the bottom of the 6th. Brewers 3, Pirates 3 in the bottom of the 5th. Phillies have a 3-1 advantage over the Cardinals in the top of the 6th. And that's your out-of-town scoreboard. Thank you guys for joining us here at the Upside yet again. Done a lot of live streams. Started this one watching the as they show more replays of that double play being turned. They're wondering if Josh Smith actually hit the second base bag. To get Buxton. yet challenged it, though. I'm still waiting for them to show. And back to commercial break, so maybe they did challenge it. Yep, they did challenge. The call on the field was upheld. Double play stands. And Matt Moore is through an inning and 2/3. So as I was saying, we started the stream with the Angels and Orioles. Angels were looking to avoid the sweep, 4-game sweep at the hand of the Orioles. A number of close games, walk-offs were the pathway for the Orioles this week. However, today they were actually able to get out to a 9-3 advantage anyway, and were able to hold on to a 9-5 victory for their 8th straight victory. First time since 2005 being able to do so. We flipped over towards the end of that game, covered both of them anyway, the Rangers and Twins. And right now, the Twins are on top 4-3. 4 runs, 6 hits, no errors. 3 runs, 4 hits, no errors for the Rangers. And then in tonight's nightcap anyway, we'll have a little bit of a break before we go to the Yankees and Red Sox game, assuming this one doesn't go to extras. As good as this series has been, it kind of deserves extra innings. Calhoun grounds this one over into the shift. Second baseman Polanco flips onto a rise. 1 pitch, 1 away for Calhoun. Mitch Garver, the former Twin, digs in. Bundy set. And the pitch up and in. The curveball unable to bend into the zone. 1-0. Garver trying to get make his mark on his former team. Does have 2 RBIs in his first 2 career games against his former team. Rangers were kind enough to let him play out this series instead of going ahead and opting to get him the surgery, giving Garver a chance to play against his former team. Nice piece of hitting by Garver. Lined out to right field, though, and Kepler is there. 2 away. Bundy up to 60 pitches on the day. Brad Miller due up next here in the bottom of the 4th. One for one on the day so far is Brad Miller. Takes a strike on the outside corner. And then fouls off a changeup on the outside corner as well. Bundy with 4.64 ERA right now as we work in the bottom of the 4th. Another pitch fouled away by Miller. Still 0-2. .616 OPS, 7 home runs on the year for Miller. He does have 3 home runs this year from home. A number of games just getting underway. Houston, Oakland, Colorado and Arizona, Cubs and Dodgers, Giants, Padres, and Blue Jays and Mariners. Full slate of games this afternoon. A little nubber off the end of the bat, rolled out to short. Miller, though, will beat it out, though, as there was only one infielder on the third base side of second base. Miranda unable to make the bare hand flip in time. You got to wonder if you leave Correa over there, maybe he's able to make that play. But as it stands, Miller gets an infield single. Has a nice smile with Angel Hernandez, the first base umpire today. And yes, I, like you, was like, hey, Angel Hernandez is an umpire for this game. Oh, hey, he's not going to be doing balls and strikes. Yay! First pitch there to Valoria. Throw down to second. Miller was going, and he was out by a mile. Yuck! Jeffers makes a great throw down to second, and that's the end of the fourth. We go to the fifth. Twins on top, 4-3 over the Rangers. 4 runs, 6 hits, no errors for the Twins. 3 runs, 5 hits, no errors for the Rangers. Already have a little bit of scoring in the games today. George Springer apparently took the first pitch in the Blue Jays-Mariners game for a home run. Blue Jays lead 1-0. Houston is quickly on top of Oakland. Jose Altuve hit a double. Pena then was grounded out. And then Bregman hit a double, and they lead 1-0. All the other games remain scoreless at the moment. Milwaukee has just taken a lead against Pittsburgh, 4-3. White Sox have tied it against Detroit, 2-2. And Atlanta has just tied it up against Washington and is now 3-3. Austin Riley hit his drove in another run. He hit a home run to left center to tie it up. As we get back underway, Matt Moore is out. Brock Burke, another long reliever for the Rangers, has come in. Brock Burke leads all rookie pitchers in ERA, a 1.06 ERA. You got to wonder if they're eventually going to put him back in the rotation. He's been that good. He struggled with command a little bit last time out, but what didn't allow a run to score. 26 games this year, 42 and a third innings, 45 strikeouts, and 11 walks. And again, that sparkling ERA, 1.06. Chef's kiss, great pitching. Matt Moore came in the top of the third anyway, got the final 2 outs after a bases loaded hit by pitch by Dunning, and he gave way. And Matt Moore was able to come in without allowing anybody to score, pitched a scoreless fourth, and now we got Brock Burke. That pitch is well inside. First offering anyway from Burke. Jorge Polanco in there, turns around and hits from the right side now. 1-0. Burke the pitch, another one well inside. Pulled to the third base side. Got to wonder if his footing was off a little bit on that one. He's trying to mess with the dirt. Polanco steps out. The set and the pitch. Nice fastball there, 94 miles an hour on the top of the zone, and it's 2-1. Another one at the top of the zone, fouled away, and it's 2-2. Polanco this year on the road definitely has a little bit deflated numbers, 215 average, 6 home runs, 26 RBIs. Of course, most players do usually play better at home. The pitch by Burke popped up in the air. Polanco lets go of the bat awkwardly. Garcia is there, and there is one away. First pitch to Kirilov, slider right on the outside corner, strike one. Belt high. Kirilov does have 3 home runs on the year, hitting .257 and a .700 OPS. Burke set and fires. Eventually. Swing and a miss. 0-2. That one very low and away. 1-2 now. As the Rangers defense has shifted around now with the count at 0-2. That's another one outside the zone, and it's 2-2. Seager this time will be on the third base side of second base instead of Smith. Strike 3 called. Beautiful pitch by Brock Burke. And there are 2 away here in the 5th. Nick Gordon coming up. 1 for 1 on the day. He was hit by the pitch the last time, I believe. Or walked anyway, sorry. That pitch by Burke was picture perfect on the outside corner. Come on, come on. There's a strike by Burke right down the middle. .95 miles an hour fastball on that one. That slider in the dirt misses low, and it's 1-1. That pitch is lined to third baseman Josh Smith, and he makes the catch. In the inning. To the bottom of the 5th we go. 9, 1, and 2 due up for the Rangers. Valoria, Smith, and Simeon. Just a great play by Smith. He was the only one on that side of the play. A nice diving, ranging stop anyway. Beautiful play by Smith. Halfway between third and second, and just kind of sunk down to a sideways angle and right there. Nice play. Burke gets the job done, drops his ERA yet more, or just a little bit more, down to 1.04. The Twins will have Miranda, Jeffers, and Arise up in the 6th anyway, so it'll be interesting to see if Brock Burke stays in for one more inning with a couple of lefties in there. I'd expect he will. Bundy has played well for the Twins so far, ran into some trouble there in the 3rd, or in the 2nd anyway, but has since steadied things. Let us know where you're watching from. Trade deadline almost here. In the top of the 10th, Miami has just taken a 1-0 lead over the Mets. Pirates have just come back and scored 2 more, so they're back on top of the Brewers. Phillies have just crept back out in front of St. Louis. All the other scores remain the same. Cubs have loaded them up with 1 out in the first against the Dodgers. Smith, who made that nice play in the top half of the inning, will be due up second this inning. First pitch to Valoria, rolled over by Valoria to Arise at first base, or excuse me, to Polanco at second base. Goes out in the right field grass, and Arise makes the play at first. First pitch to Smith is way outside, and he's behind, or excuse me, he's ahead 1-0. Yordan Alvarez was just said that his hand injury has gotten worse to manager Dusty Baker, and they have since decided to put him on the injured list, allow him to heal over the All-Star break. Probably would have been in the All-Star game, honestly. He's had a great year so far. Another one doesn't find the zone. Smith is ahead 2-0. Smith, a very patient hitter. He's waiting for his pitch. Does not mind taking a walk. That one outside as well, and it's 3-0. And Smith works a 4-hour pitch walk again. I think that's his 12th walk. I think this is his third plate appearance today, so that's going to give him, what, 82 plate appearances? His on-base percentage has got to be through the roof right now. Simeon due up next, digging in. Gotta love Josh Smith at the top of the lineup, very willing to get on in front of Smith, or in front of Seager and Simeon. Really has been a nice catalyst for the Rangers offense since he's been inserted in that leadoff spot. Simeon set. Hits a hard hit ball right over third base. This one will go all the way to the wall. Kirilov gets it off the wall, and they'll hold Smith at third. 1 out double there by Simeon, and Seager due up next. Looks like they're going to have a nice chat here with Bundy first. Don't think that's where Bundy wanted that one to go. Caught a little bit too much of that plate against Simeon. Simeon's 14th double of the year. Rangers have something going. Twins have got Thielbar loosening out there in the bullpen. The lefty. He probably comes on to face Nathaniel Lowe if both Seager and Garcia reach. Bundy does struggle third time through the lineup. Batting average against him is .333 in those instances. Second time through is only .274, and the first time only .239. Seager leads all major league shortstops with 18 home runs from the shortstop position. First pitch, swinging, and a run will score. Let me see. Waiting for the TV to catch up to the scoreboard. First pitch. Seager pops it up. It will be deep enough to center. It's going to be a sacrifice fly for Corey Seager, and that will tie the game at 4. Gordon throws it into third to keep Simeon at second. No kidding. I need Adolis to do anything besides strike out at this point. I don't care if it's a ground out to second base at this point. Just make contact. Something. I was watching the game yesterday, and you could just see his position, or where I was sitting in right field bleachers anyway, just his lack of ability to get over the strikeout. It was affecting him out in the outfield. You could tell he was thinking about it. Kind of carried it over. Still made the play in right field. Didn't have an error or anything like that, but you could definitely tell it was affecting him. First pitch to Garcia, fouls that one back. Second one is inside, and it's 1-1. Ah, okay. Looking to get a challenge card. Okay. Another one inside. Or excuse me, fouled away anyway. That one was inside before that. Garcia has performed well with runners in scoring position. 278 average, 6 doubles, a triple, 4 home runs, and 35 RBIs. He had that triple earlier this series with Nick Gordon. Tried to make a diving catch on that play in left field, and he was able to come around to third base. Bundy a strike away from getting out of the inning. The pitch. A little low, and it's 2-2. Like I said, all I want is Garcia not to strike out. Don't care as long as it's not a strikeout. That pitch well outside of the zone and chased it all the way. And Garcia, to not my surprise anyway, strikes out. A little frustrated as a Ranger fan seeing Garcia continually struggle at the plate with strikeouts. That was his issue last year at the end of the year when he was trying to force the issue. Looked like he had solved most of those problems to begin the year, had dropped his strikeout percentage by about 6% from last year. But yeah, Garcia, if I'm the Rangers brass, I probably sit Garcia for a couple of days before the All-Star break just to let him get his mind right. Let him be a part of the team, less focused on his strikeouts and performance. Garcia plays his best when he's relaxed, flowing through the game, no pressure. When the pressure's on, it seems he struggles a little bit, as most do, but the pressure he's putting on himself is what's really getting him right now. And we go to the 6th, tied at 4. And indeed, Brock Burke will be coming back out for the 6th. That pitch is low and inside, ball 1. Burke only at 14 pitches so far. He works as a long man out of the bullpen for the Rangers nowadays, has started in the past. So he's still got plenty of bullets in that arm for today. Miranda, hard hit ball in the left center field gap. Nice play, sliding catch by Brad Miller. And there is one away. Rangers playing a little bit better defensively today than they did in the opener of this series, where they allowed 2 unearned runs to score. They ultimately were able to dig out the win, though, 7-6. Beautiful play there by Brad Miller, able to make that catch. A couple of hard hit balls off of Burke so far today, but nothing causing any damage. Strike one there, slider on the inside corner to Jeffers, the number 9 hole hitter. Arise is on deck. Got to wonder how far they let Brock Burke go. They usually only let him go about 2 innings max when he's out of the bullpen. Uh-oh. Pitch by Burke here is not going to do Rangers fans any favors. Waiting for the TV to catch up. Make sure this actually is happening. Yep, it is. That's a home run to right field. Jeffers going the opposite way with it. Nice piece of hitting as that ball just continued to drift and drift and drift and drift. And right, oh my. Remember I told you I went to the game yesterday? That ball is hit 2 seats to the right of where I was in a row in front. Not that I would have caught it, but still. Makes you wonder if only I had a chance to catch a home run ball. Not everybody gets one of those anymore. A lot of seats in the stands. Nice piece of hitting there by Jeffers, though. Gives the Twins the 5-4 advantage right after the Rangers had tied it up at 4. Fastball there, 95 miles an hour, right at the top of the zone. Strike one to Arise. Ground ball up the middle. Seager is there, though. Flips on to first. And 2 outs have been recorded. After seeing a couple balls go after or be hit by, or a couple balls hit Ranger pitchers over the last couple days, Burke wanted to get out of the way of that one. Don't need an injury to a pitcher. As Arise kind of hopped over to first base. Urshela was injured in last night's game. Trying to get back to second on a play. First pitch swinging by Correa, ground ball to Seager, and again, Seager puts him out. But the damage is done. Jeffers does put the Twins back in front, 5-4. Twins 5 runs, 7 hits, no errors. Rangers 4 runs, 6 hits, no errors. Thielbar is indeed coming in. He will replace Dylan Bundy. Thank you guys for subscribing. Up to 323 now. Really appreciate you guys. Really trying to get over 1,000 by the end of the year. Actually by November, but every little bit helps. The more y'all subscribe and like the content, the more I can do for you guys, more content I can put out. And eventually I want to get to the point where I can literally do this full time and literally get out a ton of content on literally every team. That's my goal. Got a long way to go to get there, but you got to start somewhere. We started this November 27th as far as creating the account and starting up. And it's been a fun 6+ months, 7 months now. But really trying to push for that 1,000 now. So if you haven't hit that subscribe button already, please do so. Really does mean a lot. Back for the bottom of the 6th anyway. Nathaniel Lowe due up first, to be followed by Cole Calhoun and Mitch Garver. Mitch Garver would love a chance to tie this game up. or give the Rangers the lead here in the 6th against his former team. Thielbar in 36 games has a 5.52 ERA, 31 innings pitched, 41 strikeouts, and 13 walks. He did give up a few base hits, a few runs anyway the last time he was out against the Rangers. First pitch is outside for a ball. Hockey fans might be interested in this. The Toronto Maple Leafs and Ottawa Senators are discussing a Matt Murray trade. Matt Murray, of course, might actually accept a trade to the Toronto Maple Leafs. I believe he has a no-move clause or no trade clause, something like that. So him actually accepting the trade is an important part of that. 1-1 now, the count to Nathaniel Lowe. Swing and a miss. 1-2. That one on the inside part of the plate. Jammed him. Fouled it off down the third base line, though. Still 1-2. 12 home runs on the year for Nathaniel Lowe, a 780 OPS, hitting .279 on the year. Lowe hits it high in the air to center field. Gordon ranging over and makes the catch easily. And there is one away. As I mentioned a couple days ago, he faced the Rangers on Friday. Gave up a couple of hits and a home run. Rangers hoping for some similar success today. Home run, like I said, would tie it. Calhoun takes Lowe for a ball. That one right at the top of the zone, 1-1. The pitch. Grounded foul, and it's 1-2. Third game of our triple-header, of course, is the Yankees and Red Sox tonight. Game will start around 6 o'clock Central, 7 o'clock East, 4 Pacific. Feel free to join us as we discuss all things MLB, MLB trade deadline. The All-Star selections will have already been announced. That's scheduled to be announced, I believe, here at 4:30 East or 4:30 Central. I can't remember which. That one's fouled away by Calhoun again, and it remains 1-2. That one misses really low, and it's 2-2 now. Bounced in the dirt on the edge of the other batter's box. Hard hit ball to center, though. But Gordon is there for the catch, and there are 2 away. Pretty much right at Nick Gordon. Nick Gordon has gambled in the last 2 games in left. Can't fault the effort, but maybe might want to think about it. Last night, If he had let the ball drop in front of him, he would have had a play at home to get Leody Taveras. And as it was, that was the run that ultimately proved to be the game-tying run that allowed the inning to keep going. Maybe you call the game differently if he doesn't score there. And then, as I mentioned earlier, Adolis Garcia getting that triple in the first game of this series after he dove and missed it. Garver in there, takes inside ball one. Garver 0 for 2 on the day. Hoping to find some success. 3 home runs in his last 9 games. Takes that one on the outside corner, 1-1. That one misses well outside, 2-1. And that one also goes upstairs, 3-1. Good hitters count here for Garver, looking for something he can drive. 10 home runs on the year, quite possibly his last at-bat of the year. And takes ball 4. Be interesting to see if the Rangers decide to pinch run for him. With 2 outs, I don't expect so. Matt Bush, just called up from a rehab assignment anyway, is in the bullpen. After Brock Burke pitched 2 innings, allowing the 1 run by Jeffers. Rangers hoping to keep it close, if not take the lead here in the 6th. Brad Miller due up next. He had that sliding catch in the top half of the inning. He is 2 for 2 on the day. Average up to 219. Left on left matchup here. That pitch is just off the plate outside. 1-0. That one misses up high. 2-0. Remember, he was caught stealing the last time he was on base. That ended an inning. Gloria on deck. Got to wonder if they'll bring in Jonah Heim should Brad Miller reach. The pitch. Swing and a miss. Nice pitch there by Thielbar. Powering it past Miller there. Outside corner, 91-mile-an-hour fastball. The pitch. On the inside corner that time, and it's 2-2. Thielbar missing his spot by quite a bit, but still able to get it over the plate. Miller set. That one well upstairs, and it's 3-2 with 2 outs. Garver will be off with the pitch. Base hit in the gap in the outfield or down the line probably gives him a chance to score. Griffin Jacks, who came in last night, is loose in the bullpen. Outside corner fouled away by Miller. Garver was indeed going. The set by Thielbar and the pitch. Swing and a miss. Nice, I guess you'd call it a slider, I suppose. 81 miles an hour, just on the inside corner. Beautiful pitch there. And we go to the 7th. Twins on top, 5-4. 5 runs, 7 hits, no errors for the Twins. 4 runs, 6 hits, no errors for the Rangers. Talked a little bit about the Major League Baseball trade deadline, a little bit about the NHL free agency beginning in a few days. NBA, of course, offseason in full swing. Of course, everything's on pause with Kevin Durant needing to make his decision, or the Nets need to make their decision as to what trade offer to accept, see if they can get that price up a little bit higher from those teams. Matt Bush is indeed coming on for Brock Burke. It'll be Buxton, Kepler, and Polanco for the Twins. Just waiting for the inning to get going. Checking in on some of the NHL free agents. Johnny Gaudreau is going to be probably the most sought-after forward. He's only 28 years old, out of Calgary. He is diminutive in size, but Johnny Hockey is his nickname for a reason. Bush delivers. First pitch popped up. Lowe makes the catch. Claude Giroux is also one of the top free agents out there this year. He's 34 years old, though, and was just traded from his longtime home in Philadelphia to Florida. There's always a chance of reunion with Philadelphia, but they don't really have the cap space to sign him in Florida. So we'll see if he ends up staying there. Other free agents on the market, the Maple Leafs are probably the most prominent team in hockey. Think of them as the Yankees for hockey as far as popularity, or the Cowboys in football, Lakers in basketball. It's just the team for the sport. Not that Toronto's done any winning in many years. They've lost pretty much in the first round of the playoffs for years now. But Jack Campbell is their goalie. He's expected, or he's going to be a free agent. They're wondering if they're going to end up re-signing him. That's why I mentioned the Matt Murray information a minute ago. Matt Murray, of course, the former goalie with the Pittsburgh Penguins, won a couple of cups there. Bush delivers another strike right on the outside corner. And it's 0-2 to Kepler. Andrew Kopp from the New York Rangers, also a free agent. PK Subban is now going to be a free agent as well. Marc-Andre Fleury, the Stanley Cup winning goalie anyway, was re-signed by the Minnesota Wild on a 2-year, $3.5 million AAV. Bush has worked it, Kepler has worked it to a 2-2 count now. And the pitch by Bush. Kepler, a little tapper. Valoria on to low, and there are 2 away. Jorge Polanco digging in. Takes a strike on the outside corner, and Bush is ahead 0-1. Polanco 0 for 2 on the day. Has reached on a walk earlier. That one does not quite catch the corner there, and it's 1-1. Polanco has gotten a walk today and scored a run. Oh, that one did not miss by much, and it's 2-1 now. That pitch looked like it was a strike, but he missed his location with it, and it's 3-1. Robo-ump definitely calls that one a strike, though. And that one's down low, ball 4. Alex Kirilov up next, 1 for 2 on the day. Rangers looking to close the door here on the 7th, get back up there. Rangers will have 9, 1, and 2 in the order, Valoria, Smith, and Simeon. Strike 1 peppered in there by Bush. This one on the outside corner, strike 2. Appreciate all of you guys for joining us. If you haven't hit that subscribe button, please do so. Cover all 4 major sports here in the U.S. NFL, NBA, MLB, and the NHL. Try to do a bunch of live games. We try to do about 5 a week right now with baseball in full swing. No other sport really going aside from the offseason. We'll do a live with the NHL anyway on Free Agency Day when that kicks off on Wednesday. So make sure you tune in for that. Nice hard hit ball up the middle, and Kirilov gets it down. Polanco will go on to third. Nice piece of hitting by Kirilov. Nick Gordon due up next. 2 on, 2 out here for the Twins in the top of the 7th. Looks like Doug Mathis is going to come out and have a chat with Matt Bush. Celestino has come in as a pinch runner for Kirilov at first base. More of a defensive replacement as well. That'll allow Gordon to slide back over to left. Celestino will likely take over in center. White Sox have taken a 4-2 lead going to the top of the 9th. Pirates 5-4 over the Brewers. Cardinals have tied it at 3 against Philadelphia in the 8th. Reds are still up 10-5 in the top of the 9th. Royals 5-1 over the Guardians right now. And in the bottom of the 10th, it's 3-3 Braves and Nationals. Pickoff attempt over there at first, and it gets away from him, goes into the foul, or goes down the foul line there. Celestino moves on to second base, and the run scores. Just that ball bounced in front of Lowe. Just a poor throw over there. I don't really understand why you're throwing over there anyway. I really don't. The important runner is at third base. I understand you don't want to allow two runners to score. But focus on the hitter in front of you, and you don't have to worry about it at all. Strike one there to Gordon. This one on the inside corner, fouled away by Gordon, and it's 0-2. And that one went off the inside of his foot. Gordon down in a heap. A lot of punishing foul balls off of hitters today. That one looked like on the outside of the left knee. With speedsters, you always worry about your wheels. Gordon's still trying to walk it off. Giants have hopped out to a 4-0 lead over the Padres. Seattle has tied it in the top of the fourth. 1-1 is the score there. Gordon back in, the pitch. Swing and a miss, and Gordon is hopping around after that swing and a miss. He's probably going to have to be lifted. Looks like he's grimacing in pain after that swing and a miss. But in either event, the inning does end. However, the wild throw over to first by Bush cost the Rangers another run. And it's now 6-4 going to the bottom of the seventh. Twins 6 runs, 8 hits, no errors. Rangers 4 runs, 6 hits, 1 error. Sam Huff, I saw he hit a couple home runs in the minors yesterday. He went 2 for 3 in the game. I don't think he has a spot at catcher next year if Garver comes back healthy. Maybe they end up moving Garver on, but Jonah Heim's really taken over that spot anyway. He struggled against major league pitching anyway, at the plate, and finding consistent time. Maybe giving him a chance against to be the DH, that type of player. The backup catcher, that third catcher on the roster, maybe that's the role he's on next year. I don't think Garver's long for this team anyway. I think he's mainly a 2-year bet. Hopefully you get some production out of him and while your young guys still come up. But I do like Sam Huff. Jonah Heim's been a lot better than expected. If Jonah Heim hadn't been playing the way he has been, I could probably see Huff and Heim splitting time next year. But Jonah Heim's really taken over that starting catcher role, and I don't think he's going to give it up. He plays pretty much every day. He's been fantastic. And right now, Huff just needs to keep working on being able to hit pitching. That's it. I don't think the team really worries about his defense because they really want that bat more than anything else. But, yeah, that's kind of how I see Sam Huff. Maybe if there is a starting pitcher out there that they really like at the deadline, maybe he's the piece that they really are able to entice another team with. I know they don't want to trade away some of their prospects after building it up for so long, but you need to give up something to get something. And the Rangers starting pitching this year hasn't been great. A surprise in Martin Perez. Jonathan Gray has been much better as of late, but Taylor Hearn didn't work out. He's now in the minors. He pitched 5 good innings yesterday, gave up 1 hit. Dane Dunning didn't work out. Colby Hallard. Dane Dunning is having a regression year. I think he needs time off more than anything else and could be back and better. Colby Hallard didn't work. Glenn Otto, after a good start, has struggled in recent weeks. A good start the last time out against the Orioles was a little bit more positive as well. Spencer Howard, after having a dominant 7-inning performance on June 30th in AAA, looked like he was finally back to himself, and then came back and struggled with command yet again at the major league level. At this point, I think they need to do with Spencer Howard what they did with Brock Burke, is allow him to go to the bullpen and see if he can play up some of those traits that he has, but they need starting pitching. So maybe Sam Huff is a guy they use to get a piece like that. I'm surprised Nick Gordon's actually still out there. Looks like he's grimacing still out there in the outfield too. But Valoria is Valoria is in. Griffin Jax is the new pitcher for the Minnesota Twins here in the bottom of the 7th. And yes, we do commit a lot of errors. Our defense has not been good this year, or not in this series for sure. The pitch. Ball 1 inside. Valoria being patient. He's kind of your prototypical backup catcher. Doesn't really excite the lineup, but he's able to handle the pitching staff when he called upon. Nice pitch by Jax right at the bottom of the zone, 1-1. He's only played in 4 games, but has reached base safely in 3 out of those 4. Foul tip there by Valoria. And it's 1-2. You need to give Jonah Heim some time off at some point, though. Rolled over by Valoria into the shift. Correa on the right side of second base. Flips on to first, and Valoria is retired. To the top of the order we go. Josh Smith due up first. Or second in the inning anyway. Again, drags his hands through the dirt, trying to get some friction on that bat handle. He does not wear gloves. Pitches outside. He has hit a double, scored a run, had a walk, and had 3 RBIs so far today. Jack set, and the hard hit ball by Smith right to Polanco, and there are 2 away. Good contact there by Smith without the shift. That's probably a base hit. Something to look forward to. Probably next year I expect that shift to be gone. So players that are most affected by it will definitely be breathing a heavy sigh of relief. Strike 1 there to Simeon on the outside corner. Simeon and Seager, the aircraft carriers for this offense this year. That's a ball just off the outside corner. And it's 1-1. Simeon does have 11 home runs on the year, hitting .239, a .687 OPS. Those numbers heavily affected by his horrible start. But it's a 162-game season. We're barely to the halfway point, so don't overreact one way or the other. Simeon 1 for 3 on the day, had a double in the 5th. Had a couple of big hits yesterday. Swing and a miss. Nice pitch there by Jax, and it's 1-2. In the dirt, blocked nicely by Jeffers, and it's 2-2. This year's about building for the Rangers. Finishing 500, maybe even a little bit above that would be a great finish for the Rangers after their horrible last few years. Simeon pops it up down the first base line, Arise over to give it a look, makes a nice catch up against the wall, and that's the third out. To the top of the 8th we go. Thank you guys for joining us here at the Upside. As I mentioned, this week on Wednesday, we'll be going over NHL Free Agency. That's going to be beginning on the 13th anyway. Going to kick off the show probably around 9, 10 o'clock in the morning and cover all the different transactions that happen for every single team. There's a lot of moves to go over. So make sure you stay with us for that. We'll be doing the Red Sox and Yankees game tonight. They're always good for some excitement. We saw some last night in the extra inning fiasco there for the Yankees. Alex Verdugo with a game-winning hit. Jeter Downs really the player of the game for the Red Sox, though. And no, I don't mean Derek Jeter. I mean Jeter Downs for the Red Sox. Yes, you heard that right. Joe Barlow comes in, his first appearance after blowing a couple of saves against the Orioles. He comes in here in the 8th to replace Matt Bush. It looks like he's lost the closer title for now. Looks like they just need to build up his confidence again, so we'll see how he does. He'll first face Jose Miranda, followed by Jeffers and Arise. You hear every single broadcast the Rangers have. Now, if Joe Barlow's throwing strikes, he's fine. When he's not throwing strikes, that's when he struggles, gives up hard contact, those types of problems. Because then they're just sitting on the one pitch that he can locate. 6 runs, 8 hits, no errors so far for the Twins. 4 runs, 6 hits, 1 error for the Rangers. You can tell Barlow's taking a moment to kind of gather himself before this one. 28 games this year, a 3.18 ERA and 28 1/3 innings. Has 22 strikeouts and 8 walks. He has blown at least 3 saves that I can remember so far this year. They don't have the number up on the screen, so I can't remember the full count, but I know it's at least 3. First pitch is in there for a strike. Miranda 1 for 2 on the day. The pitch by Barlow. Just right down the middle. Sharply hit ball, ground ball through the hole between short and third. Miller throws it back in. And that's a leadoff single for Miranda. That ball just was caught way too much of that plate. It was a little too high. Great swing to the ball by Miranda. Jeffers is due up next. He's the one who gave him a 5-4 advantage with the home run off of Brock Burke the last time he was up. He is 2 for 3 on the day with a couple of RBIs. Swing and a miss. Looks like he was trying to make it 8-4 there. That pitch was outside of the zone. 0-1 now. That pitch below the zone, and it's 1-1. 95-mile-an-hour fastball. Unable to find the plate. The pitch by Barlow. Right right down the middle. Hard hit to Smith. On to second for one. Simeon to first. The double play. 2 outs now in the top of the 8th. Rangers looking to close this inning out and get right back to the plate. Nice play there by Smith. He's played better defense over the past couple of games, been able to flag down some balls I didn't think you'd been able to a week ago. Arise digs in. He's 0 for 4 today. Not often you can say that. Ball one there, down low. And Arise is ahead early, 1-0. Second double play of the day for the Twins. They've grounded in 68 as a team, which leads all of Major League Baseball, or which leads all of the American League anyway. The pitch by Barlow. Right on the outside corner. Great pitch there, 1-1. Another one down low, and it's 2-1. Rise fouls off that slider at the top of the zone, and it's 2-2. One strike away from a clean inning for Barlow. Really needs this after blowing 2 saves last week. Part of that 8-game Orioles win streak. Twins come into the game today 7 games above 500, first place in the AL Central. Three and a half games up on the Guardians for the division lead. Another foul ball there by Arise. Remains 2-2. Barlow up to 10 pitches now in the inning. Another foul ball. Barlow climbing the zone a little bit with him the last couple of pitches. Arise able to hang tough. Going to have the 7th pitch of this at bat here in a moment. Barlow set, and the pitch. Well high, and it's 3-2. That one was above Arise's head. Almost went all the way to the backstop. Barlow trying to buckle down. On the inside part of the plate, lifted out to medium deep center field. Garcia is there, and Barlow gets through it. Nice bounce back performance there by Joe Barlow. To the bottom of the 8th we go. Corey Seager, Adolis Garcia, and Nathaniel Lowe due up for the Rangers. Let's see if they can get something going. Probably going to be their last best chance, as this is the heart of the order. Just kind of checking in on some of the scores. Think you might want to know. The Braves and Nationals are still tied at 3 in the top of the 12th. Neither team has scored in the first 2 extra innings, even with having a runner on second base to start the inning. Pirates are on top of the Brewers, 5-4 in the top of the ninth. Cardinals on top of the Phillies, 4-3 as they go to the top of the ninth. Houston just scratched across another run, 2-0 over the Oakland A's. Diamondbacks have taken a lead over Colorado, 1-0. Cubs 5, Dodgers 3 in the top of the third. Giants 6, Padres 0 in the top of the fourth. Toronto has gotten back out to a 1-run lead. It's now 2-1 against Seattle. Kansas City did indeed finish off the Guardians 5-1. Miami finished off the Mets 2-0 in extras. That game was scoreless going into extras. Cincinnati beat Tampa 10-5. White Sox were able to finish off the Tigers 4-2. That's your out-of-town scoreboard. And in the first game of our triple header, we watched the Baltimore Orioles extend their win streak to 8 games after they defeated the LA Angels, who have rapidly become the worst team in the entire MLB. They are now 11-32 since May 25th. Corey Seager due up first for the Rangers. He's had several late inning moments. Had that go-ahead home run, 2-run home run against the Orioles earlier in the week. Had a big 3-run homer in the game yesterday. Durant coming in again here, hoping to be able to lock this one down. He got the loss in yesterday's game. In 30 games, he's got a 2.37 ERA in 38 innings pitched, 48 strikeouts, and 7 walks. Corey Seager, in the 7th or later, they're saying he's got a 270 batting average, 10 hits and 37 at-bats. We'll see how it goes. The velocity of Durant versus the swing of Corey Seager. Buxton has been switched. He is now going to be, instead of the DH, he's going to go to center field. Looks like Nick Gordon is out of there, and now a pitcher will definitely have to hit after they have taken out their DH, should this game go into extras. Gordon's injury enough to take him out of the lineup now. Celestino moves over to left. Advantage Rangers for not having to put him in the lineup. Put their pitcher in the batting lineup anyway. First pitch by Durant, off speed outside, ball 1. Seager looking to make some damage. That one's low and inside. Seager does have a base hit today. He's 1 for 2. He also has a sacrifice fly. 2-0. The pitch to Seager. Outside corner fouled off down the third base side. And it's 2-1. Oh my. Rangers fans, you're going to love this. 100-mile-an-hour fastball. We just mentioned it. Versus Corey Seager's swing. Advantage Corey Seager. Home run left field. Wow. Beautiful piece of hitting by Corey Seager. Gets just out. Might have even gone off the glove of Celestino. And it's now 6-5. Twins in front. That'll go as a home run. I have to look at the replay to see if that actually went out off of Celestino's glove. But in either event, another Corey Seager home run. 349 feet. 97 miles an hour off the bat, 100-mile-an-hour pitch. That might be the third home run off of a 100-mile-an-hour pitch this season in all of Major League Baseball. Wow. Just watching the play. might have gone off the top of the wall or his glove. I can't tell. Yep, it was in Celestino's glove. It hit him in the palm and bounced out. Oh, my. Durant thought he had it for like a split second and started to breathe a sigh of relief, but no. That'll go as a home run. Thank you, Celestino, bumping it over the fence. I know he was trying his best to make that catch, but the Rangers will take it any way they can get it. 101-mile-an-hour fastball there to Garcia, and it's 0-1. Another one up and into Garcia right on the inside there, and it's 0-2. Garcia unable to get the bat around in time. Giants are now 7-0 in front of the Padres. Come on, Garcia. Let's see if you can avoid the strikeout again. Grounded down the first base line. Foul, just barely. And it's still 0-2. Blue Jays have taken a 4-1 advantage over the Mariners. Cardinals have taken a 4-3 advantage over the Phillies. Cubs have scored 3 more against the Dodgers. It's now 8-3. Garcia set, grounds it to the right side. Polanco with it, flips it on to first. And there is one away. Rangers only need one more now after that Corey Seager home run. You'll take them any way you can get them. With that home run, he passes Joey Gallo for second in home runs at Globe Life Field. Globe Life Field, of course, only came around since 2020. Nathaniel Lowe, like I mentioned, has been on a tear as of late. We'll see if he can continue that success. News out of the NBA, the Boston Celtics have indeed signed Danilo Gallinari to a 2-year, $13.3 million deal. Strike one to Lowe there on the outside corner. Swing and a miss, 99 up and away, and it's 0-2. It's tough to beat speed, whether it be foot speed on the base paths or on that pitch. A nice swing by Lowe. That pitch up, and this time Celestino catches it at the wall. Nice play there. Lowe going the other way. Didn't quite get enough of it. Might have gotten it off the very end of the bat. But neither event, there are 2 away here in the 8th. Gave that one a nice ride into the left center field. Celestino, though, a very good defensive center fielder by trade. In left field now with the Gordon injury. Swing and a miss by Cole Calhoun. 99.9-mile-an-hour fastball. Right at the top of the zone. Allen's ball up a little too high that time. On deck is Mitch Garver. Curveball bends into the zone, fouled away by Calhoun, and it's 1-2. Garver would love a chance for Calhoun to reach and then hit a 2-run home run. A little bit storybook, honestly, but can't blame a guy for wanting it. That's why he's around right now. He's going to have surgery tomorrow. Calhoun fights off that one on the inside part of the plate. 100.7-mile-an-hour fastball. Still 1-2. Calhoun 1 for 3 on the day, hitting .232 on the year, 701 OPS with 11 home runs. Umpire took that one in the shoulder. Tells everyone I'm A-okay. Walks around. Catcher gives him some time to kind of gather himself. Yep, it did hit him right on the top of the collarbone, but he's fine. Says, let's go. Due up in the top of the ninth will be Correa, Buxton, and Kepler for the Twins. Ground ball up the middle. The play there. Nice play there. Calhoun is retired. And we go to the top of the ninth. Rangers do get a run there on the Corey Seager home run, aided by Celestino's glove. It still counts as one, though. Hit his glove just as he hit the wall, so kind of the impact jarred it loose. In either event, Corey Seager will take it. He's got 19 home runs on the year. He's got like 3 straight games with home runs, honestly. I can't remember, but I think it's close to that. Garrett Richards comes on in the ninth, replaces Joe Barlow. Twins lead 6-5, 6 runs, 9 hits, no errors for the Twins. 5 runs, 7 hits, 1 error for the Rangers. Bottom of the 12th, still 3-3 Washington and Braves. That's kind of unbelievable. Pirates are still on top of the Brewers 5-4. They have a little bit of a rally cooking right now. See if they can push across an insurance run. Astros up 2-0 over the A's in the bottom of the 5th. Diamondbacks 1-0 over the Rockies. Giants are now up 8-0 over the Padres. Blue Jays 4-1 over Seattle. The Cardinals did finally put away Philadelphia 4-3. But again, it'll be Garrett Richards versus Carlos Correa, Buxton, and Kepler. See if the Rangers can keep it a 1-run game this time. Rangers will have Garver, Miller, and Valoria due up in the bottom of the ninth. Got to imagine Valoria will probably be lifted for Heim, the pinch hitter. Garver will be given a chance to beat his former team, and Brad Miller's had a good day, so you might not pinch hit for him. Garrett Richards on the year, 22 games, a 3.0 ERA in 30 innings pitched, 25 strikeouts, and 10 walks. The former starter played last year with the Boston Red Sox, came over along with Martin Perez this offseason as free agents that signed with the Texas Rangers, giving them some veteran innings out of that bullpen and out of the rotation for Perez. Both have been great signings so far. You hear a lot of grief being given to John Daniels. He's no longer the GM. Chris Young able to bring in some pieces. Where's the praise for the pieces they have brought in? Of course, the Simeon Seager signings get all the headlines, but what about Martin Perez, Garrett Richards, the trade for Nathaniel Lowe that looks like it's really paying off? How many times do you beat the Tampa Bay Rays in a trade? Looks like the Rangers might finally do it. Carlos Correa fouls that one off the inside of his foot. And again, yet another foul ball off of yourself anyway at the plate. Seen that like 6 or 7 times today. Correa takes a slow walk over to his dugout, gathers himself. Twins especially have just been pounding them foul balls right off their own feet. And the Braves get the walk-off win in 12. Finally, somebody scores in extras there. 4-3 over the Nationals. 1-2 the count to Correa when he finally digs back into the box. The pitch, just a little low, and it's 2-2. No shift here against Correa. Strike 3, foul tip by Correa, caught by Valoria, and 1 away here in the ninth. Nice piece of pitching there by Richards. He's been very good over the past month. He struggled with location in his last outing against the Twins a couple days ago, but was still able to get the job done without giving up a run. Looks like his command's a little bit better tonight. Back to where it usually is. He's another guy the Rangers eventually could use as a starter if they need to, if they still get struggling performances out of that staff. Today, Dunning unable to get through 4. Spencer Howard, who's in the rotation, unable to get through 5. Glenn Otto only able to get through 5. Martin Perez got knocked around in the 6th or in the 4th, but was still able to give him 6 innings the other day. 1-1 to Buxton. That one's just off the inside corner, and it's 2-1. Martin Perez has indeed been selected to the All-Star game. Just been announced. We'll see if any other Rangers get announced as well. It is now 4:30. Right on the inside corner that time, and it's 2-2. Richards getting the strike call there. Buxton does have a home run in the game, 1 for 3 on the day. He was started the game as the DH, but is now in center after the injury to Nick Gordon. Kepler due next. Swing and a miss by Buxton. Another strikeout by Richards, and there are 2 away here in the top of the 9th. Kepler digging in. He's 1 for 4, but he crushed the ball in his first 2 at-bats. Seeing the ball very well today. Struggled against the lefties, and now that the righty's back in there, we'll see how he does here. Just off the outside corner. 1-0. Another hard hit ball right up through the box, beats the shift, and a 2-out base hit here by Kepler. Polanco due up next, to be followed by Celestino and Durant, should it get that far. And yes, you heard that right, Durant, the pitcher spot, now that Buxton is in center after he started the game as the DH. You got to imagine Durant's done anyway, so it's probably going to be a pinch hitter should you get that far. Kepler takes his lead off of first. Polanco 0 for 2 today. Swing and a miss. 0-1. That one's a little bit off the plate inside. 1-1 the count now. Polanco, a professional hitter. That one misses just off the plate on the outside. And that's 2-1. They just announced on the broadcast that Martin Perez has made the All-Star game. His first ever All-Star nod. The runner moves, Nice throw by Valoria, and Kepler is nailed at second. Mm, mm, mm. Good job by Valoria being able to pop up and get that throw down right on the bag. Kepler caught stealing second, and that's the end of the inning. It'll be Mitch Garver, Brad Miller, and Valoria due up in the bottom of the ninth. Rangers looking for a little magic right now. Twins hoping to avoid the sweep today. 3 outs away from doing so. Thank you guys for joining us here at the Upside. If you haven't hit that subscribe button, please do so. It means a lot to us. Thank you in advance, and thank you if you already have. Really appreciate that. Already covered the Baltimore Orioles and LA Angels game earlier today. Orioles getting their 8th straight victory after having a 4-game sweep of the Angels and a 3-game sweep of the Rangers before that. Now we're watching the Twins and Rangers game, and later on tonight, we'll watch the Yankees and Red Sox together. We go over all different sports, the NFL, NBA, MLB, and NHL. So if you have a favorite team, if you're in any one of those leagues, if you like any of those teams, let us know which team you want to pull for. We'll make more content for them. The more you guys that subscribe, the more content I can put out. After this game is over, take a little short break, and then we'll get ready for that Yankees-Red Sox game tonight. As I mentioned on Wednesday, if you're an NHL fan of any team at all, we will be covering the entire league on signing or the free agency start day anyway. Most of the NHL free agencies is going to happen on that day. So keep your eyes peeled for your favorite team, your favorite player. They just announced it in the ballpark. Martin Perez made the All-Star team, gets a nice round of applause from the crowd. He's really come a long way in his career. Used to be affected a lot by his emotions, really gotten those under control. Yesterday, you saw him give up the 2 home runs, a 3-run homer and a 2-run homer. And normally you'd expect him to kind of lose it right there and not come out in the next inning and just be pulled and just be stuck there and have it affect his next start. He was adamant to come back out and finish at least 6 innings. In the 5th, he's like, no, I'm coming back out here. I'm going to shut down this inning. And when he did that, told the manager again, I'm giving you 6, and he gave him 6. Turning into a very reliable starting pitcher for the Rangers. He's definitely going to command a lot more than what he signed for this offseason. Tyler Duffy comes in. Try to close this thing out for the Twins. Mitch Garver will be first. Strike 1 on the outside corner. Rangers down to their final 3 outs. And as I mentioned, I expect Valoria to probably be lifted for Jonah Heim, the pinch hitter. 6-5 our score in the bottom of the ninth. Check swing by Garver. Tapped it back to the backstop, and it's 0-2 quickly. That one low and away is a ball, and it's 1-2. Another one even further outside, and it's 2-2. That one literally bounced almost on the backside of that opposite batter's box. Full extension layout there for the catcher to keep that one in front. Not that he had to, but still. Garver readjusts his batting gloves. In the bottom of the ninth, Twins up 6-5. 6 runs, 10 hits, no errors for the Twins. 5 runs, 7 hits, 1 error for the Rangers. The pitch to Garver is low for a ball, and it's 3-2. Brad Miller will be next. He's played well today. 2 for 3 today for Miller. Has scored a run. Garver swing on the inside corner, grounds it to third. On the first, a high throw, but Arise makes the tag. That was a little bit of a collision there between Garver and Arise. Miranda with the high throw over there. See if his foot got in before the tag. I don't think so, but just checking. Nope, he's well out in advance. Garver unable to get it done against his former team today. He does have a couple of RBIs in the series, but that's likely his final at bat of the season. Brad Miller takes a strike, a changeup just on the outside corner, and I mean just. That's a tough pitcher's pitch there. Brad Miller also going without batting gloves here. Miller, a .218 average, .621 OPS with 7 home runs on the year. Has a couple of singles and scored a run. Allen's low. Thank you guys for joining us again. Swing and a miss. Great pitch there by Duffy. Fastball right on the outside corner. And it's quickly 1-2 now. Duffy set. And the pitch. In the dirt. Ball 2. Miller drawing back into to the lineup today. Swing and a miss, and that's strike 3. Nice piece of pitching there by Duffy. Able to entice the swing by Miller on that off-speed pitch low and away. Rangers down to their final out. And we'll see if they do indeed lift Viloria. They do. Jonah Heim comes in. Had a couple of base hits yesterday going the opposite way. They usually put the shift on for him, so we'll see if they do here. Jonah Heim hitting .262, a .790 OPS. Does have 12 home runs. One swing of the bat here by Heim could tie this game. Heim in the 7th inning or later when they're within 2 runs. It's .250. Has had a healthy amount of at-bats in this situation. 9 for 36. As I mentioned, he's playing pretty much every day right now for the Rangers. Honestly, should be considered a first alternate, if you will, for the All-Star game at the catcher position. First pitch swinging off of Duffy. Blooper out into short left field. Gets down past Correa. He turns and flips to second. But Heim is on with a single. That'll work. A little bit more interesting here. We'll see if they end up lifting him for a pinch runner. Leody Tavares, the speedster, is on the bench along with Duggar. Rangers looking to get something going. Top of the lineup due next. Nope, they're going to leave him in there at first base. They decide not to lift him for a pinch runner, as he is the only other catcher besides Garver. And they just lifted Viloria. Strike 1 there on a curveball to Smith. Smith's had a good day, 1 for 3. Does have 3 RBIs and a walk. Just need to keep the inning going if you're a Ranger fan. You'll take a walk. You'll take a base hit. You'll take a first career homer as a walk-off home run. Mainly, though, you just want to keep the inning going. Heavy shift on for Smith. That pitch is up and away. Doesn't miss by much, though. Smith has a very discerning eye. 1-1 the count. Smith has a double, a walk, 3 RBIs, and scored a run today. Duffy checks the runner. Throws that, and it's well outside, and it's now 2-1. Marcus Semien is on deck to be followed by Corey Seager. That one misses as well, and it's 3-1 now to Josh Smith. Josh Smith's been in this position before with 2 outs in the bottom of the 9th and was able to reach via the walk. That one didn't miss by much, though. Great eye there by Smith. Duffy, the former starter, trying to close this one out for the Twins. That pitch right down Broadway, fouled off by Smith, and it's 3-2. Rangers down to their final strike. Semien just hoping for a chance. Another foul ball by Smith. Another fastball right down the Broadway. Fought off by Smith. 93 miles an hour on that one. Duffy looking a little bit worn now. That was his 18th pitch of the inning so far. Jonah Heim was going with 2 outs here in the 9th. Three-two, 2 out. Runner on first. 6-5 our score. Twins in front. The pitch by Duffy. 93-mile-an-hour fastball at the top of the zone. Popped straight up in the air and out of play. We will have an 8th pitch to this at bat. Heim again moving with the pitch. Smith hanging tough. Good at bat so far. The pitch. Nice piece of hitting by Smith, but that's an easy fly ball out to right. Kepler is there. The Twins avoid the sweep and get the victory 6-5 over the Rangers today. 6 runs, 10 hits, no errors for the Twins. 5 runs, 8 hits, 1 error for the Rangers. And the Rangers fall tonight to the Twins 6-5. Great game. Not quite as entertaining as the previous 2 games of this series, but very close all the way. Seager hit a home run for the Rangers. Buxton led things off for the Twins with a home run. And then they just kept adding on as the game went along. 3-run double by Smith was the majority of the scoring for your Rangers today. And for those of you who are Twins fans, congratulations on avoiding the sweep and going to 8 games above 500, extending your lead over the Guardians in the Central. But remember, at about 6 o'clock, we will start another live stream, Yankees versus Red Sox. So thank you guys again for joining us. Thank you, Colin, for joining us. We do try to live stream a lot of different teams. I am a Ranger fan. It does show sometimes. Can't really avoid it, unfortunately. But we cover pretty much any team out there in baseball. We cover all teams in pretty much any of the 4 major sports. We try to live stream every team out there at some point, though. But we'll try to live stream about 5 games a week or so, maybe 6 if we have time, and kind of go from there. But thank you guys for joining us again for the live stream. It's been a great time with you guys. About a 6-hour live stream, I think, right now. back-to-back games, and we'll try to do another one here in about an hour. But thanks again for joining us. If you haven't hit that subscribe button or that like button, please do so. It means a lot to us. Let's see if we can continue to put out more content for you guys. And again, first leg of our doubleheader so far was, or tripleheader anyway, was the Orioles getting their 8th straight win over the Angels, 9-5. Rangers fall 6-5 to the Twins, and again tonight, the Yankees play the Red Sox. But we'll see you guys in about an hour. Thanks for joining us.